This is Audible.
Rise of the Last Summoner, Book 2, written by Todd Herzman, read for you by Aaron Bateman and Matt Hicks. Master Larson made Elian do all manner of strange exercises, explaining what they were called and demonstrating them himself if Elian hadn't heard of them. Elian even had to hold weights while doing some of them. Push-ups, squats, overhead press, and something called a handstand where he literally had to stand on his hands. Elian didn't know exactly what this would be good for, and while he felt as though he was strong enough to manage it, he completely lacked the balance to do so. And he kept falling to the grass, eliciting laughter from the other training yards. Again, he didn't care. He just kept pushing himself. Then it was time for hand-to-hand combat. Master Larson placed the piece of parchment with its wood backing down on the ground beside him. He rolled his head around his neck. There were training weapons at the edge of the yard that Elian had noticed before. He wondered if they would be using those today. Master Larson did not reach for them. "It's time to assess your unarmed combat capabilities," Master Larson said. Elian swallowed. Unarmed? He frowned. He had more questions, but he'd learned not to ask them. Already, Master Larson's expression had turned grim at him having spoken out of turn. Why exactly would I want to learn how to fight unarmed against another marked? How will that help me fight against a demon? He understood what the exercises were for. The stronger, faster, and more powerful his body became, the better he would perform against a demon. But he wouldn't be fighting them unarmed. Even if he were, wouldn't something that worked against a human not work against a demon? He released a silent sigh, not voicing any of his questions. He also didn't like the fact that he couldn't use any of his skills. His minions were simply standing to the side, and something told him Master Larson would knock him to the ground if he tried to take the man's sight. I wonder what the punishments are like here at the academy, though I don't want to find out firsthand. Elian took a hesitant step closer to the man. Master Larson had his hands up, fingers curled into fists. His left leg was forward in some sort of fighting stance. His entire demeanor had shifted. Elian would have preferred to fight someone else, maybe another clueless student who'd just arrived here. Preferably one even more clueless than himself. Master Larson extended his left hand, opened his palm, and gestured for Elian to step forward. "Hit me." Elian swallowed and did exactly as the man ordered. Well, he tried to. If Elian didn't know any better, he'd think the master was circulating essence himself, or perhaps using some sort of skill to make his body faster. Elian threw punch after punch. Master Larson didn't block any of these punches. He didn't need to. He was simply never there when any of the punches landed. Elian grew more and more frustrated. He let that anger fuel him. His attacks became swifter, but also more wild. Then suddenly he found himself falling face-first into the grass. Uproarious laughter followed, then someone barked for silence, and the laughter was cut off. Elian stood, dusted himself off, and looked over at the master. "Not exactly sure what I learnt there." Master Larson grunted. "You weren't supposed to learn anything from that. I was." He tilted his chin up. "And I have learned a great deal." He gestured toward the practice weapons. "Pass me a practice sword and shield, then take one of each up for yourself." Chapter 1. Elian stepped inside his room at the Academy of Marked. The servant who'd led him here had left him at the door, disappearing back down the hallway, and now he was alone. Unless one counted his 2 reanimated corpse minions, and the souls of those corpses that now resided within his heart tree, giving them the ability to speak within his mind. If they were counted, then Elian was never alone. The room, like the rest of the tower, was made from hard stone. He closed the door behind him. The hinges were smooth and did not creak. There was a key sitting within the lock. He turned it, grateful when he heard the click. Then he placed the key in a pocket of his newly acquired cloak. Elian took another step toward his new room. It was roughly the size of his house, the one he'd left behind in the lower town. Though that house had been nothing more than a boarded-up old shack that never kept out the cold. The only thing he'd miss about that shack was his mother, and his mother was long gone. Elian placed a hand on his satchel. He undid the strap, then pulled out a coin pouch. From the pouch, he withdrew a necklace, one with a crystal hanging from it. It had belonged to his mother. He used to keep it beneath a floorboard in his shack. He doubted it was anything valuable, but it was valuable to him, and that was enough. There was a chest at the foot of his new bed, a bed that looked like it had a decent mattress, one that might bring him some comfort at night, one that would be a damn sight better than sleeping on a pebble-strewn cave floor. The chest, like the door, had a key inside of it. Elian opened the chest and placed his coin pouch and the necklace within it. He didn't have much coin, only 17 coppers, some of which he'd been saving up for years. Others he'd gained in minutes telling a story to drunk Marked at a tavern. Once he locked the chest, he stood up and took in the rest of the room. The bed was against the wall in the left corner. In the opposite corner stood a tall wooden wardrobe. He didn't have a great many clothes with which to fill it yet, but he had some. The ones he'd gotten from the clothing merchant back in the lower town that Alia Varen had helped him buy only a few hours ago. When he'd put his clothes away, 2 shirts, 2 trousers, 2 undergarments, not including what he was already wearing, he looked at the writing desk, running a hand over the wood grain. It was between the bed and the wardrobe, pushed up against the wall just below a window. There was a shelf above the desk, though nothing was on it. In the desk's solitary drawer were several sheaves of parchment, a quart inkwell and quill. Elian frowned when he saw them. Was this for letter writing? Or would the academy make him write other things? Finally, he looked out the window, marveling at the view. From up here in the tower, with the help of Flame, the blood-bonded demon he'd assimilated, and who now dwelt inside of his heart tree, Elian's vision was strong enough to see a great distance. He could make out the shapes of the buildings down in the lower town. His gaze trailed them until he found his old shack. Then his gaze moved beyond the salt-infused walls and the battlements full of marked guards toward the forest beyond the mountain city. The ruined, abandoned town that held the salt mine he'd spent so much time in wasn't visible from here, but he knew it was out there. Elian couldn't help but smile. He'd finally made it to the academy. He just had no idea what he was supposed to do next. During the evening, dinner was brought to him by one of the markless servants that dwelt within the Academy of Mark's grand tower. Elian took it gratefully. There was a communal area for meals down in the grand hall, but he had received a note informing him that he should remain in his room until he was called for in the morning. Rather ominous, Elian had muttered after receiving the note, but Cale and Alfred, the souls residing within his heart tree, didn't appear to find it strange.
Headmistress Herrick said you'd be tested tomorrow. Once you've been evaluated, only then will you be introduced to the other students at the academy. Evaluated.
Elian had wanted to ask questions about that. For instance, would the evaluator be checking his marks again? But he was careful with his words. Balin had warned him that there were ears everywhere in this place, and Elian was inclined to believe the man. He did have the idea of writing his questions down. As Cale and Alfred were able to see through his eyes, he could ask questions of them without ever making a sound, and thus never be overheard. But he was too paranoid to do so. One, he would need to dispose of anything he wrote. There was a fireplace in the room, so such a thing could be done easily enough. But what if an invoker were hijacking the vision of a fly or an ant on the wall?
I'd never know.
It was enough to make him jittery. He'd chastise himself for being overly paranoid if it weren't for the fact that he knew all of these things were possible.
The headmaster had sent that crow to watch me and Balin outside the gates of the academy. It's definitely possible someone is spying on me. Then there was the possibility that someone was simply hijacking his own vision. That made him shudder. When in all hell will I be able to actually apply the lily root powder to my summoner mark? With nothing more to do, Elian had gone to bed. The mattress had been just as comfortable as he'd imagined. It was strange falling asleep with two corpses standing on the other side of the room, but it didn't take him long, and it was a lot easier falling asleep in the safety of his locked room in a stone tower than it had been outside with demons roaming day and night, their howls enough to curdle blood. Even if he did feel like he was being watched, he was asleep only moments after his head hit the pillow. Even though he'd been circulating essence through his body much of the time he'd been out there fighting demons, it seemed as though it hadn't been enough to fully take away his need for sleep. Elian woke to a soft knock on the door. He bolted upright, throwing the covers off him, breathing hard. "Calm, Elian. You're in your room at the academy," Alfred said within his mind, the infuser's voice soft. Elian took a deep breath. He called out to whoever was knocking. "Just a moment." He pulled on his clothes, still clean enough from the day before, to make his way to the door, taking the key out from his cloak pocket to unlock it. A servant, a man who'd seen perhaps 20 summers, whose clothes looked more expensive than what Elian wore, held a piece of paper in his hand. "Master Larson is expecting you in the training yards." He passed the note to Elian. "I was told you knew how to read." Elian blinked. "I do." The servant's forehead creased. He bowed his head a tiny fraction, his eyes never dropping to the ground, then turned and walked down the hall. Elian frowned as he watched the servant walk away. Is it just me, or was that servant a bit rude? Cale scoffed within his mind.
That man was clearly the servant of another Marked. They probably intercepted the message so they could get a look at you. Markless rabble. Thinks he's better than you because you came from the lower town.
Elian stiffened at the tone of the man's words. Cale had always been horrible to Markless. Back when the overseer had been alive, he treated Elian like dirt. Well, even worse than dirt if he were honest. Has it really been less than a week since he was stealing my vision and kicking me on the ground, breaking my ribs after I helped distract that hellhound? Elian shook his head. So, someone is spying on me, he muttered. Whether it was other students or the academy's staff, it still didn't feel good. Rumors about you are likely already spreading, Alfred said. You heard the headmistress. Thrice marked don't come from the lower town, and the fact you survived outside the wall. Elian sighed. The last thing he wanted was people talking about him. That would only create more scrutiny. They may have thought that he was thrice marked, but he was actually full marked, which meant he had all 4 marks, that of the invoker, infuser, necromancer, and summoner. It meant he had the potential to be powerful. Perhaps one day he might even be powerful enough to fully restore Cale and Alfred's bodies, then place their souls back inside of them. But being a summoner in the Valley of Auld, the last stronghold of humanity against the waves of the demon hordes, was a death sentence. The full marked of old had called themselves gods, and in their arrogance they'd summoned hordes of demons forth from the netherworld, from demon realms, thinking they could control them, throwing them at their enemies. It had backfired, almost ending the world, or so the stories go. When the damage had been done, full marked had been ripped from their heights and eradicated along with anyone else who bore the mark of a summoner, in a bid to wipe the bloodline from existence and avoid a repeat of the devastation that had forever altered their world. Elian put a hand to his chest as he walked down the spiral stairs of the academy. Just beneath the fabric of his shirt was the evidence of what he was, evidence that he would need to hide for the rest of his life. Now that he was here at the academy, the toll that secret had on him seemed to weigh more than it ever had. He released a breath. No, he told himself, I'm not going to let this bother me.
This is where I've been striving to be, where I want to be. And in my wildest dreams, though I always wished to be marked and secretly thought I was, I never imagined I'd be full marked. I have the potential to be the strongest marked in the Valley of Auld. As long as I'm not discovered, I'm not going to squander that chance by letting my fear master me. Instead, I will master my fear.
He knew that what he intended to do had been done before, knew that at least one other full-marked had walked these halls after the godfall. The man was no longer in the Valley of Auld. He could be dead for all Elian knew. The story was that Derek Hollow had died outside the walls, but Balin, a man who'd been Elian's father's blood-sworn, a highly trained, markless bodyguard given power by an infuser's skills, had told him otherwise.
Yet he refuses to reveal my father's secrets, or anything about him at all, so I don't know where he went or why.
Elian sighed. So many questions. He shook those thoughts away. Perhaps one day he would find the answers he sought. But he knew that day wasn't this day, so he pushed it from his mind. It was time to meet his new instructor. Chapter 2. The training yards were easy to find, especially since he had two voices in his head able to give directions if he ever took a wrong turn. The yards were behind the academy. Elian had never seen anything like them before, clear, flat fields of grass sectioned off. There were 6 different sections in all, with small stone walls separating them. Each of the sections had enough space to run freely in. He'd never seen so much clear space inside the Valley of Auld's walls. Then again, there were many parts of the peaks he hadn't seen, like the pools that Isla Varen had spoken of, and the waterfalls too. Maybe one day he'd get to fully explore the peaks. Maybe Isla would be the one to show him around. There were already people in the training yards, other students that appeared to be doing some sort of training. Some of the training looked organized, with instructors leading exercises or pairs of sparring students in different sections, while others seemed individual. Elian didn't know much about how the academy was run or what an ordinary day would look like for him once he'd been evaluated. He could have asked Cale and Alfred, but when they'd been here and alive, they'd only been once marked, separated from the classes of thrice marked, the classes that Elian would be in. With that information, he'd asked them to refrain from explaining what they'd done. He didn't want to have the wrong expectations. But he was curious. Would he be in the training yards each morning, directing his own training or training with other students? I suppose I'll find out soon enough. The training yards were below him. He was standing near the back exit of the academy's tall tower, and they were down a small slope, giving him a view of them all. Elian, not knowing what exactly he was being evaluated on, had brought his animated minions with him. The corpses stood behind him, their dead faces expressionless. Minion 1, Cale's corpse, was missing an eye, which he'd lost when he'd been killed. Both corpses were covered in blood, and if he wasn't mistaken, they had started to rot. Oddly, he'd become somewhat used to the smell, but perhaps he should get the minions different clothes. I'm getting off track. He was about to ask Cale and Alfred if they knew what this Master Larson looked like when he saw a tall, broad man waving at him from the farthest training yard to the left. I guess that's him. Not wanting to make the man wait, Elian ran down the slope, making his minions follow after him, though he wasn't able to make them move quite as fast. While he ran, he took a look at his status screen. Human, marks 4, tier, Invoker 1, Infuser 0, Necromancer 1, Summoner 1, Skills, Tier 1, Blood Bond, Borrow Trait, Assimilation, Animate Minion, Sight. Essences, Demon 5. 5 units of essence. I wonder when they'll give me more. The last skill he'd used had been Assimilation, which varied in the amount of essence it required. changing the amount of energy within his heart tree that allowed him to make use of the blood-bonded Hellhound's abilities. He'd had 8.5 units and used 3 of them to activate the skill. The reason he only had 5 units left now, instead of 5.5, was because he'd circulated essence to heal the burns passing through salt had inflicted upon him. I'm a marked burned by salt. That's not suspicious. Only demons were burned by salt, after all. He took a moment to examine the light resting within his heart tree. The summoner mark on his chest wasn't the only thing Elian was hiding. Elian had a demon inside of him. When he'd been fighting for his life outside of the walls and had first discovered he was marked, let alone full marked, the very first skill he'd unlocked had been Blood Bond. He'd used it on one of the hellhounds that had been attacking him. A battle of wills had ensued, a battle which he'd won, taking control of the beast, or rather, forming a strong bond. A bond that had proved to be stronger and more meaningful to Elian than he would have ever expected. He grew fond of the hellhound, even naming it Flame, and when it came time to return to the lower town, he'd done something drastic, not wanting to destroy the bond he shared with the hellhound. He'd unlocked the 3rd summoner skill, Assimilation, and he'd used it on the demon. The 2 of them had become one. It had been the only reason he'd been able to survive the last fight he'd been in, against 3 Hellcats, a fight that he hadn't told anyone about yet. Knowing no one would believe that doing something like that would even be possible, Elian passed through the other training yards on his way to Master Larson. As he ran, he couldn't help but notice that other students, even instructors, stopped what they were doing to openly stare at him. He wasn't used to having so many eyes on him, especially not marked eyes, and he didn't like the feeling it gave him. Suddenly, he was even more glad for what Isla had done for him, taking him to that marked tavern, Purgatory, when he was still wearing his tattered and bloody clothes after just returning to the lower town, and making him tell his story to a common room full of marked. She knew what I would have coming when I arrived here. He didn't smile or nod or otherwise show that he registered the onlookers' presence. He didn't know what they all expected of him. He simply passed them all and came to stand in front of Master Larson.
Elian's salt, I presume,
Master Larson said. His shoulders were even broader up close, and he was at least a foot taller than Elian. And Elian wasn't exactly short. He's bigger than Balin. A lot bigger. The man wasn't wearing armor. Instead, he was wearing robes. Elian had seen marked wear robes like this before, and when they passed through the lower town, they were loose but tied tight around the belt, easy to move in. All the students in the training yards were wearing the same type of robes, everyone but Elian, though the master's robes were black while the students' robes were varied in their colors. Does black denote his tier, or his station as a master in the academy? Yes, Master Larson. Elian wasn't sure if he should bow, so he simply stood straight in front of the man, his hands folded behind his back. Master Larson gave him an appraising look, a slow gaze that drifted down to his feet, then back up to his eyes. I've heard much about you, yet know very little. Rumors have already flooded in about your exploits and the other side of the wall. I do not wish to hear your story. Whatever you did or did not survive out there is not my business. What my business is, however, is to establish what you're capable of. The man began pacing, his hands folded neatly in front of him. His strides were like a hellcat, strong, purposeful, with a certain predatory grace. He moves like a warrior. Elian's gaze almost traveled to the other students then, to their sparring and exercises. He wanted to see what he would be learning. He felt suddenly giddy. He may have survived outside the walls, but he'd fumbled through it all, gotten lucky. And he certainly wouldn't be alive if not for his blood-bonded demon Flame. Now, he might actually learn how to fight. I'm not speaking of your skills, what nodes you have unlocked. You are thrice marked, which means you will have many masters. They will instruct you in necromancy, infusion, and invocation. I am here to assess your level of physical prowess and your combat capabilities without the use of your skills.
Interesting. He doesn't want me to use any of my skills?
There are other techniques that must be learnt, however, the manipulation of essence from your art tree being one of them.
Do you mean essence circulation?
Elian asked. Master Larson stopped pacing mid-step, almost as though he'd been frozen there. His nostrils flared, the muscles in his cheeks twitched. He was standing with his side facing Elian. He did not turn to look at him as he spoke. Yes, among other things. You will refrain from interrupting a master when they are speaking. Do you understand?
Elian swallowed. He didn't appreciate being spoken to this way, but he supposed he should have expected it, and it wasn't as if he wasn't used to it. Yes, Master Larson.
Master Larson gave a small nod. You may also address me as Master or Sir, whichever you prefer. I understand that you come from the lower town, and so things will be new to you here. Know that I will never punish you for your first mistake.
Elian raised an eyebrow, one he was glad the master couldn't see. I suppose that means he'll punish me for my second mistake. Maybe he should have asked Alfred and Cale more questions after all. Master Larson continued pacing. He glanced behind Elian at the two minions that had just arrived. There was a hint of recognition in his eyes as he saw them.
You would do well to mask your minions, marked Elian. It is common courtesy among necromancers when the identity of those you have reanimated is known to other people you interact with. Unless, of course, you like rumors.
Elian blinked. He'd definitely never heard of that before. A part of him was annoyed. Neither Isla nor Cale or Alfred had told him anything of the sort.
Huh, Alfred. Is that why some necromancers put masks on their minions? Oh, I thought it was just to make them look more intimidating.
A walking corpse seems intimidating enough on its own,
Cale muttered. Elian pushed their voices away, blocking them out. Thank you for the advice, sir.
I suppose those minions are where you heard of essence circulation, as they were both students here when they were alive. But it will be some time until you'll be able to learn the technique.
Elian smirked. He didn't mean to. It had just slipped right onto his face. Master Larson raised an eyebrow.
Something you wish to say?
Elian cleared his throat. I already know how to use essence circulation. I would have died out there without it. Master Larson tilted his head back.
You already know.
Is that unusual, sir?
Quite.
There was a gleam in his eyes, and he seemed to look at Elian differently, as though he were seeing him again for the first time. He looked him up and down once more.
A thrice marked from the lower town. I suppose I understand why there are so many rumors about you floating around.
He circled his arm above his head.
Run around the training yard, 5 laps as fast as you can.
Elian blinked, but he didn't dawdle. As a markless miner, he was used to taking commands, though those commands had never been for him to run somewhere. Still, he burst into action.
No circulating essence, the master called after him. We must establish a baseline.
Elian heard a click sound. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Master Larson was holding something in his hands, glancing between it and Elian.
A pocket watch, Cale said. Suppose you've never seen one of those before.
Elian frowned. He wasn't sure what a pocket watch was, but he supposed it was some sort of miniature clock. There was a clock in the main square back in the lower town, one his mother had taught him how to read when he was young. He didn't know they came so small. He's timing how long my run takes? Elian had never had much use for running, so honestly he couldn't remember the last time he'd done it outside the fights he'd just been in outside the wall. Perhaps when he'd been a child, playing with the other kids in the lower town. He pushed himself as hard as he could. He ran the first lap with a burst of speed, but then realized he'd overcompensated. He'd burned far too much of his energy far too quickly.
not leaving much behind for the other laps. His quick sprint suddenly turned into a plodding jog. I should have known to pace myself. He'd learned that enough times when he was just a markless salt miner. Instinctively, he felt himself pull essence out of his heart tree. If he healed the muscles in his legs, in his torso, and reinvigorated them with essence, he'd easily get a second wind. He stopped himself, cutting the process off before it could start. Master Larson had instructed him not to circulate essence. He hadn't even been thinking. His body was simply used to doing such a thing. There was another energy source he wished to pull from as well. The energy that was sitting in his heart tree, the energy that represented his assimilation with flame. If he used that energy, he would be dramatically faster than he was without it, but that would only cause another problem. If he ever depleted that energy, the blood-bonded demon would be ejected from him. The assimilation would end, and one entity would once more become two. That would definitely blow my cover. The instinct, however, didn't go away. He felt a sense of pride bloom up within him as he plodded along, his legs feeling heavy. He was better than this, faster, stronger. He was humiliating himself running this slow. He needed to look strong. He pushed those feelings and impulses down, quickly realizing that they must have come from flame. Still, he knew that flame wasn't wrong. Elian was being watched, and not just by Master Larson. Every student in the training yards had stopped to watch him run. Even their instructors had. Are they just going to stand there and watch my entire evaluation? Just the thought of that unsettled him, making him want to pull from the energy ever more. He wouldn't let himself, however. He knew how much of a mistake it would be if he did. Even if he didn't use too much and flame remained safe within his heart tree, Master Larson would certainly notice his burst of speed. Whether he knew why it actually happened, or would just attribute it to him using essence circulation when he shouldn't have, he would notice. I can't have that. So he simply pushed his legs as fast as they would go, trying to better pace himself as he went. Elian had a lot of stamina from his times in the mine. It just didn't translate all that well to running. By the time he finished, his side was hurting. He doubled over, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Master Larson said, standing over him. The man was staring at the pocket watch. He clicked a button on the side of it when Elian had returned. Well, that wasn't completely horrible. Elian deflated. It wasn't the compliment he'd been looking for. He heard instructors calling to students, telling them to get on with whatever it was they'd been doing. Elian stared down at his feet, his forehead creased. He suddenly felt horrible about himself, about his capabilities, his mind throwing doubts at him, wondering if he should even be here in the first place. He shut those feelings and thoughts down the moment they came. Elian couldn't afford to think that way. How do I turn this into something positive? The thought came out of nowhere. The words didn't quite sound like himself, but he latched on to them. Elian had come to the academy so that he could learn. If he truly wanted to, he could have remained outside the walls and continued fighting demons, taking their essence, breaking through nodes with only his blood-bonded demon and 2 corpse minions by his side. It might have killed him, but it wasn't as though being here at the academy wasn't a risk. But this was where he'd wanted to be, and it still was. There was no time to second-guess himself and no room for self-pity. It's good that I'm slow, weak, without skill. It's good that I have a lot to learn, because if I was able to survive outside the walls, barely knowing what I was doing, how much better will I fare once I've been trained up, not just from unlocking nodes, but training up in everything. Master Larson didn't give him time to get lost in his thoughts. After he'd jotted something down on a piece of parchment, he'd barked another order for Elian. It appeared as though his evaluation had just begun. Chapter 3. Master Larson made Elian do all manner of strange exercises, explaining what they were called and demonstrating them himself if Elian hadn't heard of them. Elian even had to hold weights while doing some of them. Push-ups, squats, overhead press, and something called a handstand where he literally had to stand on his hands. Elian didn't know exactly what this would be good for, and while he felt as though he was strong enough to manage it, he completely lacked the balance to do so. And he kept falling to the grass, eliciting laughter from the other training yards. Again, he didn't care. He just kept pushing himself. Then it was time for hand-to-hand combat. Master Larson placed the piece of parchment with its wood backing down on the ground beside him. He rolled his head around his neck. There were training weapons at the edge of the yard that Elian had noticed before. He wondered if they would be using those today. Master Larson did not reach for them.
It's time to assess your unarmed combat capabilities, Master Larson said.
Elian swallowed. Unarmed? He frowned. He had more questions, but he'd learned not to ask them. Already, Master Larson's expression had turned grim at him having spoken out of turn. Why exactly would I want to learn how to fight unarmed against another marked? How will that help me fight against a demon? He understood what the exercises were for. The stronger, faster, and more powerful his body became, the better he would perform against a demon. But he wouldn't be fighting them unarmed. Even if he were, wouldn't something that worked against a human not work against a demon? He released a silent sigh, not voicing any of his questions. He also didn't like the fact that he couldn't use any of his skills. His minions were simply standing to the side, and something told him Master Larson would knock him to the ground if he tried to take the man's sight. I wonder what the punishments are like here at the academy, though I don't want to find out firsthand. Elian took a hesitant step closer to the man. Master Larson had his hands up, fingers curled into fists. His left leg was forward in some sort of fighting stance. His entire demeanor had shifted. Elian would have preferred to fight someone else, maybe another clueless student who'd just arrived here. Preferably one even more clueless than himself. Master Larson extended his left hand, opened his palm, and gestured for Elian to step forward.
Hit me.
Elian swallowed and did exactly as the man ordered. Well, he tried to. If Elian didn't know any better, he'd think the master was circulating essence himself, or perhaps using some sort of skill to make his body faster. Elian threw punch after punch. Master Larson didn't block any of these punches. He didn't need to. He was simply never there when any of the punches landed. Elian grew more and more frustrated. He let that anger fuel him. His attacks became swifter, but also more wild. Then suddenly he found himself falling face first into the grass. Uproarious laughter followed, then someone barked for silence, and the laughter was cut off. Elian stood, dusted himself off, and looked over at the master. Not exactly sure what I learnt there. Master Larson grunted.
You weren't supposed to learn anything from that. I was.
He tilted his chin up.
And I have learned a great deal.
He gestured toward the practice weapons.
Pass me a practice sword and shield, then take one of each up for yourself.
The evaluation continued like this. Master Larson tested him with sword, spear, and axe. He tested him with crossbows and longbows. He tested him with halberd and warhammer. By the time the evaluation was over, every single muscle in Elian's body ached. Elian was used to his body aching from strenuous work, but this had been different. This wasn't the same movements repeated over and over for hours on end, something that he'd been doing for years. Every single one of these movements was unfamiliar to him. He may have wielded a spear out there against the demons, killing his fair share, but this man made him use muscles he never even knew he had. Master Larson came to stand above where Elian had collapsed onto the ground. All he wanted to do was circulate his essence, to reduce the pain he was feeling in his muscles, to feel a burst of energy. But he didn't want to go against the man's orders. Besides, he didn't know how long it would be until he managed to get more essence in this place. He looked up at the master. The man was holding a glowing stone in his palm.
Take this and use the essence from within it to heal your body of all it has just endured. Then take your breakfast in the main hall.
The man placed the essence stone in Elian's hand.
Someone will come for you when you are next needed.
Master Larson turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Elian staring at the stone a little dumbfounded. That wasn't what he'd been expecting, but he was glad for it. His stomach rumbled, not having realized how hungry he was. He stood and started walking back to the tower. The training yards, blessedly, were quiet. There wasn't a soul in sight out here, except for a lone crow perched on the edge of one of the fences. The sight of the bird made his shoulders stiffen.
Is that the same crow from yesterday?
He narrowed his eyes at the crow for a moment, then looked away.
Yeah, it's definitely the same crow.
Even if he was wrong about that, he reminded himself that he always had to treat it as though he were being watched, because if he didn't, if he became complacent...
I don't need to think about that right now.
He looked at the stone in his hands once more, smiling down at it. Elian had worked hard to acquire his first essence stones, and by acquire, he'd had to steal them from Kale. This one he'd simply been handed just for doing a few hours of exercises. He pulled the essence from the stone, then checked how much he had in his heart tree. Essences: Demon, 5. Raw, 1. Elian stopped. He tilted his head to the side. Raw essence? So there was different types of essence? Why hadn't he asked Kale or Alfred about this? He shook his head. He was too tired to get into a conversation with them right now. His stomach grumbled. His muscles ached. He pulled essence from his heart tree and began circulating it through his body. This helped him find immediate relief. Elian took a deep breath. The crisp mountain air tasted fresher than anything he'd ever remembered breathing. He stopped before entering the academy. His muscles no longer ached. His head no longer clouded. Elian turned back and looked over at the training yards where he'd spent the last few hours. He had a lot to learn, and despite his initial self-deprecating feelings on that, he was glad. He hadn't been here long, not even half a full day, and yet he was already imagining what his life would look like in a week, a month, a year. He hefted the essence stone, slipped it into his pocket. His stomach still grumbled, perhaps even more than it had before. Circulating essence didn't seem to do a damn thing for his hunger. A bell rang as he was walking toward the main hall. He frowned. The clang was rather loud, making him want to clamp his ears shut. "What's that bell?" Elian muttered.
"The summons," Alfred said. "To the front of the academy."
"A summons?" Elian asked. He began to notice other students streaming down the stairs, through the hallways toward the front door to the tower, the same door Elian had just stepped through the day before, with Balin at his side. He hadn't had a chance to see the man yet today. "What's it about?"
"I don't know,"
Kale said.
"I'm stuck inside your head."
Elian sighed. He looked forlornly at the doors that led to where his breakfast was waiting for him, smelled the scents of meat and eggs and porridge and roast vegetables. Dead gods, he needed to eat. He turned and headed toward the front of the tower, coming to walk beside the other students. Some glanced his way, but he was no longer their greatest point of interest, at least not currently. They all looked just as curious as he did about the summons.
At least I'm not the only one unaware of what's going on.
It's unusual, having a summons at this time of day. Unless...
Alfred trailed off. Elian didn't want to ask him to elaborate when he was surrounded by other students. He made his minions stand inside, near the main hall, loitering on their own. He noticed they weren't the only minions around, so figured it should be all right, even if it felt strange leaving them behind. Elian got lost in the crowd, and it really was a crowd. Hundreds of students piled out of the doors of the academy, gathering on the front lawns. The gates that he'd passed through the day before were closed. The crow he'd seen not a moment ago on the other side of the academy was perched atop those gates. He stared at the crow. The crow cawed. It was the same crow. He glanced around those gathered. He hadn't realized there were this many students at the academy. He couldn't remember ever seeing this many people in one place before in his entire life. It made him wonder and realize just how many marked there must be. If we have so many marked, why don't we try to take out the demon hordes? Reclaim the world that was lost to us during the Godfall? That was a question for another time. Perhaps he'd find his answers in the library when he had a chance to look through the books. He didn't think any of the masters would appreciate him posing the question to them. It seemed like a touchy subject. Once the entirety of the crowd had made it to the front lawns, they turned around, looking up at a balcony that hung over the lawn. Headmistress Herrick was standing at that balcony, her hands gripping the railing. She looked as she did the night before, flowing silver robes, head held high, a look of power and importance about her. And old. She looked so very old. There were others around her, too, masters of the academy, he supposed. Master Larson was one of them. The man stood with his hands folded behind his back, looking much the same as he had when he'd been evaluating Elian. The other masters, men and women, flanked the headmistress. They were an assortment of ages. Some didn't wear robes, but armor, much like the marked guards back in the lower town. But it wasn't the masters and mistresses of the academy that drew Elian's attention. It was a figure standing behind them. A woman. A young woman. Couldn't be older than 18 by the look of her. She wore rich clothes, clearly from the peaks. No one in the lower town or even the middle city could afford to dress like that. Her head was held high, chin raised almost as though she were looking at the sky. But it wasn't a gaze at the heavens. It was a gaze of defiance. Her eyes were shining. Someone laid a hand on Elian's shoulder. He flinched, turned, then relaxed. "Balin," he muttered. Balin grunted at him. His gaze was turned up, staring at the balcony. His face was ashen, eyes a little wide. "Good to see you here." A slight bit of relief. He squeezed Elian's shoulder. Elian frowned. "What is this?" The woman wore manacles. Elian rubbed his wrist, remembering the manacles that had been around them when Kale had found he'd stolen one of the man's essence stones. "Watch." He didn't take his hand from Elian's shoulder. His other hand reached up to his ear, grabbed the earlobe between thumb and forefinger. Ears everywhere. Elian gazed up at the balcony. The headmistress began to speak.
"Those of you who are new to the academy may be wondering about why you have been summoned. Those who have been here longer will already understand."
She raised her chin.
400 years ago, the full Marked who ruled us were torn down from their thrones, and the summoner line was dashed from existence. But like all lines, the blood of the summoner is strong, and sometimes it rears its head and appears once more.
The woman struggled. Two strong-looking men were holding her arms. Their grip redoubled. She began to sob. Still, her head was high, defiant. Elian's heart thudded, jumped up to his throat. He felt a terrible pit in his stomach. The headmistress opened her mouth to continue speaking, but her words were cut off. A shriek, a shout. The woman struggling, she screamed words clearly heard from all corners of the lawn.
"I am Rena of House Racken. This is a mistake. Mother, please, look at me."
Her gaze was on a woman, one of the mistresses who stood next to the headmistress.
"Please, Mother, I'm not a summoner. The mark is wrong."
Headmistress Herrick turned. She looked at Master Larson, nodded. The man turned his head. The shouting ceased. The woman still struggled, still opened her mouth. It looked as though she were trying to scream, unable. Did he take her voice? Elian didn't know such a thing was possible. Sight, smell, hearing, but one's voice? He stopped himself from shuddering.
Today a summoner was revealed,
Head Mistress Herrick continued. Her voice was calm, devoid of emotion, but the way she gripped the rail made Elian think she felt something. Or maybe he just hoped she did.
Justice must be served. No one can be spared this fate, no matter where they come from. This is the only way we can keep the Valley of Auld safe.
She tipped her head.
For the Valley.
For the Valley! The words rang out from every mouth in the crowd, every mouth on the balcony. All except for Elian, Balin, and Rena of House Rakan. Her execution was swift. A noose tightened about her neck. The two men holding her picked her up. Over the balcony she went, and there she remained. Chapter 4. Elian had witnessed horrible things. He'd watched his own mother wither and die as he sat at her deathbed. He saw the corpses of the guards who had tried to protect him and the other miners in the wagon outside the walls. He'd seen some of those same fellow miners killed by demons and him unable to protect them. But he'd never seen something so callous, so harsh. And these people were not demons. They were just, well, people. Elian sat in the main hall, Balin across from him. A steaming pile of food rested on his plate. He'd been incredibly hungry before the summons, before the execution. Now, he couldn't imagine eating a bite. Eat, Balin said. It sounded like a command. Elian did as the man bid. The food was tasteless, bitter. His mind swirled. His head thudded. He felt an emptiness inside, though something was filling it fast. Dread. He'd known, of course, known what happened to summoners, but he'd never witnessed it before. Had he really been so foolish as to believe he could be safe here? He couldn't get rid of the image of Rena screaming at her mother who hadn't even looked at her mother who had no doubt loved her daughter. Deep inside, Elian had dreams of one day revealing who he truly was to those at the academy, when he was respected, when he was powerful. The reactions would be hostile at first, but he would get through to them, and they would understand that he was not evil, that he was good, that he was there to help. He'd known such fancies had been foolish. She was a part of one of the families, her own mother, a mistress at the academy, and yet, still, she was killed, executed without a second thought. She still hung out there beneath the balcony. When he paused, tilted his head to the side, his superior hearing could make out the creaking of the rope. It was a mistake coming here. He looked at Balin, remembered what the man had said when he'd found him out on the lawn, the relief in his voice. You thought... Elian trailed off. He couldn't speak the next words. You thought that it would be me. Balin grunted. That was the extent of their conversation on the matter. I heard you were evaluated this morning. How'd it go? Elian blinked. It felt like his session with Master Larson had been months ago, yet he was sure that less than half an hour had passed. I have a lot to learn. Balin nodded. You do. But this is a good place for learning. Balin wished I wasn't marked. Wished I'd never come here. He told me so himself. It was something he'd forgotten the man had said, and now he was beginning to realize why he'd said it. He'd been worried for Elian. Of course he'd been worried. Elian continued eating the food. He noticed he wasn't the only one in a subdued mood. There weren't a great many people currently eating in the main hall, but the students who were here were all quiet. He wondered how they all felt, Seeing that happen to someone who could have just as easily been one of them. Someone who'd grown up in the peaks, like many of these people had. But it's different for them. They know they're safe. They might worry about a younger sister, a cousin, a friend, or even a future child bearing the mark of the summoner, but they do not worry for themselves.
You knew what coming here would mean,
Balin said. His words were not harsh, but nor did they have sympathy in them. Elian hated that he couldn't speak his mind, could not communicate with this man properly. Maybe I'm not being watched. Maybe that worry's all in my head. But I can't risk it. As he finished off his food, he wondered if there was a better way to talk to Balin. The souls within his heart tree were able to speak directly into Elian's mind. Would there be a way for him to talk to them through his thoughts? And if there was, would there be a way to speak to someone else that way? That kind of ability seemed like a stretch. Out of the 4 marks, he wasn't sure who might possess something like that. Though he had been able to communicate mentally with Flame.
You are Elian Salt?
A woman stood to his side. She didn't look like a servant, like the last person who'd come for him. This was a student, perhaps in her 2nd or 3rd year. Elian nodded.
Mistress Racken wishes to see you. I'll lead you to her classroom.
Mistress Racken. The name made Elian freeze, the woman who'd just died. Her words replayed in his mind.
I am Rena of House Racken. This is a mistake. Mother, please, look at me.
Why does she wish to see me? Elian asked. The older student frowned.
For your invoker evaluation.
Elian blinked. Of course. He stood up, nodded at Balin. Something told him the man wasn't supposed to come along. To be honest, Elian didn't want him to. His plate was empty of food. He hadn't felt hungry after what had happened, but he was glad he'd eaten. He knew his body needed it. He felt a bit sick, however, and strange, as he followed the student up the stairs on the way to meet the mother of the woman who'd just been executed, who was still swinging from the balcony, the creak of the rope audible to anyone with keen enough ears. Has she chosen to keep working today? Or is that not a choice she can make? They walked up 2 sets of stairs, then down a broad hallway until they stopped at a large set of doors. The student who'd led him here wasn't very talkative. She simply told Elian to knock, then walked away. Elian hesitated as his fist almost hit the door to knock. It hung there in the air for a moment.
Enter,
a voice said from inside. Elian hadn't knocked yet. Ears everywhere. There was a flutter of wings. He looked to his left, caught white feathers flitting out a window. Eyes, too, he thought, pushing open the doors. Elian didn't know this woman, and even though he'd been invited, it felt like an intrusion entering her domain. Elian wasn't sure what he'd been expecting from the classroom. He'd never been in any sort of place of learning before. There was an academy for markless somewhere in the middle city. It taught trades of the mind, or so he'd heard, not that he really knew what that might refer to. This classroom was quite large. There were perhaps 20 desks with a lane down the middle and an open space at the front. At the front, there were cages, several of them, and the cages were occupied by animals. A bird, a cat, a dog, some sort of lizard. They seemed fairly docile. The dog lifted its head lazily, looking over at him, then went back to resting. Looking at the dog, he couldn't help but be reminded of Flame. Dogs and hellhounds weren't exactly the same, but the comparison came naturally.
Elian Salt?
A woman sat behind a large, heavy desk. Her hands were clasped upon the desk in front of her, and she had a severe look about her. Elian wondered if that was always how she looked, or if perhaps it was simply more severe given what had happened less than half an hour ago. She just lost her daughter. She didn't even turn around to look at her as she screamed her name. If she could have, would she have helped? Or would she have killed her daughter herself? He couldn't help but think both were equally possible. Elian opened his mouth. Nothing but a croak came out. He cleared his throat. "Yes?" He paused, remembering himself. "Yes, mistress?" She nodded, gestured to a chair in front of her.
Please, join me.
Elian did as she instructed, walking down the center of the class between the different desks. He looked at the animals in their cages instead of at the woman who kept them. "I'm sorry for your loss." The words flitted through his mind. He could taste them on the tip of his tongue, but he wasn't sure what the etiquette for such things was, and he wasn't exactly in a position to ask Cale or Alfred. He took a seat across from the woman. She was looking at him.
You are thrice marked,
Mistress Rackin said flatly. It wasn't a question, and so Elian said nothing.
You may think that means that you are better than others. You may think it means that you do not need to train as hard as a once marked, for you have access to 3 times as many skills as they do. You, however, would be wrong. The fact of the matter is that you will find you have to work 3 times as hard as a once marked. You have more skills at your disposal, and so you will be spread more thin in the learning of them.
Elian hadn't thought about it that way, but her words made sense to him. Though he had to admit he'd never once thought he would need to train as much as someone with less marks, nor did he intend to cut himself any slack when it came to his training. He knew that the more he learned, the more he was likely to stay alive. Whether that was inside the walls where no demons roamed, or without them in the place the demons now called their own. "I intend to train as hard as I can," Elian said, though he wasn't sure if the woman had been looking for a response from him.
That is good to hear, though it is not an unusual refrain from a first-year student.
She paused, her eyes narrowing.
One that is often proven wrong.
Elian leaned back slightly in his chair. He found that he liked this woman, except for the part where she'd ignored her daughter's screams.
I have brought you here to test your skills. Tell me, what nodes have you unlocked for Invoker?
Just the one, Elian said. Sight.
There is no need to qualify that statement with the word just, Elian. It is exceedingly rare that any student should come here already having unlocked any node. And by rare, I mean it is unheard of in the last 400 years.
Not since before the Godfall, then. Elian thought he knew why that was. Everyone was tested by a seeker to see if they were marked, but that same seeker who tested them was also there to look for whether or not someone possessed a summoner mark. Taking in essence wasn't something that happened outside of these tests, not normally at least. It's a good thing they didn't further test me, that they didn't know I possessed a bloodline, otherwise I would have ended up just like her daughter. Things had been different in the past. I had to unlock it, Elian said, to survive. Mistress Rakan leaned forward, putting more weight on her elbows.
Salt.
She said the word as though tasting it, eyes narrowing.
It's said you don't know who your father is. He must have been from a strong bloodline, and yet to consort with a markless from the lower town.
She made the tisk noise, then leaned back in her chair.
You have essence to draw from?
I do, Elian said. He sat stiffly in his chair. He'd expected comments about his mother, about where he'd come from, and yet still it had taken him by surprise. Anger rose up within him, flaring and roiling inside. He clamped it down. He needed to be able to keep a cool head, even if he didn't want to. Even if his instincts mixed in with the hellhounds were telling him to rip this woman's throat out for the way she'd spoken. And this would be the least of the comments he would receive. Calm yourself, Elian. Breathe. He took a silent breath. The woman had an eyebrow raised, almost as though she could read his thoughts, or at least his intentions. Dead gods, I hope that's not something possible. His earlier assessment about liking this woman shifted rapidly. Mistress Rakan motioned toward one of the cages, the one with the bird. It wasn't a crow like the one he'd been seeing all around the academy since he arrived the day before. No, this was a small bluebird. It was rather beautiful. Its head twitched from one side to the other, and it released the occasional chirp.
Show me your skill. Take the bird's vision.
He hadn't noticed before, but upon her desk sat a pocket watch, one that was almost identical to Master Larsen's. Elian frowned. Is she going to time how long I take the bird's vision for? The fights with hellhounds that he'd been in had all happened so fast he couldn't remember if the skill had ever run out. He had wondered what its limits might be, and if she were to time him, it seemed those limits might vary. Elian didn't hesitate. He activated his sight skill. The bird's eyes flashed white as the skill worked on it. The bird wasn't agitated. If he were honest, Elian had thought it would freak out and start screeching. He'd even flinched slightly as he'd done it, expecting the worst. He knew what it was like to suddenly have one's vision taken away. Instead, the bird had dropped its head and fallen asleep. There was a swift ticking noise coming from the pocket watch. The woman had pressed a button on its side.
When it gets dark, birds think it's nighttime. Taking their vision actually calms many of them. That's why I use a bird for this.
Mistress Rakan said. I didn't know that. Elian felt a little less bad, testing his skill on an animal now that she'd told him. He thought he was being rather cruel, but he'd understood the utility of it. Every time he'd used his sight skill, it had been while in the middle of combat. He hadn't had much time to focus on the changes it gave to his vision. He looked out a window and smiled at just how far he could see. The window didn't face the middle city or the lower town. It faced the other side of the mountain. He could see the valley and the river leading to the ocean.
Not surprising that you did not know,
Mistress Rakan said.
I can't imagine you have much of an education.
This perhaps should have made him bristle like her other comment had, but just like when Isla had assumed he couldn't read, he did not see the harm in it. It was simply the truth after all. He didn't have much of an education. Didn't have any education, really. He decided not to respond to the woman. Instead, he focused on the bird, with its head down, resting in the crook beneath its shoulder and wing. The bird's chest rose and fell slowly as it breathed. He tilted his head to the side. He liked the silence, the calm that was falling upon him, a calm that he didn't experience, couldn't experience beyond the wall. A calm that he'd barely experienced inside the wall, if he were honest. A strange calm to find, especially after what had just happened. There are no demons here, and right now no one will discover what I am. I have to trust that, let go of my fear. He sunk into the calm. In the corner of his vision, he saw the woman look at her ticking pocket watch and raise an eyebrow. Had she expected his skill to end already? Tug. He frowned. Elian had felt something tugging at his heart tree. What had that been? The essence he'd used for the skill was already gone. His sight skill always took the same amount of essence to use, 0.2 units. So what had the tug been? That's when he felt it, a line connecting him to the bird. It came from his chest, from his heart tree. Now that he knew it was there, he honestly wondered how it was possible that he'd never noticed it before. Of course there's a connection between myself and the bird. I'm currently using its sight. He just hadn't known the connection would be something tangible. It was reminiscent of the connection he had between himself and his blood-bonded demon. When the demon had not been assimilated with him, but a separate entity, there had been a line between them. Something that had signified their bond, something that only he and the demon could see. He shared a similar bond with the two minions he'd reanimated, though this bond wasn't as strong as the one he'd had with his demon. That line was more stable. He couldn't think of anything that would be able to cut them. The line between himself and the bird was fragile, and it was thinning fast. Now that he had focused on the line, it wasn't only something he could feel, it quickly became something he could see. He doubled down his focus, using every ounce of it to see and feel that line. He imagined the line stronger, imagined it was like a thick rope or even a steel rod. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead from the effort. Still, the line thinned, more and more, until finally it was gone altogether. His vision dulled, color drained from the world, though he knew that wasn't truly the case. It was just going back to how it had been before he'd stolen the bird's vision. There was a sharp click. Mistress Rakan had stopped the timer.
Fascinating.
Chapter 5. Elian blinked. He wiped sweat from his brow. He felt tired, more tired than he ever had after using that skill. He wondered what he'd been doing, trying to imagine the line as stronger. He doubted it had any effect. "What's fascinating?" he asked, looking over at Mistress Rakan. "Mistress?" he remembered to add after a moment. The woman blinked. She was still looking down at the watch in her hands.
2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Elian frowned. "That's how long my skill lasted?" That didn't sound like a very long time. "Did I perform poorly?" The woman blinked again, looked up at him. She looked different to how she had a moment before, like her walls were down.
Poorly?
She shook her head.
You misunderstand. 2 minutes and 11 seconds is a tremendous achievement.
Her eyes narrowed.
Is this some sort of trick?
Elian frowned. "Trick?"
Has someone put you up to this? Trained you up outside of the academy before revealing you as marked? Though what their motives would be, I can't imagine.
Elian's mouth fell open, a little dumbfounded by the question. It took him a moment to find words. "I assure you I haven't received any training. Nothing but the few days I spent outside the wall. Is 2 minutes really that good?"
A Tier 1 invoker, once marked, twice marked or thrice marked, is typically only able to maintain a sight skill for up to 10 seconds without extensive training. With training, it can go far longer, but without.
10 seconds? Elian felt a stab of fear. Was this because he was full marked? He knew that full marked had the potential to become significantly stronger than other marked, knew that they had access to more essence or something. Honestly, he wasn't sure why they were stronger, other than they would, of course, have access to every single mark and be able to unlock the nodes and gain skills for each one of them. Were there other things that made him different? Or was this because of being assimilated with flame? He took a moment to examine the ball of light currently residing in his heart tree. The ball of light that was the demon he'd smuggled into the Academy of Marked, probably the first time a demon had been up here since the hordes descended on the world. The amount of light, the energy he could draw upon that would give him heightened strength and speed, or even allow him to breathe fire, hadn't changed. He would know if it had. So how had this happened? Why had this happened? The voices of the minions in his mind were quiet. They had been that way for a little while, actually. He wouldn't have minded if they spoke up to him right now, explained to him what might be going on. Elian swallowed.
No extra training.
The woman trailed off.
You used this skill many times, however, outside the wall.
I did. Would that account for how long it lasts?
Definitely not. I could imagine it lasting for 20 seconds with that amount of experience, maybe 30, but...
She stood from her chair and strode straight toward the classroom's door.
Wait here. Do not leave this room.
The double doors slapped shut after she left. The sound startled him. Startled the bird awake, too. It ruffled its feathers, looking around blearily, as though it had no idea what was going on. You and me both. He looked at the window. It could open. A mad part of him wondered if he should try to climb out and down the tower. He could probably manage it, too. And he would get caught. Where had the woman gone? To get another one of the masters? To get the headmistress? What if they decided to interrogate him? Am I in trouble here? He whispered. Cale and Alfred remained silent. Unsettlingly silent. He examined the lines that led to them, There was something off about them. He could still feel their souls within his heart tree, but the connection had been changed? Is that even possible? Normally, he would appreciate that quiet. Not so much right now. He touched a hand to his chest where the summoner mark was. For all he knew, his sweat had already cleaned it off. The doors opened. Mistress Racken walked through with a man at her side. Not just any man, either. It was someone Elian recognized. Master Larson. The master's forehead was creased as Mistress Racken shut the doors behind them.
"So what is it you wanted to show me?"
Master Larson asked her. She strode down the line between the desks. Considering how swiftly she was walking, Elian thought it would have made quite a racket. Her steps were soft, however, and he could recognize the training evident in the way she walked. It wasn't quite as graceful as Master Larson, but was still very athletic. The woman sat at her desk, took up the pocket watch a second time, then spoke.
Show him. Take the bird's vision.
Too late to run now. Elian let out a quiet breath, wondered if he should cut the skill short this time, try and seem unremarkable. He'd certainly seemed that way to Master Larson. It shouldn't be too hard to manage it again. But something told him it was too late for that. Best not make them wait. He activated his sight skill. Once more the bird's eyes flashed white. Once more he felt the essence bleed out of him at the use of the skill fueling it. The bird's head dropped, tucked back under its wing. Elian wondered if the poor thing was getting confused. I'm sure it's used to this kind of treatment. He saw the line almost instantly this time, felt its tug at his heart tree. He focused on it. The room was quiet, but for the ticking of the mistress's pocket watch tracking his time, the breathing of the master and mistress watching. He let that drift away from him, let his worries about what they might think of this skill lasting as long as it did drift away too. It was simply himself and the line. Once again he concentrated on it, trying to strengthen it, bolster it. Last time all he could see was the line continuing to fade, continuing to become thinner and thinner the longer it went on. This time it was different. The line actually became more solid. At least it did for a few seconds. Then he was sure it was taking much longer to thin than it had the first time. Maybe it was because he'd concentrated on it right away. That bead of sweat appeared on his forehead again, and it brought a few of its friends along with it. He ignored them as they dripped down into his eye. He forced his eyes not to blink. He still felt a bit of fatigue from the first time he'd done this, whatever this was, but he wasn't going to budge. Finally, the skill ended. The pocket watch clicked. Elian slumped, took a long breath, wiped his brow. He smiled, felt like it had lasted longer this time.
"Impossible,"
Master Larson breathed.
2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Mistress Rakan ran a hand through her hair, the movement looking rather unusual on her. She looked past Elian at the master standing behind him.
What's happening?
Elian turned, stepped back so he could see the both of them. They were looking at each other, but not at him, almost like he wasn't there. Master Larson shook his head.
"I don't know. This is highly unusual."
Impossible, you said, but clearly it isn't. Dead gods, why did I do it again?
Elian wondered if he'd just made his situation worse.
Could he be a prodigy?
Mistress Racken whispered, again speaking as though he wasn't there at all.
What's a prodigy?
Elian had never heard the word before. Was it some kind of slang?
"The way he fought today, I wouldn't have said so,"
Master Larson replied.
"But seeing this..."
His frown deepened. He looked at Elian.
"How many nodes have you unlocked in the invoker line?"
1, sir," Elian replied immediately. He'd trained enough with the master that morning that he hadn't even hesitated in calling the man sir.
"Tier 1. A single node unlocked."
Master Larson sighed.
I haven't heard of anyone possessing such natural talent for a long while.
Natural talent?
Could it be because he is thrice marked?
Mistress Rackham asked. There was doubt in her voice. She herself had told him that shouldn't make any difference.
Even if he were full marked, it wouldn't give him the ability to do this.
The woman flinched when Master Larson said full marked. Elian flinched too. Oh, how close they were coming to discovering what he actually was. Far, far too close for his liking. He almost took another step back, but stopped himself. He didn't want the sudden movement to catch their attention. Suddenly, he was glad that they were treating him like he wasn't even there. He wanted to shrink into the background and disappear. Instead, he spoke up. "Oh, what's a prodigy?" They looked at him. Each had a hint of surprise in their eyes. Maybe they had forgotten he was still in the room. Master Larson cleared his throat.
A prodigy is someone with unusual gifts. They take to an ability in a way that others don't, as though they were born to do it, and all their lives, their bodies and minds have simply been waiting to perform the task.
Natural talent. He didn't think he'd ever had any talent of any kind. Then again, he never really had a chance to find out. "What does it mean?" Elian asked.
It means there will be even more rumors about you, Master Larson said. But other than that, it will not change much in your day-to-day.
Mistress Rackham scoffed.
How could it not? There hasn't been a prodigy in this school for over 100 years.
What about Derek Hollow? Elian wanted to ask, but didn't. That's when he remembered his minions having been quiet. He piped up, Mistress, is there any reason why my connection to my minions might be strained? I haven't heard their voices in some time, and they're usually quite chatty. Mistress Rackham looked at him a little dazed.
Minions? Of course. I heard you had 2 of those.
She waved a hand toward the door.
There is an item influencing the room, an infuser invention. It blocks part of a necromancer's connection to their minions. Mostly, it's so students can concentrate in class without the incessant ramblings of their minions' voices in their head.
It's also so necromancers don't become reliant on the information their minions can give them. Students at this academy are supposed to learn for themselves, not get all the answers from the souls of the dead. If a necromancer were to rely too heavily on any one minion, if that minion were to be killed in battle, it could hinder them severely in the future.
He paused.
At least that is the Academy's rationale. Though it is rare a minion's soul is actually useful to the necromancer, especially if that soul's body has been dead for a long time.
Balin had told him about the madness that often befell necromancers. Not something he wanted to suffer from, that was for sure. He looked at Master Larson for a moment, sure that was the longest he'd actually spoken to Elian since they'd met that morning, despite him having spent several hours taking orders from the man. Does he see me differently now? If this wasn't because he was full marked, as the master had said, then why was it? Was he truly a prodigy, and what exactly would that mean for him? This isn't Flame doing this for me, is it? His worry was that it was, but his instinct was to think that it wasn't. He looked over at the door. He also wondered what other types of infuser items were out there, and if any of them had the ability to block an invoker's skills. Maybe he would feel more secure in his room if that were the case.
We will have to speak with Headmistress Herrick,
Mistress Rackham said.
She will want to know about this.
Fingers gripped his heart. The last time he'd seen Headmistress Herrick, the woman had been ordering the execution of a summoner, the daughter of the woman who had just spoken. And yet it's like it hasn't even happened, like her daughter never existed. Perhaps he was being unfair in thinking that. He had no idea what might be going through the mistress's head, just as they had no idea what was going through his. Else he'd be dead. Master Larson raised a hand.
No need to bother the headmistress with this. At least not right away.
He put a hand on Elian's shoulder. The weight of it there was unsettling.
Perhaps I should speak with the lad, see if there's anything else unusual about him.
Mistress Rackham narrowed her eyes at Master Larson, but she did not object. Instead, her shoulders slumped, and she actually looked a little relieved.
Elian, wait outside, Master Larson said.
Yes, sir, he muttered before heading to the door. As he closed it, he saw the master embracing the other woman. Elian quickly looked away. It was the embrace of comfort, one given to someone who had just suffered a loss. There were tears in Rackham's eyes. Not so heartless as I thought. Chapter 6. Elian fidgeted where he stood outside Mistress Rakan's classroom, awaiting the chat with Master Larson. The man's words repeated in his mind. Perhaps I should speak with the lad. See if there is anything else unusual about him. He swallowed. What else could be unusual about me, other than the fact I'm full marked and am currently carrying a demon within my core? But he didn't think they suspected. That wasn't what appeared to be happening here. They think I'm a prodigy. I still don't really know what that means. For the first time since he'd seen Rena Rakan hung from the balcony just outside the academy earlier that day, Elian felt a spark of hope within his heart. He'd been worried ever since that moment that they would suspect him for what he truly was. He'd seen how coldly they killed that woman without a second thought, and he knew that it could happen to him. They wouldn't hesitate. But it hadn't happened. He wasn't going to let it happen. If they thought he was special in a way that had nothing to do with him being full marked, then he could use that. He knew he shouldn't be courting more attention. Elian had enough of that in this place as it was with all the rumors about him flying around. Despite the fact that he hadn't yet spoken to another student at this academy and had barely been here for a day. But he wasn't going to shy away from this. They were impressed with what I could do. He wasn't sure he could ever remember anyone being impressed by him before, except maybe the miners when he was saving their lives. He found he liked the feeling. The door to the classroom opened. Master Larson stepped out. There was a pained expression on his face, an expression that only remained there for a moment. It was washed away as the doors closed behind him. The man turned his attention toward Elian, folding his hands behind his back.
Follow me, Elian.
He strode down the hall, boots slapping on the stone. Elian followed. The man's office was 2 floors up. Elian figured he would become used to the winding stairs and the sheer number of them. Figured that one day they wouldn't make his thighs and calves burn. He didn't circulate essence around his body. He liked the feeling of exertion climbing the stairs provided, and he didn't know how much more essence he would receive, nor when he would receive it. That made him wonder. When would he next be able to travel to the other side of the wall? When would he be sent to hunt demons or guard salt miners? If he had the chance to fight demons, pull essence from their corpses. Elian didn't know when that might happen. Still, he couldn't help looking forward to it. It would be a wholly different experience with others by his side, after he'd better learned how to control his skills and gained more of them. He was a little surprised by how eager he was for it, considering all he'd been through out there. Master Larson stopped. Elian pulled himself out of his thoughts and watched as the man opened a door. The master stepped through first. Elian crossed the threshold after him. The room wasn't what he had expected. He thought he would be visiting another classroom, like Mistress Rakan's. This wasn't a classroom. It was an office. Master Larson sat down behind a large wooden desk. Elian took a moment to take the place in. He had never seen so many books in his life. His mother had taught him to read, but having access to books, it wasn't something someone from the lower town, a salt miner no less, was likely to have. He stared in awe at them all. He still hadn't been to the library, but it seemed as though this Master Larson possessed a library all of his own.
My private collection,
Master Larson said. Elian walked over to one of the shelves. He couldn't help himself. He was sure this wasn't why the master had brought him here, but how could he not look at the collection? He reached out, extending a finger close to brushing a spine, but he dared not touch it without permission. Elian had always enjoyed the stories told on street corners and inside taverns, stories of marked fighting demons, stories of the Godfall, stories of before. And he had heard that's what books were, stories inked on the page, told years, decades, even centuries ago.
It is good to see you have an interest in books. Master Larson cleared his throat. Take a seat, Elian.
Elian wrenched his gaze away from the leather spines. He hadn't even read what any of the books were. He had been taught his letters, but it still took him time to decipher each word. As he lowered himself into a seat across from the man's heavy wooden desk, Elian remembered the reason he was here. He almost asked a question, but he remembered the master wasn't fond of those, not unless he gave permission for them to be asked. The master, however, looked a little different to how he usually might, more pensive than serious, more cautious than severe.
I do not think you understand the weight of what you have done today, the importance of it.
Elian looked at the table, his forehead creased. Can you explain it to me? The master dipped his head forward, almost in a bow.
Prodigies are rare, Elian. As you heard Mistress Rakan say, there hasn't been one for over 100 years. Prodigies possess the potential for powers that are unheard of.
Elian bit his lip.
Do you have a question?
He nodded.
You may ask it.
How am I a prodigy? What caused this? It wasn't his only question, but it was a start. The master smiled. Elian wasn't sure he'd seen that happen before.
If we knew the answer to that question, we might very well have far more of them.
The master rested his elbows on the table, interlocked his fingers, and leaned forward.
When I first met you, I told you I wasn't interested in your skills or your story. Recent developments, however, have changed my opinion on those matters.
He tilted his head to the side.
What other skills do you possess?
Elian held his breath, let it out silently. I have only 2, he lied.
Animate minion and sight. Rather remarkable you survived out there. Though perhaps it is beginning to make sense now, especially with the revelation that Balin Sworn was with you. Still, he arrived at the wall before you.
Good. They think I survived because of this and because of Balin giving them no reason to get more curious. Balin was a great help out there. I wouldn't have made it back to the lower town without him.
I dare say he wouldn't have made it there without you.
Master Larson opened his hands.
Then again, he has made it back on his own before.
There was a hint of something in the man's voice. Elian wasn't sure what it was. Are you sure I'm a prodigy? All I did was use a skill for a little while.
A little while?
Master Larson shook his head.
Trust me, Elian. What you did is far better than that. There is also the matter of your minions.
He paused.
You should not have 2 of them.
He blinked, worried. I need to give one of them up?
You misunderstand me, Elian. At Tier 1, with a single node unlocked of your necromancer mark, you simply shouldn't have been able to animate more than one corpse. You haven't spoken to someone about necromancy, have you?
Elian shook his head.
I doubt they would have believed you had only unlocked one node.
I'm not lying. The words came out before he even realized he was going to say some, which, considering the secrets he had, was a problem.
I never accused you of such a thing, Elian. You have no reason to lie, and I have seen what you are capable of already. I do not believe you have been taught in secret outside of these walls either. Some may accuse you of lying about your abilities. I am not one of those people.
You said you had other questions to ask me?
You have the ability to circulate essence, Master Larson said. How long did it take you to learn it?
I learned it, he struggled to remember, in less than an hour? Larson smiled, the second time since this conversation had begun.
I dare say you are a remarkable young man, Elian.
Elian blinked. I'm not sure how to respond to that, sir. Master Larson dipped his head in a nod.
I imagine you will hear it in the future. Considering your talents, a simple thank you would be a reasonable response.
Thank you, Master Larson. Elian felt stiff, unsure. He wasn't used to this level of scrutiny, and here he was getting it multiple times in the same day. Not to mention the day before, when he was questioned by the head of the Lower Town Guard, and the headmistress herself. Elian paused, looked up into the master's eyes. What does this mean for me? You said I had potential to possess powers that are unheard of? He frowned. How can they be unheard of if prodigies have possessed them in the past? Master Larson chuckled.
That is a good question. The powers that prodigies possess are unique. They're often able to do things that other marked simply can't, and each prodigy is often capable of something different. Often these are things that have never been performed before, or since, at least not in the Academy's long memory.
He motioned toward the books.
I happen to have an interest in prodigies. It is the reason Mistress Rakan came to me in the first place. Though until today, that interest has been entirely academic.
Academic. Elian wasn't familiar with the word, though he couldn't help but notice its similarity with the word academy.
We are in a rather unique position, Elian. It is not often a prodigy is discovered so early in their training. Thus far you have had no formal training in your marked skills, nor, as was quite evident, in your fighting abilities. The training that a marked gets, whether they are once marked, twice marked, or thrice marked, is quite regimented and set. There is one way that everyone must be trained. To deviate from that would fly in the face of all we have learnt here at the Academy. However, for prodigies, the same rules should not apply. He paused, assuming I can receive permission from the headmistress.
Elian tilted his head to the side and received a slight nod, allowing him to ask his question. I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying you wish to train me differently? That I won't be a part of the same classes other marked are in? Master Larson looked out the single window in his office. A narrow window, flanked by two enormous, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. It overlooked the middle city and the lower town.
Prodigies aren't like other marked. As I've said, they have the potential for great power. From my research, that potential could become stifled if those training them are not careful. The regimented linear training that one normally undergoes at this academy is not sufficient for someone such as yourself. If you are trained in the same way, to think that all you can do is what everyone else does, you may never tap into your true abilities.
Master Larson paused. He stood, walked over to the window.
What happened to you beyond the wall was terrifying. It also happened to be the perfect training ground. Out there, without formal training, without knowing what you were capable of, you simply did whatever was necessary to survive. If one were to have been observing you, they may have discovered that some of the things you did, another marked would not have been able to do.
Elian lowered his head. That was certainly true. Considering he was full marked, he had done plenty of things other marked weren't capable of. Master Larson turned around to face Elian. He pursed his lips, creased his forehead.
In an ideal world, you are right. I would pull you out of your classes and have you trained outside of them. However, I do not think that would be wise. The classes a mark that the Academy participates in teach them more than just how to use their skills or how to fight. They teach them how to be a part of a team, something all marked must rely on. No,
he shook his head.
I can't pull you out of them. Not completely. Besides, I doubt the headmistress would be on board with that. She's a rather strict traditionalist when it comes to teaching methods, and most often unwilling to bend.
He tapped his finger against his chin, looking deep in thought, like what he wanted to say was on the tip of his tongue. Then he smiled.
However, I think you would benefit from personal tutelage.
Elian blinked. Personal tutelage? That was a privilege he'd never imagined receiving, though it did make him worry. In classes, he would be one student among many. With a personal tutor, all the scrutiny would be on him. It seemed much easier to slip up. Whose personal tutelage would I be receiving, Master Larson? Master Larson gave Elian a devilish grin, one that spoke of nothing short of mischief.
Why, mine, of course.
Chapter 7. Master Larson personally led Elian to his next evaluation. This one was down in the basement, or rather the dungeons deep in the bowels of the Academy, through tunnels carved from marble and stone, cut straight into the mountain itself. When they passed where Elian had left his minions, Master Larson had instructed that he bring them along. Elian had complied. He had also discovered that soon after exiting the master's office, his minions were able to communicate with him again.
That was weird, Alfred said.
Unsettling, Kale said. It's bad enough being stuck inside your head, but not being able to see or hear. If I had a body, I would be shuddering it right about now.
Why is Master Larson leading you to the dungeons? Alfred mused.
Don't worry, we know you can't answer.
It is rather strange, though,
Kale said. Elian wasn't quite sure why he'd been worried about losing contact with them. In hindsight, the relative silence had been quite refreshing. He wondered if whatever item was used was something that he could take with him, or even create himself. Perhaps if he were able to activate and deactivate it at will, then he could control when they were able to distract him. That sounds like absolute bliss. Elian's head was in the clouds, lost in thought, blindly following along behind the master. He didn't mind walking through tunnels. He was used to it. In fact, it brought a sort of comfort and familiarity, one that he hadn't expected. These tunnels were so completely different to the ones back in the salt mine, they were constantly lit for one, and the floors were very smooth, that they barely resembled them. But a tunnel was a tunnel. It wasn't until Master Larson stopped that Elian was jolted out of his thoughts. Master Larson appeared to hesitate, something Elian never imagined the man doing. There was an ornate knocker on a thick wooden door. The knocker appeared to be carved into the shape of a skeletal fist. No, it hadn't been carved. It was a skeletal fist. Bones. That's when he noticed there were bones inlaid into the very wood around the corners. His mouth opened as though to comment on this, but he closed it again, not really sure what to say. All the stories of necromancers came back to him. Out of all the marked, they were the most feared, and were often said to be villains, unless they were compared with summoners, of course. After a brief hesitation, Master Larson grabbed the knocker. He used it to rap the heavy door swiftly 3 times. That was when Elian noticed there was no doorknob, no handle, no way that he could see to open the door from this side. It opened from the other side, and it wasn't a man nor a woman that stood in the doorway, but a walking skeleton, a reanimated minion, one that looked like it had been that way for longer than Elian had been alive. Maybe even longer than Balin has been alive. It stepped aside and motioned them through. The skeleton's movements were not jerky like his own minion's movements. They were as fluid as a human's, more fluid, perhaps, like that of a dancer or a fighter. This room, unlike Master Larson's office, did have desks, but the room was far larger than Mistress Rakan's room had been. The desks were tiered, each row up another step. The steps were in a semicircle facing down towards something like a stage. There was another, larger desk at the end of that stage with a man sitting behind it. Looking at that man, Elian couldn't help but think that everything he'd ever heard about necromancers must be true. The man stood as Master Larson stepped down the tiered stairs toward the stage. He was tall, skinny, skeletal. What little hair that he did have was white as parchment and stuck to his oily head. His skin was thin, slightly translucent and splotchy. He was deathly pale. If the man weren't standing, staring at them, Elian might have thought he was dead. He had the look of a reanimated corpse, everything but his eyes. Those eyes were alive, alert, and above all, curious. "Welcome to the dungeons, Elian Salt," the necromancer said, staring directly into his eyes. His voice was as weak and thin as a twig, and just as prone to breaking. Elian was surprised he could hear the man at all. "Acoustics," the necromancer gestured to the curved ceiling. "This place is designed to project my voice. What little of it I have." Elian had never posed the question, hadn't even shifted his expression, yet somehow the man knew what he'd been thinking. He probably gets that a lot. No reason to think a necromancer would be able to hear someone else's thoughts. "Master Larson," the necromancer dipped his head, "it is a pleasure, if not a surprise, to see you down this deep in the academy. I don't recall the last time you set foot in this room. Tell me, has Mr. Salt already gotten himself into some trouble?" The man raised an eyebrow, or he would have if he had any eyebrows. They were both gone. Whether they'd been shaved off or had simply fallen off, Elian didn't know.
"I'll admit, it's not my favorite place,"
Master Larson said, his voice a bit clipped. He clearly wasn't a fan of the man. He turned to Elian, then gestured toward the necromancer.
"This is Master Aaron. He has been the head necromancy instructor for—"
Master Larson trailed off, looked at Master Aaron. Master Aaron smiled, closed mouth, and did not offer an answer.
"For as long as I, or anyone I have ever met besides the man himself, can remember," Master Larson finished. "Sometimes even my memory doesn't stretch back that far."
Elian's forehead creased. How old was this man? He knew necromancers lived long lives, but could he have been around since before the Godfall? Somehow such a thing simply didn't feel possible. Yet it could very well be. Would that mean the man might not hate summoners as much as other people do? Because he had once known them? Or would he hate them even more, as he'd been there when this had all begun? Elian shrugged away those thoughts. Both masters were looking at him expectantly. Elian cleared his throat. "It's nice to meet you, Master Arin." Master Arin nodded absent-mindedly. His gaze drifted up toward the two minions Elian had followed him into the room.
"Ah, 2 minions. Word was that you had 2.
He walked forward. It was an odd shuffle. His shoes, which weren't visible beneath his long black robes, scuffed the ground on each step. He reached the edge of the stage, then motioned the minions toward him. Elian waited, watched the exchange. Briefly, he'd thought the minions would move toward the man without his input, as though the master were able to control other people's minions as well as his own. That didn't happen, however. The minions just stood there until Elian commanded them to walk down the stairs. Master Arin looked at them appreciatively.
"You control them rather well, considering you've been marked for less than a week. Have you unlocked 2 or 3 nodes?"
Elian looked at Master Larson. The man nodded for him to answer. 1. Master Arin blinked. His head turned to look at Elian. There was something odd about the way he moved. Slightly jerky? Far less fluid than his own minion.
1?
He put a finger in his ear, twisted it, pulled it out. Earwax fell to the ground. Elian chose to ignore that.
"Did I hear you right?"
Elian nodded. Master Arin's gaze shifted to Master Larson.
"That is why you are here."
He clapped his hands together. Elian almost expected a cloud of dust to appear, as though the man had been sitting in that chair for weeks until they'd come through the door. That, of course, didn't happen.
"You think he might be a prodigy?"
This man catches on quick.
"I don't think it, Master Arin,"
Master Larson said.
"I know it."
He told the man how long Elian had been able to hold his sight skill active, and that he only had a single node down that mark as well.
"Interesting. Very, very interesting. The headmistress, she must have had an inkling after questioning him."
Master Arin used that same shuffling walk as he came over to them. He loomed over Elian for a moment, staring deeply into his eyes.
"You aren't lying to me, are you, boy?"
"I'm not lying." A smirk twisted the side of the man's thin lips.
"Not about this, at least."
He tapped his head. The sound was strange, the thud almost seeming hollow.
"Secrets. We all have them. One day they get out."
His head turned to look at the skeleton standing by the door.
"Not even the dead can keep them."
Master Larson frowned at this, but he did not say anything. Elian's whole body stiffened at the words. He tried to relax, but it was eerie enough being down here, talking to this man. The mention of secrets. "You weren't on the balcony today," Elian blurted. He had thought all the masters and mistresses of the academy had been there, but this man hadn't. He would have noticed. He was sure of it.
"The balcony?"
Master Arin tilted his head to the side. Then there was recognition in his eyes.
"Ah, yes. The spectacle. No, I do not attend such things."
Elian didn't think attending them was optional. Perhaps only someone like this man would be able to get away with it. Master Arin looked at Master Larson.
"You finally found one. I know you've been looking for an age. You must be overjoyed."
Master Larson said nothing.
Do you wish to remain while I evaluate him?
Master Arin said. Master Larson looked around the room for a moment. He shook his head.
I have other matters I must attend to.
He looked at Elian.
Report to me later. I will call for you.
Master Larson left. Then it was only Elian and the necromancer. The necromancer smiled. Chapter 8. Sit, the necromancer commanded. Elian obeyed. Master Arin had snatched a chair from the front row of tiered seats. He had placed it on the stage right in the middle. The seat was for Elian. The master did not appear to wish to sit. He paced with the same strange shuffle that scuffed against the floor for what felt like at least a minute. Then he stopped, stared at Elian.
Do you fear me?
Master Arin asked. Yes, Elian replied. There was a sparkle in the man's eye.
Good.
It wasn't the reaction Elian had been hoping for. The master continued.
That means you are not a fool. What is powerful and unknown should always be feared, and being honest about such things will only serve you well.
He began pacing again. Scuff, scuff, scuff.
I am once marked. I came from a family that lacked the blood, or so they thought until my mark was revealed. It was different time then. Markless were treated worse than they are now, and those marked from traditionally markless families, well, we did not fare well here at the academy.
Something tells me we don't fare well these days either. Why are you telling me this? Elian asked. He closed his mouth, not realizing how abrupt the question had been. Master Arin chuckled.
Because I want you to understand that where someone starts need not have anything to do with where they end up.
He opened his arms, extended long, thin fingers.
I started with nothing, and now I am the most respected necromancer in the Valley of Auld. Mostly because all the ones who had been more powerful than me died a long time ago.
He pointed a bony finger straight at Elian.
You have potential, my young friend. Do not fall into the trap that other thrice-marked have before you.
Elian frowned. What trap?
Specialization.
Master Arin said it as though it were a dirty word.
They specialize in a single mark. They unlock nodes from all three of them, but they neglect to train the ones they aren't interested in as much as whichever one suits them the most.
He released a long, dry sigh.
But that is not how things used to work for thrice-marked.
Elian frowned. It's not? The necromancer shook his head furiously, his gaze locked on Elian's eyes. There was something savage in it that hadn't been there a moment ago.
Do you know why full-marked was so feared?
Elian swallowed. The savage look in the man's eyes gave him pause, reminded him of what the master had said about everyone having secrets. There's no way he could know mine. Because they had access to every mark? Master Arin clicked his fingers.
Exactly.
Elian frowned, wondering why the man was asking such basic questions. Did he think that Elian was stupid because he came from the lower town? Or, well, if not stupid, then at least ignorant? Elian was ignorant, that much he was sure of, but he wasn't that ignorant.
Full-marked didn't specialize in any one mark. They trained in all of them. They took their time.
Master Arin released another sigh.
But the way that twice-marked and thrice-marked are trained these days doesn't allow for that.
He pursed his thin lips.
Did you know that before the Godfall, for each extra mark someone had, they spent an extra 3 years training at the academy?
Elian blinked. He hadn't known that. He'd heard that Marked spent 3 years here on average, but that would mean Full Marked spent 12 years training here? Master Arin clicked.
Right again.
Elian leaned back in his seat. As much as he'd dreamt about coming to the academy, it was hard to imagine spending 12 years here. Not that he would. His forehead creased as he took in what the man, a once Marked, was saying. Why don't they train us in the same way anymore? He bit his lip. You're saying I should have 9 years of training instead of only 3. Master Arin, no longer pacing, got a faraway look.
Times have changed. There's a reason those who make the rules fear those with too much power.
Elian swallowed. They worry thrice-marked will become what full-marked once were?
Thrice-marked acting like gods.
Master Arin chuckled. Then he froze. Skittishly, he looked at the door to his classroom. He shook his head, though Elian didn't know why he was shaking it. He stepped off the stage onto the first tier, took a chair, then walked back and placed it opposite Elian's. The master sat. He put his elbows on his knees, then leaned his chin on his hands.
I shouldn't have said all that.
He looked sad.
Forgive me, Elian Salt. My mind is not what it used to be. When you get as old as me, sometimes the proper things one should say slip away. You are a unique individual. Being a thrice-marked prodigy, it reminded me of times gone by, things from my past.
He shook his head again, a sharp movement like he was trying to dislodge something.
I must make this clear.
Master Arin looked into Elian's eyes.
One should not speak of full-marked in the company of others. There are ears everywhere in the academy, though, thankfully, none are here. I trust you won't repeat what I said to anyone else.
Elian stared back at the man. He was beginning to realize that perhaps the master necromancer wasn't all there. That despite the ability to use essence circulation, it appeared time had ravaged his mind to some degree. I can keep your secret, Master Arin, Elian said.
Good,
Master Arin replied.
Very good. Though you should keep my words to yourself, you should not forget them. You are blessed with 3 marks, just as you are blessed as a prodigy. Be careful not to favor any one of your marks over the other. That is not where your power lies.
Elian nodded slowly.
What must you do to evaluate me?
The necromancer smiled. His skeletal visage almost made Elian shudder.
Control your minions for me, Elian. Show me what they can do.
And so, Elian did. He made his minions go through the motions. As he had them walk down the tiers, careful not to let them trip as they stepped down, he couldn't help but notice how jerky their movements were. Master Arin's minion is so fluid. It moves like water rushing down a stream. How does he manage that? Master Arin took wooden practice swords from a rack on the wall that Elian hadn't noticed before. Elian wasn't sure how he hadn't noticed it. The rack took up almost the entire back wall, yet his attention had been so solidly upon Master Arin that he'd never really looked at what was there. The rack held spears, swords, knives, even bows, though the arrowheads for the arrows were large and padded. Master Arin handed the practice swords to the two minions with a flourish. Elian had the minions swing their swords, moving them in unison. He'd practiced this, but clearly he hadn't practiced it enough, as the minions kept overbalancing, almost falling over on every single swing. Master Arin ran a hand along his chin, though he had no beard to speak of. "And you survived outside the wall?" "I had help," the words escaped his mouth before he'd considered them, "from Balin and the other miners." "Well, of course. Who else would you have gained help from?" There was a twinkle in his eye. "Balin Sworn. I heard he was back in these hollowed halls." He paused, cleared his throat. "Hallowed halls, I mean." Elian narrowed his eyes at the necromancer. "Derek Hollow. Is that who he's hinting at?" Elian felt more and more sure that Master Arin knew more than he should, or perhaps that he knew Elian was hiding something. This time he didn't feel the grip of fear that he'd felt before. Master Arin hadn't questioned him about anything, hadn't pushed him or told him that he was lying. Elian wasn't foolish enough to think he might have an ally here, but there was definitely something about the man that made him seem like he could be one in the future. Assuming I survive that long. How much control should a necromancer at my tier and experience have over a reanimated minion? Elian asked. The man nodded at the two minions, still swinging their swords, overbalancing, swinging again at the exact same time. Elian tried to make slight corrections as he went. Slowly he felt the movement become a little more natural. A little. "With as many days' practice as you've had?" Master Arin raised a hairless eyebrow. With his long, thin fingers he gestured at the two minions. "I dare say they would have as much control as you've displayed here." Elian sagged at hearing that. He didn't know why he'd expected more. Perhaps because he'd been called a prodigy so many times within the last hour that it was beginning to sink in that he might actually be something special, beyond being full-marked. "I understand." No, I don't think you do. Not that I fault you. Someone at the same tier with the same amount of experience and the same number of nodes unlocked. Again, they would have roughly the same level of control. What they wouldn't have is control over two minions. If they did, their control would crumble to barely anything. It takes a lot more mental effort, skill, and practice to control multiple minions than it does a single minion. In fact, controlling a single minion is so easy and effortless in comparison that many multi-marked that don't specialize specifically in necromancy will choose to control only a single minion. Elian tilted his head to the side. "You're saying if I was only trying to control one of them, I'd be able to make their movements more smooth?" "Indeed. But that time has passed. You have taken on two minions as it is. The only way to take back such a decision would be to sacrifice one of them. And I have a feeling that's not something you would wish to do." If the room hadn't been warded, Elian imagined he would have heard the protests of his minions by now. "I can't hear my minions in here. Is that always the case?" The man was right. Elian wouldn't want to sacrifice either of his minions. But part of him was glad they weren't listening into this conversation. Even Kale, who'd treated him horribly, who'd taken his vision and kicked him while he was down. Well, Maybe he wouldn't be torn up about losing Kale, but he certainly didn't plan to make it happen himself.
It is not always the case, no. I have the ability to change that if I wish.
The master paused.
Is that something you wish? To converse with your minions? I've no qualms with a necromancer doing so in the company of others, but you'll be aware those without the necromancer mark often don't understand what it's like. They often think us peculiar.
Elian frowned, wanting to clarify something. What if I had one minion stationary? Wouldn't I be able to put all my focus into a single minion? The master dipped his head in a nod.
That does sound like the way to do it, doesn't it? That would give you a small positive effect, yes, but it wouldn't be as strong as you imagine.
His brow furrowed. He tapped his chin a couple of times.
The truth about the matter is that there is a line connecting you to your minions. This line has a particular level of strength. The line is only as strong as the necromancer. When that line is split, so is the strength of it. So, if you were to control 10 minions, you would control each of them with only 1/10 of the power and precision you could control one.
That means the strength of my line is twice that of another necromancer of similar experience? Master Arin clicked his fingers.
Precisely, the skeletal man smiled. It's refreshing to have a student who actually listens and pays attention to the things I say, then considers them before responding, rather than assuming they've learned all they need to know from their parents already.
Elian blinked. Is that really how other students act? Master Arin waved a hand.
Some. But perhaps I'm being overly cynical. It happens once you're my age. You begin to see the past as the good old days, and the present as nothing more than a ruin.
He paused then, a faraway look overtaking him, and Elian wondered if he was thinking about a time before the Godfall, where the past was better, where the roads were open and the demons didn't prowl outside the walls. A world where Elian would be able to reveal his secret without it getting him killed. Assuming the man had lived long enough to see it. Elian honestly wasn't sure. Master Arin continued tapping a finger on his chin. The man looked to be deep in thought.
Traditionally, your necromancy class would be taken with the other Tier 3 thrice marked. I wonder if a different approach is necessary.
He blew air out of his cheeks.
Assuming I can get permission.
His expression turned to a scowl then, and he muttered something under his breath. Something Elian wondered if the man knew he could hear.
Not that I should need permission.
He looked at Elian, almost as though he'd forgotten he was there, and waved a long-fingered hand.
You're dismissed. I think Mistress Petra will be your next visit.
They had been in the middle of a conversation. Elian hadn't expected it to stop so abruptly. He hadn't shown the man much of what he could do. Then again, there wasn't all that much to show. He scampered out of the classroom, up the steps in the middle of the tiered seating, and made his minions follow. He had no idea where Mistress Petra would be, but once he was out of that room, he felt the block that prevented him from speaking to his minions lift. They would be able to lead him where he needed to go. Chapter 9. Elian didn't have anything to show Mistress Petra. He had heard her name before the necromancer, Master Arin, had spoken it. Isla had mentioned the woman was the most powerful infuser around, and that she had been the one to enchant the gates with salt. This had made him a little hesitant to visit her. He was hesitant about infusing in general since he'd discovered that salt burned him while he had a demon assimilated inside of him. Not for the first time, Elian wondered if he'd made a mistake bringing Flame here, wondered if the demon would have been better off being left outside the walls. As he'd had that thought, however, he'd felt a sharp pain in his gut, a denial of the words. He knew that didn't just come from himself, it came from Flame as well. Sometimes it was incredibly difficult to know which feelings were his and which were the demon's. Other times it was abundantly clear. Elian swallowed. As far as he was aware, the main thing an infuser used for infusing was salt. Maybe I need to find a place to stash Flame. Somewhere he'll be safe, somewhere no one will find him. The door opened after a single knock, and it opened of its own accord. Elian wasn't sure how it did that. Did Mistress Petra have an enchantment on the door to make it possible? If so, it seemed like a waste of essence, using infusing for something as small as the opening of a door. Then again, if he had that kind of ability, he couldn't say he wouldn't use it. It added a level of gravitas to the situation he found himself in, just as when the skeleton minion had opened the door to Master Arin's classroom in the dungeons. Elian stepped into the room. The classroom looked much like Mistress Rakan's room had, with the desks on either side with a gap in the middle for him to walk down. Unlike Mistress Rakan's room, however, this room didn't have any cages filled with different animals. Elian thought that was a good thing. He didn't like the idea of experimenting on animals. A woman sat behind the desk at the far side of the room, her arms resting on the wood, fingers interlocked. She was younger than Elian had been expecting, or at least she looked younger. It was hard to tell one's age here. She was wearing short sleeves, and her large biceps were clearly visible the way she was leaning on her desk. She had a rough look about her, and Elian couldn't help but think that she would look less out of place in a tavern brawl than in an academy classroom.
Elian Salt,
Mistress Petra stated.
Please, sit.
Behind the woman was a wall lined with cabinets, each with small square doors.
You have been here for little more than a day, and I've already heard much about you.
The woman raised an eyebrow.
Master Larson, for instance, has just been here. I imagine you know what it is he spoke to me about.
Elian nodded. That I'm a prodigy. The woman made a sound.
So he says.
She motioned to the chair in front of her. Elian rushed over and sat. He glanced at the cabinets. A part of him was able to sense the salt inside of them.
I've also been told you've yet to unlock an infuser node.
Mistress Petra asked, still with the raised eyebrow. I had to use much of my essence to survive, Elian said. I didn't have a chance to unlock the first infuser node yet. The woman dipped her head.
Can't say it would have done you much good if you had. Hard to do much of anything as an infuser without any training, even if you are a prodigy.
She peered at him. Her eyes narrowed.
Tell me, Elian, what do you know of infusers?
Elian frowned, looking down. Not much, really. I know they enchant steel with salt. I know they can do other things, transfer properties from one item to another. But I don't know much else. Though I do know they can take Bloodsworn and some of what that entails.
Yes, I heard you already have a candidate. Highly unusual for a Tier 1 infuser who's yet to unlock a single node, especially one coming from the lower town. But that isn't the only highly unusual thing about you, Elian, is it?
It didn't seem like an actual question, so Elian didn't bother answering it. The woman opened a drawer in her desk and pulled out several essence stones. She pushed them across the table toward him.
Absorb the essence within these. Unlock your infuser node.
She opened another drawer. Her desk had a myriad of small, square drawers just like the wall behind her. She pulled out a rock and a feather, placing them beside the essence stones.
Once you have unlocked the node, transfer the weight of one of these items into the other. Only then will I allow you to set foot in my class again. If you are truly a prodigy, it will not take you long.
Elian stared at the essence stones, the feather, the rock. This was quite unlike his other experiences with the Academy's instructors that day.
I believe you've been dismissed, Elian Salt.
Elian snatched up the different items, then hurried out of the classroom. He felt a slight thrill at the thought of unlocking another node. The last couple of nodes he'd unlocked were summoner nodes. He had 3 summoner skills, 3 skills he wasn't allowed to use within these walls. He'd thought the conversation with the woman would have gone by a little slower, thought she'd ask him more questions or give him more answers. But it hadn't been like that at all. Elian didn't mind that the woman seemed to be having trouble believing him about being a prodigy. He barely believed it himself. He hadn't met another marked with the same amount of experience as him, so it was hard to know what he was comparing himself to. Elian was about to make his way to his room when his stomach grumbled, and he remembered just how hungry and how thirsty he was. He'd eaten his breakfast mechanically after what had happened outside, but it hadn't been enough to replenish him after all he'd been doing. No one had said there was anywhere else he needed to be today. It was already high sun. Others would probably be sitting down for lunch. Maybe Balin would be there. Dead gods, he needed some food. He was definitely feeling hungrier now that he was marked. It also might have something to do with having a demon living inside of him. Elian headed to the Great Hall. During his entire introduction to the academy, he was yet to actually talk to another student. He didn't really know how to introduce himself to someone else. He'd never been in a situation like this before. The lower town was small. Most everyone knew most everyone else. At least in the part of the lower town where he'd grown up. Marked walking through the town had always been strangers, and they were marked, while he had been markless. So of course he wasn't going to introduce himself to them. They probably would have sneered at him or pushed him into the dirt. But things were different now, weren't they? For all intents and purposes, he was marked just like them. Well, maybe not just like them, but they didn't need to know that. He was still feeling raw from what had happened outside that morning, the death of the summoner. He stepped into the Great Hall. A few hundred students were sitting to their meals. They were speaking in hushed tones. Elian, never having been here, didn't know if this was normal, or if it was because of the execution, though he knew which he'd put his money on. They looked nervous. He'd never thought of Marked as looking nervous before. The people he watched were twitchy. They looked secretive. All of them were roughly the same age, give or take a year or two. Those that were eating together were huddled close, whispering. But Elian had enhanced hearing. It was easy enough to hear what they were all saying, though it felt rather intrusive doing so. As he'd stepped in here, he'd fully intended to walk to the nearest group of students and introduce himself. Now, that just felt like a strange thing to do. He hovered by the door, just looking around. That's when the smell of the food hit him, and his appetite got the better of him. Being hungry was the reason he'd come here in the first place, after all. He filled a bowl to the brim with rice and vegetables, and knew he would be going back for seconds the moment he polished it off. Figuring his mouth would be too full to talk to others anyway, he decided to sit alone. Balin wasn't anywhere within sight. He'd eaten breakfast, lunch, and dinner with the man more times than he could count when they'd been in the mines. It was a little strange not having the man with him, though the context of their relationship had changed considerably since Elian had become marked. Elian dug into his food, savoring the taste. Though his mind was still distracted with morbid thoughts of the rope creaking and that woman's neck snapping, Mistress Rackon's daughter, and that the same thing would happen to him if he were ever caught, he found himself able to enjoy the food again. He'd seen his fair share of death lately, and he wasn't going to let it spoil another meal. That thought made him pause, his fork almost to his mouth. Was he really so callous as to think that way? So selfish as to lament over someone's death causing him to lose his appetite earlier? He continued eating. He didn't have an answer to that. He supposed he didn't need one. When his bowl was halfway empty, a shadow fell upon it. Elian looked up to find a few of the other students standing before him. 2 men and 1 woman. They wore clothes that looked far richer than his own, and nothing to denote what tier they each might be. Elian hoped they were here for a friendly visit, but from the look of the one in the middle, arms crossed, eyes narrowed, forehead creased, that seemed to be unlikely. "You're Elian Salt," said Frowning Man. "Yes," Elian replied, though it hadn't been a question. Frowning Man put his foot up on the table and leant a hand on his bent leg. "You're from the lower town." He tilted his head to the side. "Thrice marked, right?" There was an odd twist to the man's lips. Something about the way he spoke felt mocking, even though the words, so far, seemed benign and curious. Elian cleared his throat. He looked at the other two. The woman had cold eyes. The other guy was staring at him hard, but there was something softer in him than the others. Elian wasn't sure what it was. "I am," he paused. "It took me by surprise, but I look forward to one day serving the crown." The Frowning Man blinked. He glanced at Cold Eyes and Softy. "Serve the crown? Did you hear that? As though the crown would want someone from the lower town." He chuckled. "You'll just end up a guard like everyone else from where you came from."
"Man, I hate this guy,"
Kale said. Elian raised an eyebrow in question. His minions had been quiet today, mostly because he'd been in rooms where they weren't actually allowed to talk. "Careful with them," Alfred said. The man's voice was oddly calm, like he was forcing it. "They're from the families." Elian had assumed as much just from the way they carried themselves. "Is there something wrong with being a guard?" Elian asked. Frowning Man frowned harder. "Not much skill in standing on a wall or walking beside a wagon protecting Markless." He spat the word Markless as though it were a curse. The skin on the back of Elian's neck prickled. He felt a rage burn within him. Whether brought on by his own emotions or flames, he couldn't tell. However, he'd felt about Marked in the past. Alfred and the other guards, even Kale, had died trying to protect not only themselves, but the miners who'd been inside the wagon when the demons attacked. They may not have been able to take out the Hellcat, but if they hadn't taken out the Hellhounds that had come with it, Elian and the others that survived would all be dead right now. He wanted to stand up, walk around the table, and punch this guy straight in the face. Actually, a part of him wanted to breathe fire from his mouth at the man, maybe take his vision for good measure. An even stronger part wanted to dig his teeth into the man's neck and rip. He was beginning to understand why Balin had said assimilation might be dangerous. There were several reasons why, instead of doing any of that, he simply sat there and let the man talk. He had no idea how fighting with other students outside of the training yard was treated here. There could be every chance that Frowning Man was trying to goad him into fighting him so he might get punished somehow, or even kicked out of the academy altogether. Though something told him he wasn't about to get kicked out of this place, not now that Master Larson had discovered he was a prodigy. Elian said nothing. He took another bite of his food. "Is it true you survived outside the wall?" Softy asked. "Hearn," Frowning Man snapped. Softy, Hearn, blinked, looking lazily over at Frowning Man. "What?" Frowning Man was seething. "Did I give you permission to talk?" Hearn looked confused. "Permission to talk? Since when do I need that? Look, I heard he was stuck outside the wall and had to fight demons. And since we haven't gotten to do that yet—" "Hearn, shut up!" Elian laughed. Couldn't help himself. Almost choked on his rice. This made Frowning Man turn around and stalk off, but not before sending a pointed glare Elian's way. Cold Eyes followed right after him. Hearn hesitated, looked in the direction his friends had gone, then looked at Elian. He gave him a shrug, then trudged away. "Well, that was fun," Elian said under his breath.
"I did say I hate that guy,"
Kale said.
"For once, I agree with Kale," Alfred said.
"What do you mean for once? I'm always right. If you often disagree with me, then that just means you're wrong."
Elian sighed, shook his head. That wasn't the interaction he'd been hoping for. He pushed his food around with his fork, frustrated. Don't mind him. Mark's an asshole. Elian looked up to find a man standing in front of him. He looked to be about the same age as Elian, maybe a year younger. Mind if I sit? Chapter 10. After the last interaction he'd had, Elian was feeling suitably wary about the students in this place. The seat's free. The man sat down across from Elian, placing a bowl of rice and vegetables onto the table. My name's Hylan. He held out his hand, had a warm, inviting smile on his face. Elian stared at the hand for a moment, but tried not to show his hesitation. He took it and shook. Elian. Oh, I know your name. Everyone here does. You're the biggest topic of conversation today. Hylan's forehead creased, and he looked down at his food. Well, maybe the second biggest. Does that happen often? Elian asked. Mark's always been an asshole. He likes to push people, try to get a rise out of them. Elian shook his head. I don't mean him. I mean, what happened this morning? Hylan looked away. Fortunately, no. But it does happen. He didn't take a bite of his food, wasn't even holding his fork. She was my cousin, actually. A lot of the families have connections like that, but I didn't come here to talk about that. I'm sorry for your loss, Elian said, not sure what else would be appropriate. The man's eyes flashed up, widening. He spoke in the barest of whispers. Careful. Elian blinked. Careful? Of what? He wasn't allowed to offer his condolences? That didn't seem right. Then again, he had spent the entire time he'd been in Mistress Racken's office wondering if he should mention anything about the woman's daughter. He'd seen Master Larson hug her after he'd left through the gap in the door, but that had been a private moment hidden from the world. Was it considered wrong to grieve a summoner? Is that why he needed to be careful? He bit his tongue. There was much he wanted to say about that, but didn't for obvious reasons. Hylan pushed his food around with his fork, still not eating. Elian wasn't surprised that the man had no appetite. So why did you come over here? Elian asked. You're new here, the man shrugged. I figured you wouldn't mind someone to talk to. Besides, I like calling Mark an asshole. He paused. How are you finding your first day here? It was Elian's turn to shrug. I don't know. I don't really feel like I've done much of anything yet. I haven't had a single class. He touched a hand to his pocket where he was holding the different essence stones he'd been given, along with the rock and the feather. Though, I think I've just been given my first lesson. Elian told the man about his day, though he didn't mention anything about him being a prodigy or how long he'd been able to maintain his sight spell. None of his instructors had told him to keep it a secret, but he got the idea he should keep it close, at least for now. Master Larson is a harsh taskmaster. I'm not surprised he put you through all of that training. Good to hear you came out in one piece. The man paused. Your time in the salt mines must have served you well. Elian bristled. Served me well? He said, a little sharply. Hylan frowned. I mean, the mines made you strong, right? They must have, else you wouldn't have survived what he put you through without some training. Elian stared down at his plate. He shut his eyes for a moment. Hylan didn't seem like he was trying to offend Elian, and yet he felt cut by the man's words. They were true. His time in the mines had made him strong, but the way he'd put it, so casually, he can't understand what it's like to be forced into a situation like that. Yeah, Elian said. I suppose they did. You mentioned you got your first lesson? Hylan said, clearly trying to change the subject. Elian, glad for a change in topic, grabbed onto it. Mistress Petra, he contemplated mentioning what his task was, tilting from his one side to the other. Hylan chuckled. Petra, she likes her little tests. The man cocked his head. Rock and feather? Elian blinked. How did you know? She tests everyone with that one, though not usually on their first day. His eyes narrowed. You must have already unlocked the node when you were surviving out there? Elian shook his head before he could stop himself. Huh, sounds like she's trying to make things hard for you. Let me know if you need any help, yeah? Hyland stood up. I have somewhere else I need to be, but it was good chatting with you. Hyland didn't give Elian much of a chance to respond. He disappeared out of the hall, dropping his plate by the front on his way, his food barely touched. Elian stared at the man's back as he left. The speed with which Hyland had made his exit made Elian wonder if he'd said something wrong, but going over the conversation, he couldn't think of what that might be. Now that Hyland was gone, Elian couldn't help but wonder if he'd only talked to him to get information about him. He figured with all the rumors floating about, people were bound to chat to him and get a close-up look on the thrice-marked from the lower town. I'll be more than just a curiosity soon when they realize I'm a prodigy. Elian wasn't sure how he felt about that, especially after his interaction with Mark. Hyland was right about him. He is an asshole. Elian went to fill his plate a second time. He'd seen others do it, which emboldened him to do the same. Having more food than he needed was never a luxury he had access to back in the lower town. It wasn't one he was about to neglect or take for granted. The hall had emptied out by the time he made it back to his table, and he realized maybe that's why Hyland had left. Everyone but him had classes they need to get to. The hall being empty, he felt like he could whisper to the souls within his heart tree. Do either of you know this Hyland? Can't say I've had the pleasure, Alfred said.
I've seen him around, Cale said, but he's thrice marked like you. On top of that, he's from one of the families, so isn't likely to hang out with one marked.
He's thrice marked too? Elian whispered between bites of food.
Everyone you spoke to within this hall was thrice marked,
Cale said. Elian wasn't sure how he felt about that. Mark and those he hung with weren't the type of people he wanted to get to know better. They were the sort he'd been warned about, the sort he'd expected to find. Marked, who thought they were better than others, even other marked. They'll get a right shock when they find out I'm a prodigy. He finished his second plate faster than the first. He considered going for a third, but as his stomach wasn't used to holding so much food, he figured he'd only make himself feel sick if he did. And that wasn't something he wanted to deal with. He had a task to complete, a node to unlock, a feather to make heavy, and a stone to make light. Not to mention an instructor to impress. He wasn't sure why he was determined to impress Mistress Petra. He felt the same need with Masters Larson and Aren, and Mistress Rakan, too. He wanted these people, powerful people in places of authority, to see something in him. It hadn't been a part of the plan when he'd come to the academy. He'd intended to lie low, not to make waves, not become too noticed. That would be the best way to hide his secret from others. Unfortunately, that was no longer an option. Maybe if he'd known to hide his unlikely proficiencies, that wouldn't have happened, but Cale and Alfred hadn't given him any warning. I wonder if they knew. Or maybe they just assumed I was different because I'm full marked. Maybe they knew all along and decided not to say anything. Except it wasn't like the two of them could talk to each other outside of his head, so he would have known if they'd been conspiring something. I could simply ask them if they knew. He let that thought drift away. He still didn't know if he was being watched, though he hadn't done it himself yet. He'd heard invokers in stories hijacking flies on the wall to listen and see what a target was up to. If someone was watching, he didn't want them to find out that he was a prodigy before anyone else, so talking about it seemed like it was out of the question. Part of him itched to get out of this place, at least for a couple of hours. The academy was exactly where he wanted to be, where he wanted to go for so many years before he ever knew he'd actually be able to do it. It wasn't that he wanted to leave this place, especially now that he knew there was so much for them to teach him, and there were people who wanted to teach him, wanted him to learn, even if he wasn't sure about the other students yet. Still, it was stifling feeling this paranoid all the time. That was the price he paid, he supposed. Chapter 11. Elian made it back to his room. He shut the door. Even then, with the door shut, he didn't feel like he was alone, and that was because of the two souls within his heart tree, or the demon in there along with him. I need to find somewhere to stash Flame. That thought made him wonder, what other types of things could infusers do? If they were able to block a necromancer from being able to communicate with the souls residing in their heart tree, maybe they would be able to block things an invoker could do. Is that why so many infusers are guards? Because they have the ability to nullify skills that other Mark is able to use? It was a bit of a wild theory, but he figured it had merit to it. Elian wished he could ask the souls within him about these things, but he needed these questions to be answered in a way that didn't put any suspicion onto him, and if someone was watching or listening to him, then simply asking Cale or Alfred didn't seem like the right way to go. Balin might have some answers, but Elian would have the same problems talking to him about it. More problems, actually, because if someone was listening, then they'd be able to hear both sides of the conversation. Maybe it's something Mistress Petra will teach me. Or it's a question I'll be able to ask if it comes up in the right context. I could also check those books in the library. There must be books about infusers and their skills in there, right? He was getting ahead of himself. Even if there was a way to do what he wanted to do, block an invoker from being able to snoop in his room, it would mean he would need to access the right materials, not to mention the right skills and the ability to actually use them. So, first things first, he needed to unlock this node as quickly as he could, then pass Mistress Petra's feather and rock infusing test in an impressive time frame. The more impressive, the more likely she would teach him about more advanced skills and techniques. Elian sat on the cold stone floor of his chamber. He placed the feather and the stone on the ground before him, then took out the essence stones, drawing the energy out of them and into his core. He was glad the woman had given them to him. He hadn't expected something like that to happen. So far, the instructors had been generous with their essence stones, but that could simply be because they didn't expect him to have any essence left over. Elian took a deep breath. Dead gods, it felt good to have so much essence in his heart tree. It was a shame he had to use some of it. He shut his eyes and focused on his heart tree, focused on the essence within it, feeling its strength, its power. Then he opened his eyes and looked at how much he had. Essences: Demon 10, Raw 0.5. When I circulated essence last, it must have pulled from the raw essence. He hadn't felt the difference. He didn't really know what the difference was between the two types of essence. He did find it interesting to know that Master Larson had given him raw essence while Mistress Petra had given him demon essence. Elian wondered if that was at all significant. He didn't see how it could be. There were 4 pathways he could push his essence through that led from the heart tree. Each of those pathways would lead him toward unlocking another skill that one of his 4 marks possessed. So far, Elian had unlocked 5 nodes, 1 invoker node, 1 necromancer node, and 3 summoner nodes. Now he was finally going to unlock his first infuser node. Doing so would cost him 5 units of essence, meaning he would still have 5.5 units left over afterward, which should give him plenty of time to experiment with the new skill he gained. He released a breath, closed his eyes again. It was time to unlock another node. Elian nudged the essence down the pathway, down the essence line that led from his heart tree. At first, it felt like an impossible task, as though he was trying to move a boulder through a tiny door. Something was blocking it, which was strange. It had never felt this way before. This sensation was new to him. He tilted his head forward and focused his full attention onto the task. It took a while, longer than it should have, but finally a shift in his mindset let him get past whatever had been blocking him. The block had almost felt like his mind warning him, but why would his mind need to warn him about unlocking a node? It didn't make any sense. and so he knew he could ignore it without getting himself into danger. He'd done this multiple times before by now, unlocked 5 separate nodes. It should be easy. It was easy. The essence flowed from his heart tree down the pathway toward the node. His entire body seized up, and he felt a pain like nothing ever before, stabbing him right in the gut. What's happening? Elian snapped his eyes back open, wide as saucers. A wave of fear and agony threatened to overwhelm his mind. The light inside of his heart tree that represented flame was dimming. He'd unlocked nodes before, 5 of them so far, but this was the first time he'd done it while he had a demon inside of him. Perhaps he should have known it would be different, should have heeded the warning his mind had so clearly given him. But how could he have known something like this would happen? Who exactly could he have asked? Balin warned that being assimilated with a demon might be dangerous. He said it had risks, risk I never fully understood. Elian could stop the process. If he stopped pushing his essence down the pathway, he would be able to take control of the energy that was flame. He should be able to contain it, though that wasn't something he knew for sure. What he did know was that he couldn't stop it from depleting while his full concentration was on unlocking the node. But then what would happen? He'd have to try this again, and the same thing would occur. And I would have less energy to work with. He did remember that he was able to convert the energy that came from eating food into energy for flame. He'd noticed the shifts after his meals, but he would have to eat a lot for it to make enough of a difference. Elian might not be able to go for unlocking the node again for another few days if he stopped now. Or he could keep going. If he kept going and it didn't work, if flame was ejected from his heart tree, the demon outside of him, for anyone watching able to see, then everything would end here. Flame's life, his life, the future he had planned, all the skills he would learn. Other demons he might one day bond with. He wanted to free the Valley of Auld from the threat of the demon hordes, and that was something impossible to do if he were dead. He knew. He'd seen what happened to summoners in this place. It didn't matter if they had connections, didn't matter if they were a part of one of the families. It didn't matter how many people had loved them or supported them before their true nature had been revealed. They were still hanged. Creak, creak, creak. He heard the rope that had taken Rena's life swinging from the balcony. He knew it was too far away to hear, knew the swinging had probably stopped by now unless a strong wind was blowing. But he still heard it nonetheless, as though the body were swinging right before his eyes inside his chamber. Creak, creak, creak. If he failed, he would never locate his father, Derek Hollow, if that was even the man's real name. Elian didn't know. He didn't know anything at all about the man. Not really. But he wanted to learn. Wanted to know why the man had left his mother, had left him. Why he'd abandoned them, and where the hell he'd gone. Elian gritted his teeth. He couldn't let this stop him from getting what he wanted. But to get what he wanted, he had to learn to live with it. He had to take all his disadvantages and turn them into advantages. His body was shaking, but if someone was spying on him, they wouldn't be able to see the internal battle he was in. And even if they did see that something was taking up all his concentration and will, they would simply think it was the unlocking of a node that he was so focused upon. Elian focused on his essence, focused on pushing it down the essence pathway, focused on unlocking the node. He knew he was risking everything by doing this, but he would be risking everything the next time he did this too, and if he didn't do it now, he might never be able to manage it. Questions might arise as to why he wasn't able to. Master Larson might even stand over him until he tried, well before he was able to replenish the energy that kept flame within his heart tree, which meant that everything was riding on this moment. I need to fix this. The essence moved forward, down the pathway, getting closer and closer to the node. At the same time, Flame's energy kept leaving him. He didn't know why. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Using his skills didn't compromise Flame's injury, nor did circulating his essence through his body. So why was unlocking a node affecting him in this way? It didn't make any sense. Elian took deep, slow breaths. At least he did after the initial shock. Whatever he'd done to push the essence down the pathway toward the node had unleashed Flame's energy. He couldn't feel any added strength or speed in his body because of that energy being unleashed, and he wasn't suddenly breathing fire either. The energy was just leaving him. Elian focused on splitting his mind, splitting his focus. It was something he'd had to learn to do when he was controlling the different minions. It took a lot of mental energy to control the movement of not only himself, but both of the minions simultaneously. Whenever he did that, he felt like he was splitting himself in half, then splitting one of his halves in half again. Not a pleasant thing to put himself through. But right now it was something he needed to do. It took a while for him to manage it. His mind was already so focused on the task of unlocking the node, along with trying not to freak out about Flame's energy leaving him, and his impending death if that were to happen, that it took what felt like an age for him to straighten out his feelings and thoughts. Then it finally clicked. The feeling was almost euphoric. Now that he could focus on Flame's energy, he was able to keep it contained, though he still didn't understand why it had tried to leave him. He'd lost 3/4 of the demon's energy before he'd managed to get a handle on it. At least he was now able to control it. Hopefully this shouldn't happen again. Beads of sweat erupted on his brow as he contained the energy within him, realizing just how close he'd come to ejecting the demon from his heart tree, and how close he'd come to death. It was a constant battle, pushing the essence down the pathway while simultaneously keeping the energy from leaving him. One that he felt exhausting his body and mind the more he pushed. But he was doing it. He was making it work. Then, finally, he managed it. He didn't know how much time had passed. A minute, an hour, a day. It felt like he'd been sitting on the stone floor of his chambers for the better part of a week, though he knew that couldn't be true. Someone would have knocked on the door during that time. Someone would have interrupted his meditation. He snapped his eyes back open when it was done, feeling the rush of energy envelop him. Unlocking this node was the most significant thing he'd done since returning to the Valley of Auld after being stuck outside with the demons. Once again, Elian was making progress, moving forward. A familiar pressure pushed on his head, and he activated the notification, reading the text that appeared in front of him. Node unlocked. Mark, Infuser. Skill name, Trade Quality. Tier 1. You have consumed 5 units of Demon Essence. Now that he'd unlocked the node and gained his first Infuser skill, it was time to see what he could do with it. Chapter 12. That felt more difficult than usual, Alfred said. Why are you sweating so much? Elian shifted where he sat, wiping sweat off his brow with his sleeve. His body and mind felt wrecked. As he focused on Alfred's question, he realized it was one he couldn't answer. He needed to be vague. I'm not sure. It just felt harder than usual. He could use the word flame as a metaphor, somehow slip the details of what happened to them, but even doing that didn't make him feel more comfortable.
It couldn't have been that hard, Kale said, considering you did that faster than you've done any of your other nodes.
Elian blinked. I did? It felt impossible to keep track when he was focusing so hard on unlocking a node. He'd thought what he'd done had taken far longer than usual. You were only out for about half an hour, Alfred said. Must have something to do with you being fully marked. Elian replied, glad he was the only one who could listen to what his minions said. It was interesting that it had only taken him a short time to unlock the node. He wondered if that was because of flame. Maybe the energy that had been expended had somehow helped him unlock the node. Or maybe it was because he was a prodigy, like all the instructors kept saying. One thing he was mostly sure of, it wasn't as simple as him being full marked. He touched a hand to the feather, then touched his other to the rock. Any tips, Alfred? The infuser chuckled in his mind. Mistress Petra would kill me if she heard I helped you. He paused. Though I suppose it's a little late for that. So, are you going to help me, or? Elian trailed off. Figuring this out is a rite of passage for infusers. This skill, it's not something that can be taught. You have to feel it out. Every infuser thinks about the problem differently, Alfred said. He actually sounded a little apologetic as he spoke, as though he wished there were more he could do. Elian released a sigh. He didn't think it was cheating to take advice from his minions, but he supposed if this was something he needed to do on his own, then he could live with that. That's stupid, Kale said. Elian snorted, then chuckled a bit, aware that he likely looked a little mad chuckling to himself alone in his room. Kale had a point. This was stupid. None of the other skills he'd required needed him to solve some sort of mental puzzle just to get them working. All he'd needed to do was think to activate them, and if their requirements were met, they worked. Then again, no one had needed to tell him that he needed to use his own blood for the blood bond skill to work. That he'd managed to figure out on his own. His sight skill was also intuitive, more so than any other skill he'd yet to acquire. This, too, seemed pretty straightforward. Elian picked up the rock, holding it in his right hand, then picked up the feather. He opened both his hands, the items sitting on his palms. All he needed to do was transfer the weight of one to the other. Infusers did things like this all the time. They even did it while they were in the middle of a fight, or so the stories told. He took a moment to imagine what it might be like. If he were swinging a sword, for example, and wearing heavy armor, he could transfer the weight of his armor into the sword mid-swing as the sword was falling toward the head of the enemy. Then, if he needed to adjust, he could pull the weight back out and move the sword as though it weighed as little as, well, a feather. Elian smiled. That sounded like an amazing way to fight, and he knew that was only one possible way to use an infuser's ability. From what he'd heard, and lately seen, infusers were variable in what they were able to do, and while the possibilities weren't endless, the different combinations of things they could do with their skills sure made it seem that way. He knocked himself out of his thoughts and focused on the task at hand. He may technically be an infuser now, but that wouldn't help him unless he actually knew how to use the skill. Elian activated Trade Quality, looking from the feather to the rock and back, waiting for the weights to shift from one to the other. Nothing happened. Not a thing. Elian frowned. He felt the essence inside of his heart tree. It hadn't even shifted. Strange. When he'd tried to activate the skill, he'd felt something. It was reminiscent of when he'd first tried to use blood bond and something had stopped him. The same sort of mental block was getting in his way now, though he was sure the solution wouldn't involve the spilling of his blood. Perhaps he needed to be more specific. His gaze shifting from the rock back to the feather, he imagined the thing that he wanted. He wanted their weights to be traded. He wanted the feather to be as heavy as the rock and the rock as light as the feather. When he'd first activated the skill, he hadn't been focusing on what he'd wanted for the items. He was sure now that had been a mistake. This wasn't the same as his other skills. With sight, he didn't need to think of taking an enemy's sight away from them. All he needed to do was focus on his target and then activate it. He supposed that this spell must act quite differently to that one. Trade Quality was incredibly vague, and while he wasn't sure what other quality he could trade between the two items, there were likely things he could do with them that he simply hadn't thought of. Elian took a deep breath, let it out slowly, then activated the skill again whilst holding his wishes in his mind. He felt essence escape his heart tree in the same way that it did whenever he activated one of his skills. It's working, he thought. It must be. But when he hefted the feather and the rock, nothing about them seemed any different. He deflated, then looked at his essence. Essences, Demon 5, Raw 0.1. He tilted his head to the side. He'd used up 5 points of essence when he'd unlocked the node, gaining him this skill. He'd been hoping that the skill would only cost a small amount of essence for him to summon, like the sight skill did. Hell, he'd been hoping for it to cost less if he were completely honest. As it turned out, the spell cost him 0.4 units of essence, twice as much as the sight skill. So far, he'd only encountered one skill that varied in how much essence it used. He wondered what the odds were that this one would be the same. But the thing that annoyed him the most was that he'd used up essence and nothing at all had happened. The skill had definitely activated. He wouldn't be out of essence if it hadn't. He left the stone and the feather on the floor and stood, stretching out his arms and back. His body felt a little stiff from being on the ground for so long. If not for the essence circulation, he was sure his muscles would have felt sore and tired from all the training he'd undergone that morning. Dead gods, it had been a long day so far. Training with Master Larson, the tests he'd gone through with Mistress Rakan. Then back to Larson, then straight on to Master Aaron and Mistress Petra. He felt as though he'd cycled through every instructor in the academy, though he knew that wasn't the case. There were more masters and mistresses standing on the balcony than he'd spoken to so far. And it wasn't only meeting all of those people that had exhausted him, it was seeing what happened to that poor girl. A summoner, like him, dying for no other reason than the skills she would be able to unlock. Though he knew it was more complicated than that. He glanced down at the feather and the stone. As much as he wanted to get this skill right, there were other things on his mind. He was mentally and emotionally exhausted, and he didn't think circulating essence would be enough to fix that. He needed to do something, and he didn't think he would be able to solve this feather and stone puzzle through sheer force of will. He wasn't stuck outside of the wall, demons lurking around in the dark ready to pounce on him if he wasn't completely alert. Things were less urgent than they had been for him, even if they didn't quite feel like that. And right now, he wasn't expected to be anywhere. Elian stepped out of his room, locked the door behind him, and wondered if he could scrounge up some food from the main hall. Lunch was long over by now, but that didn't mean there wouldn't still be food in there, right? It wasn't that he was hungry, although he always seemed hungry these days. It was the toll that unlocking that skill had taken on him, and more importantly, the toll that it had taken on Flame. If that had gone on any longer. Elian shook his head. He wasn't going to let his mind go down that path. He'd already done that countless times today. Catastrophizing wasn't actually helping him, despite how much his betrayer of a brain seemed to think it was. Instead of heading to the main hall like his stomach wanted him to, he walked toward the library. He still didn't have his bearings in this place. He'd never been in a building as large as the academy. Buildings this large didn't exist back down in the lower town. The only structure he'd ever been in that rivaled the size of the academy, or perhaps was actually larger, had been the salt mines. But these hallways were nothing like those. He couldn't even smell salt. And every now and then he would be in a hallway with windows, able to see outside, able to breathe fresh air. This place was nothing like the mines. He didn't ask his minions for directions. He wanted to find the library himself. He figured it would be a better way for him to learn how to get around. He walked through long hallways and down curved staircases until finally he came upon the double doors that led to his destination. He smiled to himself before pushing the doors open. None of his instructors had mentioned the library. He was a student now, so he assumed he could come in here without any trouble, even if he did feel out of place. A woman stood behind a counter near another set of double doors, a large ledger sitting in front of her. She wore the robes of the academy, and from the marks on her shoulders she was Tier 2. She raised an eyebrow as he walked in, looking him up and down. A half-smirk flickered onto her lips. It wasn't a kind smile, he noted.
"Can I help you?"
the woman asked. Elian ran a hand through his hair. He glanced down at the ledger, which was open in front of her. It had names, he assumed, of other students, and then the names of books beside them. It took him a little while to decipher. He could read, but there were words he was unfamiliar with. Maybe he'd know them if he heard someone speak them. Maybe he wouldn't. The woman cleared her throat.
"Did you hear me?"
"Ah!" Elian motioned toward the entrance to the library. He hadn't expected there to be someone here. What, guarding the books? "I'd like to look at the books." He smiled sheepishly. Yeah, he was definitely out of place. But he knew that wouldn't always be the case. It might be that soon enough he started to feel at home here, even if there were things about himself he'd never be able to reveal. Even if there were people here that would never like him simply because he'd come from the lower town. In fact, that he was thrice marked and a prodigy would no doubt make them dislike him even more. Perhaps that's why he was inclined to keep that little secret to himself for as long as he was able to. At least Hylan was nice to me, and Master Larson was, if not nice, at least invested in my training. The woman's eyebrow was still raised, as though it were stuck like that. The sternness in her gaze and the turn of her lip made her look older than she actually was.
"There is a rumor going around that you can read. If that rumor isn't true, then perhaps I can recommend a few books with pictures."
Elian frowned. Was he really going to have to deal with this with just about every person he met? At least the instructors hadn't treated him this way. He shut his eyes, sighed, opened them again. Keeping his head down, keeping out of sight, it didn't seem like an option for him when the whole academy already knew his name. "Yes, I can read. I know you must be shocked, but it's true." The woman's eyes widened a little.
"Brazen."
Then she smiled, more than her little half-smirk. This one actually looked genuine.
"I like it."
She nodded toward the door.
"You can read anything on the shelves. For books that aren't there, you'll have to make a request or get a note from one of the instructors saying you're allowed to view them. If you take a book out of the library..."
She tapped her index finger on the ledger.
"Your name and the book's title."
Elian nodded. "Thank you." He stepped through the next set of doors and saw the Academy's library for the very first time. His mouth fell open, his eyes widened, and he was swept up by a moment of joy. Chapter 13. Elian had never seen so many books in his life. He honestly hadn't known this many books existed. He hadn't really known what to expect when he'd stepped in here. He had thought they might have dozens of books, maybe even hundreds of books when his imagination went wild. But this place had thousands. "This is amazing," he whispered, not sure if he was talking to himself or his minions, or both. "This isn't everything," Alfred said. "They have other sections, restricted by what tier you are, and you're standing at the academy."
"It's not like reading will teach you how to use skills,"
Cale said, sounding a little frustrated.
"Only experience will."
"That's not how the instructors put it,"
Alfred said carefully.
"They're always going on about how important it is to have a grounding in the theory of skills in combat. There are also demon bestiaries. Some of them are quite old. They list the qualities and strengths different demons possess."
Cale grumbled. A weird sensation, a soul grumbling within one's head. It sounded like he wanted to argue, but considering he'd been a once-marked Tier 1 and died because he wasn't strong enough, maybe, For once, he saw the futility in it. Or maybe he was just taking a moment to pause. Elian sighed as the tirade began, and the two souls started arguing within his mind. He blocked them out, wishing he had a better way than just sheer force of will. Maybe he would find that better way here, despite what Cale had said about not being about to learn from books. Though he didn't come here because he wanted to learn about skills. He'd come here because he wanted to learn about full-marked and summoners. Not to mention history. He wanted to get a better idea of what life was like before the Godfall. As he stepped into the library, he gazed around at the stacks. Bookshelves lined each side of the library, making little rows he could walk down. There were also shelves up against the very walls, shelves that stretched all the way to the library's tall, domed ceiling. There were ladders in front of those shelves, as many of the books were too tall to reach from the ground. Elian couldn't imagine what all these books could hold, couldn't imagine how there were so many in the first place. It made him wonder if all of the books were from his people, the people of the Valley of Auld. Maybe there were older books from the Godfall, before the demon hordes destroyed everything and left only them behind. Not only us, he reminded himself. There could be others out there. Where else would my father have gone? It was still strange thinking about his father. It had really only been a few days since he'd learned the man was full-marked, let alone possibly alive out there. Elian shook those thoughts from his mind and walked through the stacks, his fingers brushing the spines of the books as he passed them. He was about to ask his minions how he might find what he needed when he stopped himself. There were other people in the library. Comfortable seats were dotted around the stacks, lanterns lighting the pages the other students were reading. In the middle of the large room, there were also several tables with students sitting down at them. I suppose not everyone has a class right now. Chances were someone would overhear him talking to his minions. He didn't care much about them thinking he was crazy. They would have all seen a necromancer seemingly talking to themselves before, but did he really want to announce to everyone that he was looking for information on summoners and full-marked about the time before the Godfall? He had no idea how others might see his research. Would they think it was merely childish, foolish? Considering he was from the lower town, maybe they would see it for the curiosity that it mostly was. But he couldn't afford people seeing it as dangerous. Why would this man, this new thrice-marked student who didn't truly deserve to be here, be dredging up the past? Elian kept his mouth closed and his questions to himself. He walked through the stacks, deciphering the words on the spines. Though his mother had taught him to read, he hadn't had much opportunity to actually do it. He was slower at it than he would like. That's why it took him a moment, staring at one of the books, to realize it was simply something he couldn't decipher. His forehead creased so heavily and he stared at it for so long that one of the minions in his mind spoke up. "That book is in a different language." It was Alfred who spoke, his words gentle. If it had been Cale, he probably would have said it in a way that made Elian feel like an idiot. Elian frowned. A different language? He knew something about that there had once been people out there that spoke differently to those in the Valley of Auld. That was so many years ago. Then this book is from before, he whispered, touching the spine. Indeed, Alfred said. There likely isn't a soul alive today who can read it. Though there are some scholars in the Peaks and even in the Academy whose focus is on dead languages. Perhaps they might know what lies within those pages. Dead languages. Elian supposed any language that wasn't their own would be considered dead. He moved into another book. It took him a while to find what he was after. Finally, he came upon a spine that read Tales of the Godfall. He plucked the book off the shelf and found a corner of the library that seemed private enough, a little nook between stacks with a comfortable chair. The chair had its back to the wall, which meant no one would be able to read over his shoulder and see what book he had. Though, if they had these books sitting on the library shelves, would it really be so bad that he was reading them? He opened up the book, If it weren't for his enhanced eyesight, he probably would have strained his vision looking down at the tiny text printed upon the thick pages. It took him a while to read the words. At first, he stumbled over them. He still had to read mouthing things out, though he didn't speak the words aloud. At one point, Alfred asked if Elian would like him to read the words for him. Elian considered it only for a second or two before shaking his head. It would certainly be easier listening to Alfred read, but he needed to stand on his own feet, sit comfortably in this chair and read for himself. He did find it helpful when he came upon a word he didn't know. However, he would simply point at the word on the page, and Alfred, or even occasionally Cale, would say the word, then explain what they knew of its meaning. It wasn't so helpful when the two would start arguing over particulars, however. Then it was simply annoying. Still, he was forever astounded by how versatile his necromancer skill was. It wasn't simply having the ability to animate a corpse into a minion, it was having the ability to communicate with the dead. He was glad the souls of his minions were mostly cooperative. The story the book was telling was an interesting one. It read somewhat like a children's tale, and Elian couldn't help but recognize parts of it from stories he'd heard growing up in the lower town. The tales had clearly been written after the godfall, which was clear enough from the book's title, as they spoke of the gods before, and they were none too kind whenever they mentioned them. Elian had to wonder what it was like back when the so-called gods had been around, in a time before they were hated. There was one thing about the tales in this book that he hadn't encountered in the stories told back in the lower town: the enemy that those in the Valley of Auld were facing. In this story, they had a name. They weren't simply the enemy or the adversary. They were the Vicnasa. Vicnasa, Elian whispered after Alfred had sounded the word out for him. He had never heard of them. The Vicnasa, according to the book, had an army of marked warriors. Not much was written concerning their marks, but the things they could do were interesting and fantastical. The tales called the Vicnasa the enemy, the adversary, evil. They had the ability to control the elements and were able to do other things that a normal marked could not, but a demon might. Elian wondered if they were simply full-marked or summoners. He could wield fire now, after all, but there was barely any mention of demons until the hordes had been summoned, almost as if summoners had been useless up until that point. That doesn't make any sense, Elian thought, but it wasn't as though he had much to go on. He sat there for a bit, staring off at the stacks, contemplating what the book might have been about. The way he saw it, there were three options. First, either these Vicnasa had never actually existed, or else at least what they could do hadn't been depicted accurately in this book of tales. Second, the Vicnasa, who could wield the elements, were borrowing traits from demons they controlled or had assimilated into themselves. Or third, there were other marks out there beyond the four known to the Valley of Auld. The last theory, he knew, was absolutely absurd. If that were true, wouldn't they know about it? He frowned, following that logic. Maybe we do know about it, or at least maybe we once knew about it. He thought of someone like Master Aran. He still wasn't sure how old the man was, but he got the feeling the necromancer had been around for a very, very long time. Elian sat there for a while before he started reading the book again. The next part of the tale told of the tearing down of the gods, the most powerful non-full-marked participant in the coup, often killing their own relatives to take down the full-marked or the summoners among them. The book told of how evil anyone with the summoner mark was, whether it was a quarter of their marks, a third, half, or their only one. It tainted the rest. It made them vulnerable to the will of demons, and that was what had led them to summoning demons to this world in the first place. Elian wondered if there was some truth to that, wondered if he was susceptible to the will of the demons. The bond that he shared with Flame, his blood-bonded hellhound, wasn't only one way after all. Elian didn't think of himself as evil. He didn't buy that all summoners were. didn't buy that the mark tainted someone no matter who they were or what other marks they had. At the same time, he couldn't forgive the so-called gods for what they'd done to the world. It might not be so black and white as them being evil, but what they'd done, setting the demon hordes upon Ilaria, that had been the worst disaster to ever befall the world. Still, who knew how many people had actually been responsible for that in the first place? To punish every single summoner that came after? It wasn't fair. Elian closed the book with a sigh. He wasn't sure how long he'd been sitting there. The library had no windows to the outside, no way to tell where the sun was in the sky, assuming it was in the sky at all. But he felt like a few hours must have passed as he'd read. Though the content of what he'd been reading hadn't exactly been relaxing, he found something soothing in the simple act of reading. Deciphering the words on the page, making images in his mind of what they said, imagining the time and place the tales depicted. If he didn't have other things to do, he might have remained there deep into the evening and right through to the next morning. Alas, he still had a skill to learn, and his mind was feeling far more clear than it had when he'd first come here. Elian placed the book back on the shelf, then returned to his chamber. Chapter 14. Back in his chamber, Elian sat cross-legged on the ground. He placed the feather to his left and the rock to his right. Feather and rock, rock and feather. He stared at the two items, wondering where he'd been going wrong, doubting he was this talented prodigy the instructors kept telling him he was. He had an epiphany. Every skill he'd used thus far required making a connection. His blood bond skill connected him to a demon through the use of blood, and that connection manifested in a line that only he could see, a line that stretched between himself and the demon. That line grew thicker or thinner depending upon the strength of the bond. A similar connection was made when he stole another being's vision. He'd felt that connection snap into place, and he'd seen what difference it made when he actively strengthened that connection. Those connections weren't something he had to consciously activate. They were simply there when he activated his skills as long as the requirements of the skill were met. This skill was different. For whatever reason, less natural, less intuitive. All skills messed with the natural order of things to some degree. Bringing a corpse to life was certainly messing with the way things should go. So why is this so different? He didn't know. Perhaps it was because he was acting on inanimate objects, but no matter the reason, he thought he knew how to make it work. Elian picked up the feather and rock. He held one in each of his hands. Then he focused not on the skill and what he wanted it to do, transfer the weight between the two items, but on what the two items had in common. What connected these two things that were so different from each other? Their weights, of course, were not the same. A feather, though now inanimate, originated from a living thing. It had once been a part of a greater whole. A rock, though never having been alive, was the same. It could have been parted from a larger rock by the end of a pickaxe, or simply by passing of time as it slowly eroded. Maybe the feather and the rock still both felt connected to something else. The thought was an absurd one. He balked at the idea. How could a rock and a feather feel connected to anything? They couldn't feel. And yet there was a deep part of his mind that reacted to the thought in a different way, as though something dormant and buried stirred within him. A hidden knowledge of the way things were. He wondered where that knowledge came from. Whether it came from inside him, or perhaps even from inside the demon within him. My skills change the way things are. I need to change these items. He closed his eyes. For a time, he did not think about how absurd his idea was. He did not think about how foolish it would sound if he tried to explain it to another. He did not think of himself at all. He threw away his ego and simply acted. In his mind's eye, he felt the rock weighing down his right hand, felt the feather soft in his left. He worked on the rock first, imagining as though he were unpicking its connection to whatever it had once been part of. A small piece of a greater whole turned into something solitary, something alone. He didn't know if it was working until it did. That deep part of his mind shifted once more, except this time the movement it made was more significant. Elian could sense the rock even more now. Its weight didn't change, but suddenly it felt lighter, as though it was no longer being dragged down by an extra force. He smiled, a pure smile. He'd figured something out, at least he hoped he had. Elian did the same thing with the feather, though it took longer for him to convince the feather to cut its connection to its brethren. The bond was stronger, more tangible, something he could relate to. But this, too, didn't take him long. When he was done, he opened his eyes. Rock and feather looked exactly as they had before, but something felt different about them. He checked his essence reserve and found it hadn't changed. Elian inhaled deeply, then exhaled for a long moment until his body felt completely drained of breath. He activated trade quality, focusing on what he wished to happen. The essence required for the skill to work flowed from his core. He'd gotten this far before without any success, but that was before uncoupling the connection these items had to others, if indeed that hadn't all just been a figment of his imagination, however real it might have felt. Elian didn't breathe. He simply watched and waited until a line sprang into existence, connecting the two items held in his hands. His eyes widened. The feather felt heavy. The rock light. He jumped to his feet and held both items aloft, stretching his arms high. He let out a whoop of excitement. "I did it!" Elian didn't let his excitement embarrass him. He embraced it. It was good to feel this kind of joy. When he'd been outside of the walls fighting demons, any advancement he'd made with his skills or his ability to fight had always been in the middle of life or death situations. It had been difficult to feel such pure joy as he did now, to let go. Not that he could ever let go completely. "Whoa," Alfred said. "You figured it out? Already?"
Already? He's been working on this one skill for the better part of a day. I think darkness has fallen outside."
Cale didn't sound impressed. Alfred sighed in Elian's mind. "I told you, mastering this skill is different. It requires more thought than any of your skills." The infuser didn't usually bite back at the invoker. Elian couldn't help but smirk at the comeback. Cale scoffed.
"Why should something like this be difficult? Invokers take from live beings."
Elian let them argue. He placed the rock and feather on the ground, letting go of them. The connection held. He smiled, stood, stared down at them. He didn't know how long these things were supposed to last. The line that connected the two items was far stronger than when he stole the eyesight from a human, animal, or demon. The connection hadn't been hard to make either, not after he'd stripped the items of their other connections, the ones he couldn't even see. When the two souls in his heart tree stopped bickering in his mind, he cleared his throat. "Is this something infusers have to do for every item they use?" Elian asked. There was a pause.
"Come on, Alfred. Surely you can answer that question. He passed your mistress's little test,"
Cale said.
"She isn't my mistress. It's not as though I'm a student here anymore."
Elian tapped his foot on the stone. "Well," he said, trying not to sound impatient. They could probably feel his impatience anyway.
"Yes, it is," Alfred said. "It's called isolating. There are some items out there that are more connected than others. A branch from a tree, for instance, will be even more difficult to isolate than a feather from a bird. Salt is one of the more difficult items to isolate, even though it's inanimate. There are theories as to why. Salt hurts demons. Perhaps it is holy. Perhaps that's why it's harder to infuse."
Elian nodded along to what the man was saying. I thought infusers could trade qualities instantly, like an invoker skill?
Almost instantly, yes. Though such finesse requires a great deal of practice. The items an infuser often works with in the middle of a fight have already been isolated, stripped of all their connections, their armor, their weapons. These items have been prepared in advance.
Elian tapped his chin with his index finger. That made sense. He tilted his head to the side. Isolating items doesn't require any essence. How does the process actually work?
Honestly, Alfred began, and Elian could have sworn he felt a shrug in the man's words. I've no idea. Mistress Petra spoke of one's will, as though it were a tangible force of its own. I always had trouble understanding that.
Elian's eyebrows rose. He opened his mouth to reply, then thought better of it. He had experienced his will as something tangible before, when he used Blood Bond to bond Flame, his hellhound, to him. There had been a battle of wills between him and the demon. It had only worked when his will had turned out to be the stronger of the two, though he still didn't really understand what that meant. What exactly was his will, and what made it strong? Perhaps it had something to do with him being a prodigy. Elian held the feather and stone in his hand. He tossed the rock up into the air. Dead gods, it felt strange to toss a rock that felt so light. Then he did the same thing with the feather. It was almost disorienting, watching the lines in the air as he tossed the items about, though, like the other lines he'd dealt with in the past, he wasn't sure in the heat of battle that they would simply fade into the background. I need to go see Mistress Petra, his stomach grumbled.
I doubt she'll still be in her office, Kale said. She sometimes takes her meal in the main hall, Alfred offered. If dinner is still being served, you might be able to catch her.
If dinner is still being served? That lent a sense of urgency to his actions. The last thing he wanted to do was miss a meal. Elian threw his door wide, closed it swiftly behind him, and jogged toward the stairs. His stomach felt absolutely empty. Chapter 15. Elian sighed in relief when he reached the main hall. People were still here, still eating, talking. Some were even laughing, though he could feel the weight of what had happened this morning. Some of the people here didn't appear fazed at all. His first thought was of food. Not only did he have a boundless hunger he needed to satiate, he had also spent some of Flame's energy within him. Even though the demon was a part of him, he found himself missing the physical presence of the beast. He'd grown to care about the hellhound in a way he hadn't expected. He wanted to pat the beast on his forehead and tell him he was a good boy, but right now, that was impossible. He plucked a plate from the serving table and put as much food onto it as he could. Rice, potatoes, some sort of meat that looked like beef and probably was. It all smelled so fantastic. The feather and the rock sat in his left and right pockets. The line connecting them was still there. When he looked down, he could see it move through him, which was an awfully strange sight. Seeing the line, feeling the weight of the feather in his left pocket made him remember he wasn't just in the main hall for food. He was here to look for Mistress Petra. He knew he could simply find her in the morning, perhaps before her first class had started, but he didn't want to wait. Besides, if he came to her the next day, chances were she wouldn't believe he'd accomplished what he had the night before. Elian spotted her at a table near the front of the hall, sitting down with some other masters. He recognized Master Larson and the headmistress. That gave him pause. What if they were having an important conversation and he interrupted them? He took a step toward their table and tilted his head, trying to listen to what they were saying. His forehead creased. Their lips were moving, but he couldn't hear a word. That excited him more than anything. These people had the ability to not be overheard. Another trick of an infuser's skill, he imagined. It made him all the more interested in the mark and what it could do. Master Larson caught his gaze. The man frowned. But now that he had seen him, Elian took that as an invitation, whether it was or not. He approached the table with Headmistress Herrick, Mistress Petra, and Master Larson. It didn't take the two women long to notice him coming. He read disapproval in the headmistress's expression, frustration in Mistress Petra's, but curiosity in Master Larson's. Larson's expression was what made him plow forward.
Eating on this table is a great honor, Elian Salt,
Headmistress Herrick said.
and not one generally afforded to first-year students, let alone first-day students.
He looked down at the plate he was carrying. "Oh, I'm not here for that." He put the plate down on a nearby table, giving it a forlorn glance as he abandoned it, hoping it would still be there when he came back and the food wouldn't have grown too cold. "I simply wanted to speak with Mistress Petra for a moment."
Whatever you have to say to her, you may as well share with us. You have already interrupted our conversation. I suppose manners are something we shall have to teach you here as well.
Headmistress Herrick sat straight in her chair.
Unsurprising, considering where you've come from.
Great, Elian thought. Even the headmistress hates me because I'm from the lower town. He sighed, inwardly. He didn't want his feelings to show on the surface, and he was doing his best to hide them, especially the spark of anger he felt in his chest. Master Larson narrowed his gaze at Elian, but he didn't look hostile. Instead, he gave him a short, encouraging nod. Elian faced Mistress Petra. He took the feather and rock from his pocket and held them in front of him. "I finished your test." The woman blinked. She looked down at the feather, then at the rock.
What?
The rock and feather test, Master Larson muttered. You gave that to him on his first day?
You did say he was a prodigy.
Mistress Petra spat back. Larson buried his head in his hands. The headmistress shot the man a sharp look.
Prodigy? Is that why you requested to speak with me in my chambers after this meal? Do you honestly expect me to believe that this child from the lower town is a prodigy along with being thrice marked?
Master Larson raised his head. Elian expected to see anger in his eyes, expected it to be directed at him, but he looked more like someone who wanted to be rescued than someone who was mad. I really shouldn't have come to this table. Elian wondered if he should speak, wondered if he should just turn back around and walk away. Hell, maybe he should run. Coming over here, the last thing he'd wanted to do was get on the headmistress's bad side. Though, with how she seemed to feel about those from the lower town, it appeared as though he had been on her bad side from the moment he walked into this place. He opened his mouth, but closed it when Master Larson straightened, appearing to gain his composure.
I wish you hadn't seen fit to divulge that information prematurely, Mistress Petra. I was hoping to have a conversation with the headmistress about this in private, but as that is no longer an option.
The man looked the headmistress in the eye.
You know me, Herrick. You know that I would never claim something like this without proof. I do not expect you to take this on faith. There is nothing you need simply believe. For this young man is a prodigy, and we would be foolish to throw away all his potential simply because of which part of the city he was born in.
Mistress Petra scrunched her nose.
This boy was not born in the city. He was born in the lower town. That stands apart.
Headmistress Herrick raised a hand, stalling their conversation. She turned her attention directly to Elian, and he felt as though she was looking into his very soul, felt as though she were able to see all his secrets, read them in his eyes. Fortunately, he knew that wasn't the case. He wouldn't have made it through the Academy's doors if it had been.
When you came to me yesterday, you told me you had not yet unlocked your infuser node,
Headmistress Herrick said.
Were you lying about this?
No, Headmistress. Mistress Petra provided me with the necessary essence to unlock the node earlier today. The headmistress's eyebrow rose.
Are you to have me believe that not only have you unlocked the node, gaining you the trade quality skill, that you have already figured out how to use it?
Elian glanced at Master Larson. The man gave him another one of his encouraging nods, though looking closely, Elian could see a tightness around his eyes. Yes, headmistress. It took me longer than I'd hoped. I had to take some time with it, give my mind space to figure out the problem. But when I understood what was happening, it became clear.
Preposterous,
Mistress Petra said.
He isn't lying, Master Larson said. He has no reason to.
Perhaps he simply wishes us to think he is more than he is.
Mistress Petra's forehead creased. She leant over the table and plucked feather and stone out from his hands.
Did you get someone else to do this for you? It wouldn't be the first time a first-year student has bribed a student with more experience to do their homework. I dare say the boy from the lower town would not have enough money to bribe someone,
Headmistress Herrick said.
Unless I am mistaken.
Elian shook his head. You're not. The headmistress held her hands out, looking at Mistress Petra.
Hand them to me, please.
Mistress Petra didn't hesitate, though she didn't look happy about it. The headmistress weighed the items in her hands.
There is a simple way to test whether or not he was the one to perform this.
There was a shift in her hands. The one holding the stone dipped. The one holding the feather rose.
I have isolated the items. They are no longer connected to one another.
The woman looked around for a moment, then her gaze settled upon the fork on the table beside her plate. She placed the rock in her other hand, so she was holding both items together. Then she touched a finger to the fork. Finally, she passed the feather and rock back to him. They felt different. The moment the woman had isolated the items, he'd seen the line between them disappear. There was a slight sense of loss somewhere inside of him. A part of him had been maintaining that connection. Did infusers always feel when their skills failed or ended? The salt steel spear he'd used when he'd been fighting demons outside of the wall, he had barely given a thought to who might have been the infuser who had enchanted it. In a sense, Elian owed that person his life. He doubted he would have survived without such a weapon. Elian had heard that there were infusers out there whose connections, or enchantments as they were often thought of, could last long after they were dead. He wondered what tier they needed to be to make something like that happen. The feather was the thing he noticed first. It was light again, that much was obvious, but it wasn't only that it was light. It felt hard. Not rigid, the feather was still flexible, but the surface of it suddenly felt colder than before, like metal. The item was no longer isolated, and neither was the rock. The difference in the rock was harder for him to discern. Once he focused on the items for a moment, he was able to tell what had happened. You connected both of these items to the fork and took the quality of hardness?
Durability,
Headmistress Herrick said.
Good that you figured that out quickly. Now, I think you know what I want you to do next.
Elian nodded. She wanted him to isolate the items again and use his trade quality skill on them for a second time. When he'd been in his room, he'd been sitting cross-legged on the ground, breathing deeply in a meditative state without anyone around him. Now, he had the head of the entire Academy of Marked breathing down his neck, along with Mistress Petra and Master Larson, and he didn't doubt that there were students on other tables watching what was going on. It made his nerves flare up. It took Elian a moment to take his focus away from the instructors, to let him focus only on the task at hand. He took a breath, then another, and slowly everything but the two items in his hands faded away. He could almost feel their connection to the metal fork. Almost. This wasn't the same as isolating the items had been before. The connection was artificial, forced upon the items, but it was forced upon them with a strength that was difficult for him to imagine. The headmistress's trade quality skill had somehow convinced the items that they had always been this way. Elian released a breath. He shut his eyes. He knew that wasn't something he'd be able to do when he was in a combat situation. Knew that he would have to have his wits about him if he were isolating while fighting against demons. But right now, that wasn't what this was. This was a test in front of the most important person in the academy. This would be the best way for everyone to see him differently, the best way to stop them from looking down on him for where he was from. If he was useful, it wouldn't matter where he was from. Elian had been told by Anders Galkin, the head guard of the lower town wall, that he should keep his head down, that he should do everything he could not to be noticed, that he shouldn't let the others break him down. Though the man hadn't said it in that many words, Elian had been able to read between the lines. He didn't want to keep his head down. The lower his head was, the easier it would be to kick. He knew the only way to not be a target was to be stronger than the others around him, to rise above them. That was the only reason he was still alive in the first place, after all, because he'd been stronger than the demons he'd faced out there. That and luck. Perhaps I have a bit of that too, he thought, thinking about Master Larson and the faith the man seemed to be putting in him. Meeting a master like that had certainly been a stroke of luck. Elian opened his eyes. When he did, his mind felt clear. This time it hadn't taken him going to the library and losing himself in old stories of the valley and the godfall. All he'd needed to do was take a moment, instead of several hours, to find his inner calm. He felt the connection the feather and the rock had with the fork, and he severed it. Severing the connection caused him to jolt backward. There was some sort of snap back from the action, a mental pain he'd never experienced before.
No,
Petra breathed.
Yes,
Master Larson whispered.
he isolated them.
The man gave Elian another one of his encouraging nods, though this time it was followed by some words, too.
Finish the job, Elian.
Elian activated trade quality, shifted the weight of the rock onto the feather, then placed the items onto the table. He stared directly into Mistress Petra's eyes. "Have I passed your test?" Mistress Petra stared at him for a long moment. Headmistress Herrick was doing the same from the corner of Elian's eye. Master Larson was looking between the three of them. Finally, Mistress Petra replied,
yes, you have.
Headmistress Herrick gave a tight smile.
Perhaps you have found your prodigy after all, Master Larson. Now the question remains, what shall be done with him?
Chapter 16. Unfortunately, Elian wasn't privy to the conversation regarding what would happen to him. At least he got to eat his food. He went back for seconds, thirds, then finally was brave enough to go for a fourth plate. When his meal was finished and his plate was clean once more, he looked around the hall to find that he was the last one there. He had expected to see Balin here at some point, but if the man had been here, he hadn't come up to Elian, and Elian hadn't spotted him. Maybe he saw me with the headmistress and thought it was better to make himself scarce. If that were the case, Elian wouldn't blame him. He returned to his chambers late in the evening. There was a fire burning in the grate. The bed looked inviting, though his body wasn't especially tired. His mind was. Elian walked over to the bed. He was about to sit when he thought better of it. He examined the energy within his heart tree. Elian hadn't gone back for a fourth serving of food simply because he'd been starving. Even though he had been, he'd done it so that he could restore the energy that he'd lost when he'd unlocked that last node. He still had no idea how or why something like that would have happened, and unfortunately it wasn't as though he had someone he could ask. He would simply need to be more careful the next time he did it. Elian was glad he'd pushed through and unlocked the node. Ultimately, he decided that approaching that table during dinner hadn't been a mistake. It might have been a break in etiquette, It might have even led to the headmistress finding out that he was a prodigy before Master Larson had been ready to tell her. But it had also demonstrated to her what he was capable of. When Elian had walked away from that table, Alfred had spoken up within his mind. Before that, the two souls had been quiet.
"I don't think you realize what you just did, Elian," Alfred had said. "The headmistress is a powerful infuser. You're Tier 1. You unlocked the trade quality skill today, and yet you're able to isolate an item she'd enchanted."
"So what?"
Cale had replied.
"What's so hard about that?"
"Perhaps you didn't see the shock in their eyes, Cale, but I did. What Elian did shouldn't have been possible. It's difficult for a trained Tier 1 infuser to isolate an item enchanted by someone of a higher tier, let alone an untrained infuser. I was trained, and I doubt I could have isolated the headmistress's enchantment."
There had been a slight shakiness to the dead man's voice, as though his utter disbelief was bleeding through. Elian, like Cale, wasn't sure he saw what was so hard about what he'd done. The connection Headmistress Herrick had made had been strong, yes, but it had also been artificial. It had been forced onto the feather and the rock, not their natural states, just like what he'd done to them when he'd traded their qualities, shifting the weight from the rock to the feather, twice now, hadn't been their natural states. All he'd had to do was remind the items of what they had been. The connection snapped right off. He still felt a little bit of pain in his head from when that had happened. He hadn't circulated his essence. Doing that likely would have taken away the pain. But he wanted to feel it. Now that he was alone in his room, and, as far as he knew, no longer being watched, he asked Alfred about the pain he felt.
"Backlash," he said. "I'm not surprised you felt that. Whenever an infuser breaks an enchantment by another, there's always at least a little backlash. The backlash is dependent on how long the enchantment is supposed to last and the strength of the one who breaks it. If she had set that enchantment to last for a year, something more experienced infusers could easily do, then it would have likely knocked you out cold, considering you're only Tier 1. Then again, perhaps it wouldn't have, given what you're able to do."
Knocked me out cold. That was a bit of a shock. He imagined himself falling to the floor in the main hall. Everyone would have heard it. Every single student, still sitting down to their evening meal, would have turned around and stared at the fool from the lower town lying unconscious on the ground. He swallowed, thankful that the headmistress hadn't done a thing like that. "Suddenly I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to my first class with Mistress Petra," Elian muttered. He kept his next thought to himself, that the woman seemed rather unpleasant, so he wasn't sure why he'd be looking forward to her class anyway. But honestly, it was a lie to say he wasn't looking forward to it. Despite what he'd been through today, and despite what had happened that morning, he was more excited than ever that he was in the Academy of Marked. That's why he didn't sit on the bed. Instead, he got down on the floor and started doing push-ups. He didn't count how many he was doing. He simply did them until his arms got tired. When they did, he moved on to squats, as many as he could manage. Elian needed to become stronger, faster, and he wasn't going to wait until Master Larson's next training session to do that. When he was finished with his squats, he went back to push-ups, switching between the two until he could no longer perform a single rep of either of them. Then, and only then, did he circulate some essence through his tired, weakened muscles. As he'd trained, the muscles had broken down. The essence rebuilt them, made them stronger. He repeated the process. He wasn't sure what time it was when his head finally hit the pillow. His heart was filled to bursting with excitement for what he was in for in this place. He'd only been here for one full day, and he'd already discovered something amazing about himself, not to mention the fact that he'd unlocked another node. Elian felt a sudden sense of guilt for his excitement the moment he shut his eyes. The first thing he saw when his eyes closed was Rena of House Rakan. He heard the creak of the rope as it swung beneath the balcony, and he was sure that the woman was still there, swinging, creaking. The wind blew loudly outside. The low whistle that gave him a chill, even though he wasn't outside in it, even though he was within the warmth of his room with the cozy fireplace blazing not far from where he lay. Did he deserve to be this excited about his future when someone with the summoner mark, the very same mark that he possessed, had just lost their life that morning? Her suffering is not my fault. Her loss is not my fault. Something about that thought didn't ring true to him. His eyes opened back up of their own free will, banishing the image of the woman hanging from the balcony. It's not my fault what happened to her. That was true. So why did the thought feel wrong? He didn't kill her. He couldn't control what the laws of this place were. He wouldn't even survive if people knew what he was. But he was full marked. More, he was a prodigy, something that hadn't been seen here in years. Killing someone simply because of the mark they bore, it was the same as treating someone like trash simply because they bore no marks. It wasn't right. Since the moment Elian had discovered what he was, that he was full marked, his thoughts had narrowed. He'd been concerned with only a few things: his own survival, the survival of those with him, and the new skills that he could learn, and the danger being what he was posed to him. Now that he was at the academy, there was a lot more on his mind, and something else was there too, something that had been niggling at him. He had the potential to be the most powerful marked at the entire Valley of Auld. If that was the case, then couldn't he do something to help other people afflicted with the mark of the summoner? A sense of urgency filled him. I need to help other people like me. He doubted there would be more full marked popping up, but he was certain there would be others with the summoner mark, like poor Rena of House Rakan. I can't help them yet. Not until I'm stronger. Not until people are forced to listen to what I have to say. Not until I rise above them all. And for that to happen, he would need to do something amazing. He would need to prove himself, not just in the academy, but outside the walls, against the demon hordes. He would need to push them back. Chapter 17. Elian was awakened by a knock on the door. Bleary-eyed and tired, he almost fell out of his bed as he tried to get up. He felt a momentary sense of disorientation as he looked around, not recognizing his surroundings. Then he remembered. I'm in the Academy of Marked. This is my second night here. Another knock startled him into the present. He made it to the door and yanked it open. An impatient-looking servant was standing there, straight-backed, chin high. What is it? Elian snapped. He didn't appreciate being awakened so rudely. The man was taken aback. His eyes widened. That's when Elian noticed it hadn't been impatience he'd seen in him, but rather anxiousness. Maybe all the servants stand like that. I'm reading too much into their posture. My apologies, marked Elian. You're wanted in the training yards. Master Larson's request. He expected you 20 minutes ago. The man leaned in and said in a whisper, He seemed rather angry. Thank you. I'll be there as soon as I can. Elian shut the door, then immediately changed into fresh academy robes. He also took a moment to apply the lily root powder to his summoner mark. He didn't know if he were being watched, if someone was hijacking his vision, so he didn't look down at his work as he did it. If someone had hijacked the vision of a fly on the wall, Well, it was just a risk he would have to take. No one's really watching me that closely, are they? He could feel where the mark was, and he had to trust that he'd covered it properly. He opened the door again and burst through it, running straight past the servant who was still standing there. Why the servant had waited outside, he wasn't sure. And the man had his ear to the door? Elian shrugged off his suspicions and sprinted down the hall and straight down the stairs. He was careful, in his haste, not to stumble and fall down the steps. If he fell and his head hit the ground at just the right angle, it would do him in. Just his luck to die not fighting demons, but on his second day at the academy. Even if the fall didn't kill him, it would be liable to break a few bones at the speed he was running. He made it down the steps safely and ran out the back of the tower toward the training yards. Master Larson had his hands on his hips, his face red. Elian didn't think it was because of the heat of the sun.
You're late on your second day. Do you think just because you were a prodigy I was going to start taking it easy on you? Huh?
Elian lowered his head in a bow. He wasn't sure what the proper etiquette was for an apology. How did one say, sorry, in a civilized way? I'm sorry, Master Larson. I did not know I was supposed to be here.
What? You thought your training was already done?
Elian suppressed a sigh. No, Master Larson. I simply haven't been given any sort of schedule, and I don't know how to wake when I need to. He felt a bit sheepish saying that. It seemed like the most basic thing in the world. The truth is, the mines, they work very differently to this place. He scratched his head. Master Larson tipped back on his heels, then forward onto the balls of his feet, his arms crossed at his chest, a thoughtful expression on his face. Or maybe it was just anger. Elian was finding it hard to tell.
I suppose we can blame it on your ignorance this time. But at some point, that's going to stop letting you off the hook. You can only be ignorant for so long before your failures come down to laziness or stupidity.
Master Larson clapped his hands together.
Now, it's time for your training.
The master pushed Elian even harder than he had the day before. Though Elian definitely hadn't expected the man to take it easy on him because he was a prodigy, he hadn't expected the training to be twice as hard as it had been the day before either. Though Elian struggled through almost every single exercise, he wasn't going to let that get him down. He didn't complain. He picked up his feet and plastered the best smile he could muster onto his face, sure that it probably looked like a grimace, and pushed on through the hundreds of push-ups the master made him do, not to mention all the squats while holding heavy rocks or having to pull large logs with rope handles bolted onto them off the ground. His fingers and hands burned every time he did that, and the movement activated muscles in his forearms, back, and legs he didn't even know he had. This was exactly what Elian needed. The day before, he might have discovered that he was able to do things that other people here couldn't. But when it came to physical and martial prowess, he was years behind everyone else. Also, after being run through this training for several minutes, he realized he was nowhere near as fit and strong as he thought he was. As many marks as he had and as powerful as his skills were for his tier, he knew that physical prowess was worth just as much, if not more, when it came to facing demons. If Elian had been a little bit weaker, a little bit slower, he would have had his throat torn out, or been disemboweled by one of the hellhounds or hellcats. Master Larson didn't let him circulate his essence as he went through each of these exercises, nor did he let him circulate his essence when he ran laps around the training field, laps where he had to switch from running to outright sprinting at the drop of a hat. Elian was used to pushing past fatigue, but he wasn't sure he'd ever felt his muscles this tired before. Eventually, when what felt like hours had passed, but had probably not even been half of one, the man tossed a training sword at him. One Elian was honestly surprised that he'd caught. Then he'd run straight at him.
One must not learn to block, parry, and dodge enemy attacks only when they are fresh. They must do it when they are at their most fatigued.
Master Larson shouted as he swung his sword at Elian, and Elian was expected to get out of the way. More often than not, Master Larson would slip past Elian's guard and slam his shoulder into his chest, making Elian fall to the ground, or he might kick him straight in the stomach, then sweep his legs. Each time, he didn't stop there. Elian had to roll out of the way and get back up as smoothly as possible. These sparring sessions were the only time that Master Larson allowed Elian to circulate his essence. Every second that the sparring went on, Elian felt his muscles ease. He wasn't the only being taught how to block or parry or fight through his fatigue in the fog of battle. He was also, according to Master Larson, being taught how to fall. Falling during a fight was one of the worst things that could happen. Being on the ground was where one was most vulnerable. It was also something that couldn't always be avoided. So, to ensure that one was ready for it, the Academy trained Marked to fall without getting injured, to get out of the way when they were on the ground, and to regain one's feet as swiftly as possible. After these sparring sessions, when Master Larson deemed Elian had recovered enough strength, he had the physical training begin once more. Push-ups, squats, what the man called log deadlifts, and laps of running interspersed with sprinting. Elian went through this circuit 3 times before Master Larson finally told him to stop. The master tossed him an essence stone.
"Use this to recover what you've lost," he said. "Have breakfast, then clean yourself up. You have other classes you need to get to."
Elian snatched the essence stone in the air and pulled the energy out of it and into his heart tree. It was second nature now. He was able to do it with barely a thought. His essence warmed his heart tree as it entered him, filled up just about as much as he'd lost from all the essence circulation. "What class do I have next?" Elian asked. He had more questions than that. For one, he wanted to know how the master's discussion with the headmistress had gone the night before. Elian had accidentally made things a bit tense for the man. He hoped it hadn't been negative consequences beyond momentary embarrassment. Master Larson looked away.
"You'll be entering Mistress Rakan's Tier 1 Invoker class, the one for thrice marked. And I must tell you, Elian, that Headmistress Herak seems to be of the opinion that you should be treated no differently to anyone else at the Academy. According to her, no extra Academy resources should be wasted upon a single student. I know I told you that I would tutor you myself outside of your other classes, but according to her, no one is deserving of one-on-one tutoring from the masters."
Elian deflated. He hadn't realized how much he'd been looking forward to his unique training with Master Larson until that moment. Though he'd known something might not work out, that the headmistress might not want to change the way things were done, Master Larson had seemed confident enough that it might be possible. Elian tilted his head to the side, glanced around the training yard, which was completely empty except for him and Master Larson. He cleared his throat. "Master Larson, if the headmistress said no student deserved one-on-one training, how is it you're doing exactly that right now?" The man smirked.
"Because this time is usually time I have to myself. Therefore, no extra Academy resources are being wasted. You might have noticed how deserted the training yards were this morning, and the fact that the sun hadn't even risen yet when you made it here."
Elian scratched his head. He hadn't been paying enough attention, considering how late he'd been running. But now that he thought about it, the training yards had been far busier the day before. People had even stopped and watched him.
"Get along now, Elian. After your class with Mistress Rakan, you have one with Master Aren down in the dungeon. I trust you remember how to get there."
Elian nodded. Master Aren, the man who, if Elian was right, had lived during the time before the Godfall. Oh, how he wished he could pick that man's brain, but he didn't think it would be something that he'd ever get the opportunity to do. Elian ran back to his rooms and found a change of clothes as well as a towel stacked just in front of his door. There was also a small basket filled with dirty clothes near his door. There were similar baskets dotted across the hall in regular intervals. At least I don't have to wash my own clothes. That's something I haven't had the luxury of since my mother was alive. The thought hit him harder than he thought it should. His mother had been gone for years now. A part of him thought he should be over the pain. Then his mind protested at the mere thought of ever being over losing his mother. He recoiled from those thoughts, or rather, he pushed them down so far that they wouldn't crop back up that day. Not if he could help it. The last thing he needed was to get all weepy-eyed about his mother during one of his classes. That would only make him appear weak. And I'm far from weak. I'll show everyone that. Elian bathed, put on fresh clothes, then headed down for breakfast in the main hall. "Balin!" Elian said as he found the big man sitting at one of the tables, eating a bowl of oats with cut-up fruit over the top. "I was hoping I'd bump into you this morning." He smiled at the man. Balin seemed a little surprised at just how warm that smile was.
"It's good to see you, Elian. I tried to find you at dinner last night, but I must have arrived at a different time."
He leaned in over the table.
"There's a rumor going around about you."
Elian shoveled a bit of his own porridge into his mouth, ignoring the slight look of disgust on the other man's face. "There seem to be plenty of rumors about me already. What makes this one any different?"
"The difference is, I don't know whether this one is true or not."
Elian nodded for Balin to tell him what it was.
"Word is you're a prodigy."
Elian froze. He'd been bringing his spoon up to his mouth, so his mouth was open as he stared at Balin. "Where did you hear that?" Balin grunted.
"So it's true? Is that what the masters are saying about you?"
Elian bowed his head in a nod. "It is." He glanced around. He wasn't sure if he should be talking about this openly in the middle of the main hall. Then again, the night before, he'd been speaking about it to the headmistress, Master Larson, and Mistress Petra. That's probably where the rumors started. People must have overheard us. He doubted one of the masters would have been the one to blab. Balin was still staring at Elian. Elian tried to keep eating. "What is it?" Balin looked down, bit his lip, and made eye contact with Elian again.
"I've never met a prodigy before. Not even Derek Hollow's a prodigy."
He spoke in a serious tone. Elian put his spoon down into his bowl and leaned backward in his chair. "Really? I thought that maybe—" He let his words trail off, thinking, "I thought maybe I was this way because my father was. Maybe my father was hiding that he was a prodigy, just like he'd been hiding that he was full-marked."
"You're a remarkable young man, Elian. I don't think there's been anyone like you for a long while. Not anywhere,"
Balin said. The man continued eating his food, seemingly dropping the topic for the moment. Elian couldn't help but think about how the man had said the word anywhere, putting weight behind it. There were things Balin hadn't told him, things he'd promised Elian's father that he wouldn't. And now that they were here at the academy, they couldn't speak about them even if Balin wanted to. But Elian could feel the significance in what the man had said, could tell that he meant something more by it. He didn't say here, at the academy. He didn't say in the Valley of Auld. He said anywhere. Elian's father was out there, somewhere, beyond the wall, and chances were that he was alive. It was still something he was trying to wrap his head around, but he knew that it was the truth, knew that Balin wouldn't have lied to him about something like that. "I don't think there's been anyone like you for a long while, not anywhere." Elian finished his food. The two sat in silence before he headed off to his next class. Not for the first time, Elian wondered what else was out there, recalling the book about the Godfall he'd just read, and the Viknasa, and what the book purported they could do. Things no marked in the Valley of Auld could. There wasn't much time for him to get stuck in his thoughts, with his head in the clouds, as Isla would have said, as he had to make his way to his next class. Chapter 18. Elian was the last one to arrive in Mistress Racken's class. The door was being closed just as he got there. He shoved his boot into the jamb before it shut. A surprised-looking young woman widened her eyes as the door didn't close, then took a step back when she saw him. She blinked, then opened the door for him. Elian looked around. There was only one seat remaining, and it was right up front near all the cages. There were still animals in the 3 different cages. As he walked toward his seat, all the other students stared at him, though none of them whispered. Perhaps the mistress didn't like it when they whispered amongst themselves. He imagined she might have some imaginative punishments, much like the overseer had. Elian's eyes weren't for the other students. Instead, he focused on the cages. In the first cage, there was a bird. It was the same bird that he'd used his sight skill on the day before. He remembered how it had simply dropped its head and nodded off to sleep while he'd taken its vision. He was glad for how docile the creature was. He didn't wish to traumatize animals in his training. The other cages, however, didn't have birds. There were 5 cages in total, more than the first time he had walked in here. Something told him she brought different ones out, depending on the lesson she intended to teach. One of them had a rat, the other a cat. The cat swiped and hissed at the rat through the bars. In the 4th cage, a dog was sleeping. Elian tilted his head to the side and looked down at the sleeping dog. He couldn't help but be reminded of his hellhound, Flame. He touched a hand to his chest, thinking about the beast. As Elian got comfortable in his seat right up at the front of the class, he turned his attention to the final of the 5 cages, and what was inside of it. His eyes widened at the sight. It was a demon, and not just any demon, a demon he'd encountered before. How it wasn't the first thing he'd noticed the moment he'd stepped into the room, he didn't know. The other students were looking over at the cage warily now that their attention was no longer on him. In the presence of a demon, the new kid at school was apparently an afterthought. Elian was glad for that. The demon in question was an imp. Bastard little things. His mind flashed back to when they had attacked his makeshift camp, leaping so high they made it over the salt line. The imps were mischievous, devious things that liked to play with their prey. They'd been the ones to break Balin's foot, and as only a few days had passed, the man was still limping about the place. "What's the matter, Salt? Afraid of a little imp?" Elian shut his eyes, released a breath. He recognized that voice, though he hadn't noticed the man as he'd come through the class, as he'd been trying not to look at the other students in the room.
Quiet down, Mark,
Mistress Racken snapped.
Elian here has fought more demons than you've laid eyes on. Perhaps you should show him a little respect,
Elian straightened in his seat. He looked up at the woman. She was standing behind her desk, her hands resting on her hips, a stern look on her face, staring over at Mark. He hadn't expected someone like her to defend him. The only person here who seemed to be on his side, other than Balin, had been Master Larson, and that was, he was sure, because Elian was a prodigy. Elian couldn't help but look over his shoulder at Mark. The man had a sour look on his face, but he didn't say anything in reply. Good. Mistress Racken clapped her hands together. Elian looked at her again, concentrating hard. The woman's daughter had died the morning before, and he was trying to see signs of that on her face. Her eyes are a little red, he thought. They weren't like that yesterday. That, and the comment she'd made to Mark, made Elian feel a little better about the woman. Perhaps I misjudged her,
Today, we will be practicing our sight skill, for soon I will be taking a group of you down into the caves.
Elian glanced at the others, wondering what the caves were, wondering if the woman would elaborate. Clearly, everyone in the room already knew. He wished his minions could talk to him during the lesson, but the enchantment stopped that from happening. So, he raised his hand. Mistress Rackham raised an eyebrow at him.
Yes, marked Elian?
I'm sorry for interrupting, but I was wondering what the caves were? Mistress Rackham blinked.
Of course, you wouldn't know what those are. I apologize. I've never had a first year from the lower town in my class before. Usually once marked are in different introductory classes before they reach me in their second or third year.
Elian wasn't sure what to say to that, so he just waited for the mistress's answer.
Does anyone wish to explain to your new thrice-marked peer what the caves are?
Mistress Rackham asked. Elian glanced about the room again and found no one appeared willing. Then a straight-backed young woman that looked oddly familiar raised her hand.
Go ahead, Josie.
Josie lowered her hand and turned her gaze toward him.
The caves are a training ground for students in the academy. There are tunnels in the peaks that lead down through the mountain. Deep in those tunnels, demons can be found. The deeper we go, the higher tier the demon.
The woman, Josie, glanced at the mistress as though asking a question. Mistress Rackham made a circle motion with her hand for her to continue.
The students go down through the tunnels to face demons in groups of 3, along with their instructor. Each group must have someone who possesses each of the 3 different marks.
She smirked.
Which, in thrice-marked classes, isn't difficult at all.
She sounded a little smug saying that.
That's why we venture into the caves more than once marked or twice marked.
Very good, marked Josie. Though a little less smugness next time would be nice. Especially considering you nor anyone in this class has yet to venture into the caves at all, as you're all first years very early in your training.
Josie didn't seem perturbed by the instructor's words. If anything, she seemed to sit a little straighter. Mistress Rackham cleared her throat.
As I was saying, your performance here today will determine who I take down to the caves for the first time.
The woman motioned toward the different creatures in the cages. Elian couldn't help but have his gaze slide toward the imp. It seemed oddly docile. Perhaps that was why he hadn't noticed it right away. It was nothing like the imps he'd encountered outside the walls. In fact, the demon didn't appear to be the exact same kind of imp as the ones he'd fought and helped kill. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he'd gotten over the shock of seeing the demon in the flesh, where he hadn't expected to, he realized it was rather pale. Far more pale than the other demons. It was even a little skeletal. He couldn't help but wonder how long it had been a prisoner at the academy, a tool for the students to test their abilities on. Not that he felt bad for the demon, even if he had bonded one himself.
First, you will each be timed on how long you can maintain stealing the bird's vision, then the rats, then the cats, and, well, I think you all can see where I'm going with this. Stealing the sight from the demon will be the most difficult for all of you. Some of you might only be able to maintain the connection for a few seconds. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Demons have stronger wills than that of mere animals, just as other marked do.
Elian took in every word the woman said. Demons have stronger wills. Once again, the word will was mentioned, and it was as though the different pieces of a puzzle were coming together for him. Is it my will that makes me a prodigy? And if so, why is mine stronger than other people's? Elian looked forward to learning as much as he could from this woman, but he also tried to keep in mind what Master Larson had said, that the way they taught at the academy was very regimented, and it might not suit someone like him, someone who was a prodigy. For if limits were imposed upon him, he might never realize he could rise above them. And Elian needed to rise. I won't compare myself to what the others can do. I will only focus on my times, what I can do, what I'm capable of, and if I need to compare, I'll compare with myself. He knew that might be easier said than done. One by one, the students began to file toward the front of the class as the mistress called them out. There were 20 students in total within the class. Though Elian was sitting at the front of the class, he wasn't one of the first people to be called. He couldn't really make sense of the order. He tried to remember people's names as they were called, but he'd never met this many people before all at once, so it was a difficult task. The first person to stand up was a boy named Darkus. Without asking, he went straight to the bird and used his sight skill on it. Just like when Elian had done the same, the bird's head drooped, and it fell right to sleep. The instructor used her little stopwatch. Elian heard its ticking. Her gaze moved from the bird and back to the student every few seconds.
25 seconds marked, Darkus. Please, retake your seat.
The young man's shoulders drooped. He trudged back to his seat, not making eye contact. Elian frowned. He had expected the boy to test himself on all the different animals, and then, finally, the demon at the end. But apparently that wasn't what the instructor was after. Shouldn't she give him some pointers? Let him practice to hold a longer time? Elian still wasn't sure what the standard time should be for people at this level of experience. His sight skill had lasted for 2 minutes and 11 seconds when he'd done it, and he was sure he could make it last for a lot longer now that he'd thought about it. I can definitely make it last longer. The next student's name was Kia, a red-headed, freckled young woman with a bright smile. Her hair was tied up in a single ponytail that ran over her front left shoulder. She raised her hand and touched her ponytail as she activated her sight skill, as though it were some sort of talisman that helped her focus. That wouldn't be very smart during a fight, Elian thought, but then again he supposed they weren't in a fight right now, just like the night before when he'd closed his eyes, isolating the objects given to him by the headmistress. Kia had lasted for 31 seconds. She looked a bit disappointed and had to retake her seat just as Darkus had. As she walked back to her seat, Elian's eyes widened. Kia was the woman who had been with Mark, the woman he'd dubbed Cold Eyes. She looked completely different when she wasn't staring at him in anger. This went on for every single student until the 10th one came up, a man named Hearn. Elian recognized him as Softy, another of the people who had been with Mark in the main hall. He activated his skill, and Elian could see the look of concentration written on his face. Hearn's sight skill ended up lasting for an entire minute, and by the end of it, the young man had beads of sweat running down his forehead. Elian knew the instructor had been impressed by what he himself had done, but he'd done it without any training. Could a minute be impressive? Mistress Rakan, however, smiled at Hearn.
Stand aside, Hearn. You'll be moving up to the rats after a bit of rest.
6 students in total reached over a minute of use in the sight skill on the bird. Josie had lasted for a full minute and a half, which he couldn't help but find impressive, mostly because it was the best score anyone had gotten so far. Then Mark had stepped up. He'd rolled his shoulders, shook out his arms, and rotated his head around his neck as though he were about to do something incredibly physical. Elian had a secret hope that Mark would have the weakest skill of them all. The skill was activated. The instructor clicked the timer. The bird's head drooped. Tick, 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 tick. Elian counted in his mind, listening to the stopwatch's ticks. When he reached over a minute, he frowned and saw Mark clench one of his hands into a fist. When he reached 90 seconds, a bead of sweat formed on the man's head, and Elian was sure his skill was about to fail, but Mark kept going. Finally, when his skill failed, the man took a long breath as though he'd just run a mile, then looked over at the instructor expectantly. Mistress Rakan raised an eyebrow.
Have you been practicing on the once marked again?
Mark shrugged.
Only when they have it coming.
The mistress pursed her lips but didn't say anything more.
2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Mark smiled wickedly, and for some reason he looked over at Elian. His gaze was a challenge.
Your turn.
Indeed, Mark is correct. Step up to the bird's cage, please, marked Elian.
Elian did as she said and stood from his seat, walking up to the bird's cage. It was only a few feet away from where he'd been. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Elian couldn't help but be a little impressed with how Mark had done, but he wasn't going to let it bother him. He had done almost the same without any training whatsoever, except for his time fighting demons outside the wall. Still, seeing how Mark had done made him instantly doubt everything that had come the day before. Being called a prodigy, he could certainly see how he might be one compared to some of the people in the class. But was he really all that much better if Mark had been able to match him? Better than match, he beat my time by 4 seconds. Elian let go of those worries. He already had proof that he was unique, that he had potential other Mark lacked. He trusted Master Larson. He didn't think the man had a reason to lie to him either, not when his reputation was at stake. He wouldn't risk telling the other instructors about him being a prodigy if there was a chance that he was wrong. Elian stared down at the bird.
You can start at any time, Elian,
Mistress Rackin said. He probably doesn't even know how to use the skill, someone whispered behind him.
Close your mouth, Gaius, or I'll take your sight away,
the mistress snapped. Elian heard a sharp intake of breath, then nothing more from the one who'd spoken. Gaius, one of the other students who'd managed to hold the skill for over a minute. Elian activated the sight skill, felt the essence leave him, saw the bird's eyes flash white, then its head flop to the side as it fell right to sleep. The line that appeared, stretching from the bird back to his heart tree, was where he focused his attention. The very first time he'd used this skill in his room, he hadn't bothered trying to make it last longer. This time, he would. Chapter 19. Elian counted the seconds that passed in his mind, listening to the tick-tick-tick of Mistress Rakan's stopwatch. The line connecting him to the bird strengthened the more he focused on it. He breathed in and out slowly, calming his body and quieting his thoughts. However he felt about the people around him in that moment, they were his peers. More than that, at some point in the future, they would be the ones he fought beside. His life might depend upon their aid and cooperation, even if he struggled to see them as brothers and sisters in arms. Elian curled his fingers into a fist as he focused. The entire room had gone quiet. Mistress Rackin kept looking between her stopwatch, Elian, and the currently blind bird. She had a blank look on her face, much as she did when she'd been timing the other students, but he couldn't help but notice a slight shift in her posture. Focus. His count just took him over the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. 2 minutes 15. He kept counting, felt a bead of sweat form on his head. Usually, when he activated this skill, he didn't feel any sense of strain. Today, that was different. Perhaps because he was focusing on it so hard, perhaps because he intended for it to last for so long. A tension was building in his body, one he didn't know how to calm down from. Despite his wishes, his intentions, his breathing was quickening. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The sides of his lips kicked up in a smile. He'd lasted longer than Mark, by a full 15 seconds. Part of him thought he should release the skill now. He'd done more than the day before. He'd done more than the best person in the class. But this was the first time the others in the room were getting a glimpse of what he could do. He wanted them to see it. He wanted them to stop treating him like someone less than them. All his life he'd been treated like crap by Marked. All his life he'd seen Markless treated the same way, and now that he was marked, and thrice marked for all these people knew, he was still being treated poorly simply because of where he'd come from. He didn't care if he needed to work twice as hard, 3 times as hard, 1,000 times as hard to prove himself to these people, even if deep down he didn't think that should be necessary, but he would do it. He would show them what he was capable of, and then they would treat him better. Not as an equal, maybe, but perhaps someone to be respected. Even feared. He could live with that. The The line connecting him to the bird started to thin. He could feel his grasp on the skill disappearing as though it were a tangible thing. He tried to grasp it tighter, but every time he did that, it slipped farther away from him. Dear gods, this was harder than he thought it would be. Finally, the line snapped. The skill ended. The bird's vision was returned. It looked up a little wearily, then cleaned its feathers with its beak as though nothing at all had happened. A very relaxed bird. Elian wasn't feeling relaxed at all. He was feeling exhausted, wrung out. The skill hadn't used up any more essence. He felt the same amount had been taken from his heart tree as any other time he'd used the skill, but it had taken its toll. He put a hand to his head where he felt a headache was forming. He wondered if he could circulate essence to cure him of it, or if that perhaps would be frowned upon. Somewhere in his efforts he'd lost track of his count. He looked up at Mistress Racken. The woman was staring at her stopwatch. Her face was no longer blank. Instead, there was a somewhat dumbfounded expression etched upon it. The room was still quiet. In fact, he was pretty sure several people were holding their breath as they awaited the woman announcing how long he'd lasted.
3 minutes and 21 seconds,
Mistress Racken said.
Marked Elian, please. Stand aside with the other students moving on to use their skill on the rat.
Elian bowed his head. He'd been expecting a little more of a reaction from the woman, but perhaps the look on her face and the hesitation in her voice was reaction enough. And the reaction from the room was even better. Not a word. Not a whisper. When he came to stand with the others, he momentarily made eye contact with Mark. The man stared at him. There was something fierce in his eyes, and anger burning within them. Is he mad because I did well, or because I did better than him? Elian supposed chances were it was a bit of both. He held his head high as he took his place. The time seemed to speed up after that. He watched the other students try their skill on the rat. Each of them lasted perhaps a second or two less than they had before. Apparently, the larger the animal or more powerful the creature one used their skill upon, the more difficult it was to maintain it for a long period of time. I never realized that while I was fighting demons. Maybe the fights were never long enough to make much of a difference. That was something he wondered about as he watched the others use their skill. Did the length of time one was able to steal someone else's vision matter if the fights didn't last very long? But he supposed having better control of one's skills could only ever be a good thing. Certainly not something he would ever turn away from. And he also imagined that the stronger the skill, the more will it needed to be used. So when he had skills that were significantly more powerful than simply taking an enemy's vision, and he was sure there would be many like that down the line, he wanted to have enough will to control them as best he could. They moved from the rat to the cat to the dog. A few of the others didn't seem to meet the right criteria for Mistress Racken, and they were told to retake their seats. At the end, there were only 3 people who were to use the skill on the imp, and Elian, of course, was one of them. He stared at the imp through the bars. It was odd to see how docile the thing was. He wondered when it had been caught, how long it had spent caged, how many times it had been used for marked students to practice their skill on. The imp is a demon, the enemy, and not my concern. But he couldn't help but feel a small hint of sympathy for the wretched little imp, which was strange, even after he'd grown protective of Flame and started seeing the hellhound as far more than just a hellhound. After his artificial bond had grown into something real, he still felt nothing for the demons that he'd fought outside the walls. Then again, he supposed the situation he was in right now was quite different to that. He wasn't currently battling this imp for his life, after all. He was in a safe environment, somewhere the imp wouldn't be able to hurt him, wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Why didn't I feel these same things for the other creatures in the cages that I practiced my skill on? Maybe it was the demon inside his heart tree. That demon that had assimilated with him and become a part of him. Or maybe it was that he was a summoner, and he was letting the imp get inside his head. He shrugged away all of those worries. They wouldn't serve him right now. Besides, it was only a small amount of sympathy that he felt for this wretched beast. Not a lot. Not worth making a fuss over the treatment of it. He could imagine how that might go down. They might hang him on the spot without even knowing that he bore the mark of a summoner, simply because he was trying to protect a demon. Elian took a deep breath. He was the last one to test the sight skill out of the different students. Mark had just gone before him, and Josie before that. Other than Elian, Mark and Josie were the strongest people in the first year, Tier 1, thrice-marked Invoker class. Mark's skill had lasted for 55 seconds, while Josie's had lasted for 45. Elian prepared himself, a luxury he knew he wouldn't have when he was in the middle of battle, fighting for his life and the lives of those who stood beside him. Then he activated the skill. The imp's eyes flashed. It did not protest, did not scrabble for the bars, did not whine. It simply stumbled backward, where it slumped down, putting its weight on the bars at its back. The spirit of this demon had been killed a long time ago, which made Elian wonder if its will was even strong enough to resist this skill. If indeed that was something a demon could even do. My skill probably won't last as long on a demon out in the wild versus one in captivity that's lost its spirit from being in this position for so long. The line connecting him to the imp thickened as he focused on it. Elian, as he'd practiced on each different animal, unlike the other students, had managed to maintain his skill at the same number of minutes and seconds as he had when he'd used it on the bird. Some whispers started after he'd used the skill on the rat, and the duration of his skill hadn't diminished. These people had had time to practice their skills in a controlled environment for far longer than Elian had. For Elian, using his skill, understanding his will, and strengthening the connection, he'd only gotten to practice that since entering this room. So each time he used it, he felt himself understanding it more, felt his prowess in the skill only improving. It made him smile. He had to strain harder using this skill on the imp. He felt the difference immediately, but he also felt something else, some kind of equalizer. Perhaps it was because he was a prodigy, but he wondered if maybe it was because he was a summoner. The line connecting him to the demon, even though it wasn't from a summoner skill, could have very well been strengthened by that part of him. He wasn't sure, and he didn't have anyone to ask. That wouldn't explain why he was a prodigy in other marks, however, so he didn't think it had all that much of an impact. Elian's skill lasted for 3 minutes and 22 seconds, a whole second longer than the skill had lasted when he'd used it on the bird. When he was done, his body rigid and stiff near the end, he almost collapsed to the ground. He leaned on a desk close by, felt a bit lightheaded. It took him a moment to gain his bearings, let alone catch his breath. His head was splitting in pain. Every single person in the room was staring at him, and they weren't the only ones there either. A man stood by the door that should have been closed since the class had started, but now was open. That man was Master Larson. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Elian. His arms were crossed. He gave Elian a swift nod before he walked back out of the room and disappeared into the hall. Mistress Racken cleared her throat.
Elian, Mark, and Josie will be accompanying me into the caves tomorrow morning. For everyone else, this classroom will be open for you to practice while we're gone.
She turned her attention toward Elian and the other two.
I will inform the other teachers that you won't be in their classes tomorrow.
Elian tilted his head to the side. He was about to raise his hand when the mistress spoke.
Yes, marked Elian.
How long will we be down in the caves? Will we be wearing armor, carrying weapons?
We will stop by the armory on our way. Armorer Nelson will find something for you. And we will be down in the caves for the entire day, perhaps well into the evening.
Mistress Racken faced the whole class. She clapped her hands together, much as she had at the start of her lesson.
Lesson over. Time to clear out. I hope you all got something from your practice today. I have written down each of your times, and they will be listed on the wall soon. I trust you all have been keeping track of your personal bests. I expect each of you to improve by next week.
The other students all filed out of the room. Elian's next class was with Master Arin down in the basement. The dungeons. He was looking forward to seeing what it would be like. He assumed the other people in the class were heading down there as well. To Elian's surprise, Mark came right up to him.
You impressed me just now, Elian Salt.
Mark stared at him intensely. There was still a hint of anger in his eyes.
That doesn't happen often.
He jutted his chin up.
Maybe there's more to you than meets the eye.
Without another word, he strode for the door. Josie nodded to Elian, but didn't speak, instead following Mark out to the hall.
I believe you too have another class, Elian. Best be making your way toward it,
Mistress Rackham said. Elian looked over at her. He wanted to say something, ask her questions on how the skill really worked, but there wasn't time for that. He barely knew the way down to the dungeons, as neither Cale nor Alfred had been down there before. He doubted they would know how to get there.
Thank you for the lesson, Mistress Rackham.
He started to walk to the door when the mistress cleared her throat.
In all my years at the academy, I have never seen anyone do what you have just done. Not at your tier. I thought perhaps what you did yesterday was a fluke or some sort of trick. But you have proven otherwise. People will be watching you now, Elian.
Elian turned. The mistress was looking down at papers on her desk.
Is that a good thing?
He asked. The mistress looked up at him.
I hope so.
She waved a hand.
Now get going before you're late. Master Arin doesn't appreciate tardiness.
Chapter 20. It was easier than Elian had expected to find Master Arin's classroom again. He'd only been in the academy for 2 days now, but he was starting to get a feel for its hallways, and all he really needed to do was catch up to the other students that were heading that way. He didn't speak to Josie or Mark after he'd caught up to them. He'd simply trailed a few feet behind them down the stairs and through the hallways until they'd made it to the dungeon. The two walked side by side, but they never said a word to one another. There was definitely a familiarity between them, though, even if they weren't speaking. As if they'd known each other for some time.
All these thrice-marked people know each other. Thrice-marked are almost always from the peaks. Everyone in this class probably came from one of the strongest families, and as such all grew up together.
It might be even more difficult for Elian to fit in than he'd first realized.
I don't need to fit in. I just need them to respect me. If I have that, it'll be enough when we're out fighting demons.
He didn't really expect to become friends with any of them either, which made him wonder if he even wanted to. The only person that he'd spoken to in this place who wasn't Balin or one of the instructors that had been nice to him was Hylan, and he hadn't seen the man since the day before. A part of him had expected to see Hylan in his invoker class.
I never did catch what year he was in. Alfred and Cale told me everyone I'd spoken to in the hall at that time had been thrice marked, so he mustn't be in the same class.
Master Arin's classroom was brighter than it had been when he'd been down here earlier. There were more torches and candles dotted around the place. The eerie atmosphere of the dungeon still lingered in the room, however. As they'd walked down to the stairs, students had picked up their minions along the way. Elian had followed them to some sort of holding room that was heavily scented with herbs and perfumes. He hadn't even known the place existed, but inside were hundreds of different minions. All of them, he assumed, belonged to a student. The other students each had only a single minion, unlike Elian, who possessed 2. Elian's minions had been waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs near the main hall. Elian hadn't noticed the last time he was in the classroom, but there was space between each of the chairs that faced the stage-like platform where Master Arin, the necromancer, stood. The space between the chairs was where everyone's minions stood. Elian chose a seat near the back this time around and had a minion on either side of him. The skeletal, pale form of Master Arin stepped out of the shadows and spread his arms wide as though he were some kind of performer.
Welcome to my necromancy class.
He had a wide, open-mouthed smile that made him look all the more creepy.
We're welcoming a new student today.
The master motioned toward Elian.
Come up to the front of the class, Elian, so I may introduce you.
Elian suppressed a groan. He didn't feel like he needed an introduction. The class had all the same people that the one before it had had, and they all definitely knew his name. And now they know a little something of what I can do. Elian didn't disobey the master, however. He stood and headed down the steps, then climbed up onto the platform next to Master Arin.
Class, this is Elian Salt. Elian, this is the class. I had the pleasure of meeting Elian yesterday and testing his capabilities. Another one of the masters suggested to the headmistress that this man is a prodigy. Now you will all have to become comfortable with the fact that this untrained man from the lower town, who only just discovered that he was thrice marked, is already more skilled than the lot of you.
His words became more serious and harsh as he said them. When he said the last word, he'd shouted it. Then he'd laughed. The laugh, Elian supposed, was supposed to ease the sudden tension in the room. But it was a bone-chilling laugh that sent a shiver up his spine, one he tried to suppress, but failed to. Everyone in the classroom was staring at him again. This time it wasn't in awe or shock like it had been upstairs in Mistress Rakan's classroom, where the woman hadn't remarked on his ability at all. Now that Master Arin had pointed it out and put the others to shame, they were glaring at him with annoyance.
Bring your minions down and show the others what they can do,
Master Arin said. Elian's forehead creased as he looked at the Master Necromancer. A part of him wanted to refuse the man. In the last class, he'd wanted them to see what he could do so that they would respect him. He wasn't trying to show off or prove that he was better than anyone else. This felt different. But then again, the last thing he was going to do was disobey an instructor's request. He controlled his minions, bringing them down the stairs. He was getting better at controlling them downstairs, considering how many this academy had. Even so, one of them still stumbled down a step. Someone chuckled at that, and some of the tension in the room seemed to ease. Elian saw people's shoulders relax. Master Arin frowned.
Now, people, you may think he hasn't got a handle on this from that little stumble. But you should be aware that Elian is controlling 2 minions, something that he shouldn't even be capable of. Controlling 2 minions, as you all know, takes on more of a toll than controlling a single one does.
The master put Elian through his paces. Elian tried to focus on improving what his minions could do, but it was a far more intricate task than simply maintaining a single one of his skills like he had back in the last classroom. He was beginning to realize that even though he was a prodigy, that didn't mean everything would come easy to him. He was glad for that. He didn't want things to be too easy. He had been looking forward to the challenge. The dead gods knew he hadn't been challenged while working the mines, not with anything more than fatigue anyway. Despite Master Arin's proclamation about him being better than the others and controlling 2 minions being harder than controlling 1, the fact that he wasn't perfect at controlling the minions themselves seemed to be putting the other students at ease. A few times when one of Elian's minions stumbled, Elian had looked over at the Master Necromancer and seen a glint in his eyes, as though this had been part of his plan all along. Maybe it had been. A few times his minions had been pitted against other minions, each holding practice swords. Every time Master Arin made him use only a single one of his minions at a time. Elian's minions lost every one of their bouts, always being knocked to the ground. Elian couldn't help but marvel at how expertly the other students controlled their minions. Thunk! For the 19th time, one of his minions was knocked straight to the ground. This last time it had been by Mark. The man didn't look smug, funnily enough. He didn't look proud at all. There was a thin line crinkling his forehead, and Elian was sure he could see a bit of anger in his eyes. During all the bouts where one of his minions was pitted against a minion owned by another student, Elian had been trying to pay close attention to those minions and how they moved. As far as he could tell, Mark's minion had moved the most swiftly and with the most skill, just as Mark, other than Elian, had had the strongest sight skill in the last class. It looks like he was top of the class before I came along, and he liked it. I might make an enemy of him if I'm not careful. Maybe I already have. Mark gave Elian a single nod, then stepped off the stage and took his minion with him. Master Aren stepped to the edge of the stage and clapped his skeletal hands. The sound was strange, almost like smacking two rocks together rather than flesh.
I hope you have all enjoyed this demonstration, Master Aren said,
his gaze searching the class full of students. A few of them were grinning broadly. Others were smiling faintly. Mark still had that slightly angry look on his face. Josie looked somewhat blank, her back straight as though she wasn't at all concerned with the current proceedings of the class.
I think this has been quite instructional, yes? The master pointed at Elian. This man is performing a task that is more difficult than any one of you can currently do, but he's had next to no training, which means his skill in that task is, well... Master Aren opened his hands. It leaves a lot to be desired, doesn't it?
Elian looked away from the students. Far too many of them were smirking at him. He wasn't sure what Master Aren was trying to do with all this. First, it seemed as though he was trying to show him off. Now it seemed more like he was trying to humiliate him. They were two extremes that Elian didn't care for. He was trying to gain these people's respect. He thought he had after the last class, or at least taken a good step toward it. Now it was as though the master necromancer was trying to make him look like a fool, and he was starting to feel like one, despite the fact that he had no right to beat people who had been training for a lot longer than himself. Just after what he had experienced in his last class, he felt as though he should be beating them. Maybe the master isn't trying to teach the class a lesson, but rather trying to teach me a lesson in humility. He knows what it means to be a prodigy, as he might very well be the only one among the masters who has actually seen one in the flesh. He's trying to humble me. Either that, or the master was just a little, well, mad. Elian hadn't decided which was the truth. Hell, there could be another reason entirely for the man's actions, one that Elian couldn't even think of.
Now, who's ready for another lesson? We should put our new student through his paces, shouldn't we? See what he's capable of? Master Aren said. He had a sinister-looking smile on his face. A few people in the class cheered their assent. They looked gleeful. They wanted to humiliate him, and there was nothing Elian could do about it. This isn't what I expected from Master Aren. All right, then. Who wants another match against him, the master asked, looking out at the students. He pointed a bony finger at one of them. Darkus, come on up. Darkus had a stupid-looking grin on his face as he stepped up to the stage with his minion. The minion took up a practice sword that was thrown to it by the master. It looked like a practiced movement. Elian didn't think either of his minions would be capable of catching a thrown sword quite yet. I really need to practice. And this certainly wasn't the type of practice he was thinking about. Elian stood up from the chair he'd sat back on after the bout with Mark's minion. He suppressed a sigh, gritting his teeth. He looked at the master and wondered why the man was putting him through this for a second time. Hadn't he already proved his point? Elian commanded one of his minions to step forward. The minion already had a practice sword in its hand.
Master Arin stepped between the two minions.
No, not like this.
He turned to fully face Elian.
You will be using both your minions now.
The other man looked a little stricken.
Both his minions? Darkus said. But that isn't fair. Fair?
Master Arin turned, shouting the word directly in Darkus's face.
It isn't fair, is it, Darkus? And since when is fighting demons outside the walls ever fair?
The master turned away from Darkus, who was looking rather pale, his mouth having fallen wide open. The master stared out at the class.
This world is not a fair one. I, more than any of you, am aware of that. When you are knee-deep in blood, fighting hellhounds and hellcats and imps, and the demon horde lords themselves, will you be thinking about what is fair? Do you think you'll be able to stop your enemies and tell them not to bring as many demons to fight you because it isn't fair? It doesn't matter how strong any one of you is. Fights will never be fair. You will not be able to choose your opponents. The classroom is a safe environment in which to test our skills. But when you step outside and face demons, then and only then will you know what you're truly capable of. Raise your hand if you've fought a demon before.
Not a single one of the students in the crowd raised their hand. Elian, more than a little shyly, raised his. All the students were staring at him again. He didn't see humor in their eyes, nor did he see anger. Not even from Mark. They were just staring at him. Some of them might have actually had a little respect in their gazes, but he couldn't be sure of that. Master Arin let out a long breath.
All right, then. Now that we've gotten that out of the way,
he clapped his hands together,
it's time for another bout.
The anger that had been in his voice a mere moment ago was gone, like it hadn't even been there at all. The master necromancer took a step back and sat down on his chair, waving his hand for the minions to fight. Elian gave his other minion a practice sword. Honestly, he didn't expect this bout to go all that differently to the ones before it. When he'd been using his minions outside the wall, he'd never really had that much luck with them in battle. They were simply too difficult for him to use. Each day he'd had a little more practice with them, so he was hoping that he would do all right. But considering how easily they had all defeated a single one of his minions during the last bouts, it wasn't exactly as though he was going to get his hopes up. The bout began. Elian had both his minions rush forward and swing their swords at Darkus's single minion. The swings weren't particularly swift or skillful, and they were the furthest thing from elegant. If he had only had one of them attacking, Darkus's minion would have been able to slip away from the attack easily enough, but with two, it was a different story. Darkus's minion seemed to have difficulty deciding on what to do, or rather, Darkus had difficulty deciding what to make his minion do. Though Elian was nowhere near as skilled as these people at controlling minions, he knew that it took a unique type of concentration. It was nothing like controlling one's own body, at least he couldn't imagine it would be without years of training under one's belt. And Darkus, while he did have more training than Elian, and he was able to control his minion's movement more finely than Elian could control his own, was still rather new at being a necromancer. He was only a first-year student, after all. The minions stumbled. Elian took advantage of that. His minions rushed the other one. One of Elian's minions ended up falling over in the process, but it didn't matter. He'd managed to take down Darkus's. As the other minion fell to the stage's floor with a loud bang, Elian found he was breathing heavily. His heart was racing, his blood rushing in his ears. Dear gods, that had felt good. He'd done it. He'd taken down one of the other minions. Through the last 19 bouts, Elian had felt weak, useless, clumsy, mostly because he had been. Now, some of the confidence that he'd gained in the last class was returning, Actually, a lot of it was. Yes, it was true he was pitting two of his minions against a single one, and that had been the only reason he'd been able to win. It wasn't fair, but he'd been outside fighting demons. This didn't need to be fair, just as the master had said. Master Arin dismissed Darkus and called the next student down to fight Elian. Chapter 21. The next few bouts in the Master Necromancer's class went just as the first had, and with each new bout, Elian was getting better and better at controlling his two minions. As difficult as the first 19 bouts had been, he felt as though he'd actually learnt something. He just didn't realize that he'd learned something until now, as no matter what one of his minions had done, he'd still been thoroughly defeated by his opponents. Now he was using two minions against one. That was no longer the case. For the second set of bouts, he didn't lose a single match. And then he came up against Mark. The man looked angry again. Or maybe that wasn't anger Elian was seeing. Maybe the other student was simply focused. Elian had seen the man as a bully, someone who thought they were above everyone else, as well, like Hyland said, an asshole. However, there must be more to the man than that. Yes, he was a bully. Elian had seen that firsthand. But the man had to have become the top student in his class somehow. He must have had a stronger will or ability to focus or practice or something than the others around him to have excelled so much more quickly than them. Elian had been becoming more and more relaxed during the other bouts, and no matter which minion his own minions faced, he always came out the other end victorious. He was worrying that this would no longer be the case. His whole body tensed, which he doubted was a good thing. The bout began. Elian had his two minions rush Marks. He had done this for most of the different bouts, finding that because his two minions lacked skill in comparison to their opponents, it was much better to simply try and overwhelm them as quickly as possible. So far, that approach had worked to varying degrees. He wanted this fight to be over with as quickly as possible, wanted Mark's minion to hit the ground as fast as he could make it happen. Elian's minions came in, swung their swords. Mark's minion moved. There was no hesitation. There was no second-guessing. It moved with purpose. It took a step back. With its sword, it slapped one of Elian's minions' swords straight into the other minion's sword. There was a hard clack of wood as the two weapons met. Elian struggled to get his minions under control for a moment, but it was already too late. Mark's minion snapped forward and managed to knock the sword out of Minion 1's grasp. Then it kicked Minion 2 straight in the chest. Minion 2 hit the ground at the same time as Minion 1's sword clattered on the floorboards. Then the minion executed a perfect leg sweep against Minion 2. Elian blinked. Both his minions hit the ground during the first bout he'd had against Mark. He'd seen that the man's minion was the most skilled. Apparently, he hadn't even seen the half of it. Elian had to wonder if Mark's minion could move like that. How good of a fighter was the man himself? Master Arin stood. He stepped forward and clapped slowly.
"Bravo, Mark! Bravo! It is good to see that one of you at least is able to defeat this untrained new student we have."
He looked over at the clock that was hanging on the wall, one Elian hadn't even noticed before.
"We have only a minute left in this class. I'd like all of you to think about what happened today. And I would also like to remind all of you that no matter what happens during these bouts, you are all on the same side. I was a student once. I remember what kind of rivalries can brew." He winked. "Even if that was a long time ago."
He clapped his bony hands once more.
"Class dismissed."
As Elian left the class, he wasn't quite sure what to feel. He was breathing heavily from the bout he'd just had against Mark's minion. A part of him wanted to step up to the guy. Maybe shake his hand. If he wasn't such an asshole, maybe it would be a good thing for them to be friends. He could clearly learn a thing or two from him. But the man was already walking to the door rather swiftly, his minions in tow by the time Elian had the thought. Elian's next idea was to look for Master Arin, perhaps have a word with the man. He wanted to know what he thought about him and why he had decided to make Elian the center of attention like that. But somehow the master was already gone. Elian looked around, but there was no sign of him. He hadn't even seen the man leave. Strange. Josie, the student he'd faced just before Mark, and the other student who would be coming to the caves with him the next day, was waiting by the door. Elian thought she must be waiting for someone else, but when the other student had passed through the dungeon classroom's door and she was still standing there, he realized she'd been waiting for him. "Josie?" Elian said, stopping before her at the doorway.
I thought I would show you to the next class. With Mistress Petra. I saw you following behind Mark and me on the way down here.
She looked down the hall.
This academy can take a little getting used to.
"Oh," was all Elian said for a moment. Then he cleared his throat. "Thank you. That's very nice of you." He wasn't really sure how to talk to the other students. Josie raised an eyebrow as they began walking down the hall toward the stairs.
You seem surprised.
She tilted her head to the side.
Do I not seem like a nice person?
There was a slight smile on her face, and Elian got the feeling that she was playing with him. "It's just that no one has really gone out of their way to talk to me yet," Elian said, "let alone be nice to me." Then he remembered Hylan. "Well, maybe one person has." Josie dipped her head.
It doesn't surprise me. No one knows what to make of you yet.
She looked up at him. A lock of her hair fell in front of her eyes.
I'm not really sure what to make of you either.
Elian didn't know how to respond to that, so he didn't. "How are you feeling about tomorrow?" Elian asked. "Your first time down in the caves. From the way you talked about it, it sounds like an important moment." The woman nodded.
It is a milestone for all first years, and it is always a privilege. Being among the first in a class to go into the caves. It means you will be among the first in the class to face a demon.
She paused.
At least it used to mean that. Until you showed up.
"Oh," Elian said. He almost felt like he should be apologizing, but he didn't. Why should he apologize for what he'd gone through? "Well, I am glad I'll get the chance to go tomorrow. Do you have any idea what kind of demons are down there?" The woman shook her head.
We're supposed to find that out while we're down there, to test our skills. I asked my sister, but even she wouldn't tell me.
"Your sister?" Josie nodded.
She's older than me. Went to the caves a few years ago.
It must be nice knowing other people who have come here, being able to talk about it and ask questions. All we have are stories about the academy down in the lower town, Elian said. Something on the woman's face twitched. Elian frowned. Had he said something wrong? Maybe it was his mention of the lower town. Elian contemplated what he was going to say next. He wasn't sure if it was the best idea, but Josie had been nice enough so far. "Mark seems to have a problem with me." Josie was quiet for a long moment. Elian thought he'd made a mistake speaking up. He was going to say something, maybe apologize for bringing up the subject when she finally spoke.
Mark, like the rest of us, has spent his entire life preparing for this. For being marked. And to be thrice marked? It is an honor to be chosen for such a thing.
Chosen? Elian wondered. What does she mean by chosen? He'd never heard of it like that before. Chosen by what? By whom?
He is a little more proud than the rest of us. But he's always had a right to be as proud as he is, you know? He's the best of us.
She looked over at him.
At least until you arrived.
Elian dipped his head in a nod. For a moment, he tried to put himself in Mark's shoes. It was hard. Not the man's life. He couldn't imagine someone from Peak's life was hard. But he had no idea what life was like for someone from the Peaks at all. Still, he wondered what his life would have been like if all his life he was told that he was special, and suddenly someone who isn't supposed to be special comes along. Someone with no experience, no reason to be as strong as they are. And in an instant, they're already better than you. He could see how that might sting, but that didn't mean Mark wasn't already an asshole. He'd come up to Elian when all he knew about him was that he was thrice marked and he'd treated him like trash. Elian had more things he wanted to say, more things he wanted to ask, but he wasn't sure how. The academy was still so new to him. This was only his first day doing classes, his second full day here.
I hope you can let those things go while we're down in the caves,
Elian said. He swallowed. I want us all to work together. The words had tumbled out before he'd truly thought about them. The next day, they would be fighting demons as a party. It made him wonder if the man might try something to get him hurt.
I'm just being paranoid.
Not that it would be the first time he was targeted by someone marked. Still, the thought stuck with him. After a long pause, Josie spoke again.
The mistress will be there,
she said.
Whatever happens, the three of us should be safe.
Elian couldn't help but sense a little doubt in her voice. It did not fill him with confidence. If this woman was worried about their safety, should Elian be worried? He shook away that thought, shook away his momentary fear. Elian, unlike Josie and Mark, had faced demons before. He wasn't afraid of heading down into the caves. He wasn't afraid of what Mark might do either. The man might be an asshole, but Mistress Rackin would always be watching. There was no way she would let something happen to him.
I'm a prodigy. She'll want to protect me.
Besides, he knew by now that he could take care of himself if he had to. Couldn't he? Chapter 22. Mistress Petra stood at the front of the infuser class, eyeing each of the students as they entered the room. Her gaze rested on Elian longer than it rested on the others. Elian didn't mind. He could handle the scrutiny. He'd been handling the scrutiny of almost everyone he'd encountered since coming to this place, after all. The instructor wasn't the only one who was staring at him. Others in the class had locked eyes with him. He couldn't read their expressions. These were the same people he'd just had his necromancer and invoker classes with. They were well aware of what he was capable of now. At least they were aware of the things he'd shown. They certainly didn't know that he was also a summoner, that he had a demon hiding inside his heart tree, that he could call upon its strength, that he could breathe fire from his mouth. Elian took a seat near the back. It was the only one that was free. Josie had parted with him before they'd entered the class. She was sitting by the front. Elian supposed it would be easier for her to be seen by the instructor up there, which was something he could very much tell her she appreciated. A shiver ran up his spine as he smelled salt in the air. Piled on the desk in front of Mistress Petra were almost 24 pouches. He could tell what was in the pouches without having to look inside of them. Salt. That made him worry. Over the past 2 classes, he hadn't spent more than a few seconds worrying about whether or not people would discover what he was. He'd been too focused on what was going on. It had been refreshing, realizing that he could let his worries on that matter go, if only for a short time. Now he wondered if he should have been worrying about it more. With Flame, the hellhound he'd blood-bonded, then assimilated with, who was currently resting inside of his heart tree, salt was now something that burned him. He hadn't really known what he would do about that. He hadn't had occasion to find out. Making it here to the academy had been hard enough. There had been salt barriers even during the train ride he'd taken to the peaks, things that had been rather painful for him to pass through. Even the gates to the academy had been enchanted with salt. But since he'd been inside the academy, he hadn't had to worry about that as much as he'd thought. At least until now.
She's going to want me to use my trade quality skill on the salt. She wants us to create salt steel.
He knew that for certain because he could see the other items that were sitting on Mistress Petra's desk. Spearheads. They appeared to be made from normal steel, unenchanted.
You're all aware by now that we are welcoming a new student into our class. I understand that this is highly unusual at this stage in the semester, but he has only recently been discovered.
I trust you will treat him as an equal."
Mistress Petra's gaze scanned the different students. When he had first encountered her, she hadn't treated him with very much respect. He was a little surprised to hear her tell them to treat him this way. She probably doesn't want where I'm from being a focus. If the others are focused on me and not the class, they won't learn as much. Either that or he had misjudged her. He hoped it would be the latter. Honestly, he wanted to think the best of the instructors and students at the academy, seeing as this was where he would be for the next few years, and that these were the people beside whom he would be fighting.
Today we will be moving on to our next lesson. Infusers are the most versatile of the 3 marks. They are able to do things no other mark would even dream of being capable of. There are endless qualities in different items out there, and endless things that we are capable of doing with them. As endless as our creativity, some say. We are like engineers, like artists, and we are also like blacksmiths. Though we are better than all of them put together, but our reason for being is the same. We are here to create things of true worth, things that are useful. One of the most useful things for someone venturing outside the wall is, of course, a weapon that can more effectively fight against the demons.
Mistress Petra motioned to the pouches of salt and the steel spearheads.
That is what today's lesson will be about.
Elian swallowed. Mistress Petra asked for volunteers to hand out the items to the rest of the class. Josie stood up first, so did Darkus. The man smiled at Josie when he grabbed some of the items, as though trying to get her attention, trying to be seen that he was helping too, though he was obviously distracted, and he ended up cutting himself on one of the spearheads.
Handle those with care, Darkus. There will be far more dangerous items that we deal with in the future.
Mistress Petra chastised. Darkus nodded sharply and refocused on the task. When the 2 items sat before Elian, he hesitated. Fortunately, none of the others in the class were touching their items yet either, as though they were awaiting the woman's instruction.
Isolating salt is one of the more difficult things you will find yourself doing in your early training as an infuser. Can anyone tell me why that might be?
Mistress Petra asked. She was leaning back on her desk, practically sitting on it, with a single eyebrow raised as her gaze scanned the class. Josie's hand was the first to fly up.
Yes, marked Josie,
Mistress Petra said with a nod.
Salt, unlike other items we deal with, isn't strictly one item. It is an assortment of items. We cannot simply use the trade quality skill to transfer the quality that repels and hurts demons from a single granule of salt. It would not be as effective as it needs to be. The infuser must isolate every granule of salt, and then ensure that the salt feels connected to the other granules in the pile one is working with. We must convince the salt that it is indeed a single item, even when it is not.
Mistress Petra had been nodding along as the student spoke.
Perfectly stated, Mark Josie. Isolating salt. It isn't as easy as, say, isolating a feather or a rock.
She glanced at Elian as she said that, though he felt no malice in her words. It wasn't a dig at him, merely a remark. While Elian was interested in what Josie had said, and the thing he had originally been looking forward to the most as an infuser was creating salt steel, he found his heart was racing. He felt hot, hotter than he should have in a room like this. He didn't know how badly the salt would burn him, only that it would. But there was nothing for him to do. He couldn't stand up and leave the class. He couldn't refuse to touch the salt, and he couldn't very well expel flame from his heart tree to stop the salt from harming him. How would he be able to explain a hellhound suddenly appearing in the middle of the class? They would kill Flame. Then they'd probably kill me, if they realized where that demon had come from. Elian's foot began to tap on the stone, without his permission or desire. He put a hand on his knee and forcibly stopped his leg from jiggling up and down. He didn't want to draw any more attention to himself. He was glad that he was sitting at the back of the class, but he'd already seen a few of the students glancing back at him as though they wanted to see how he would do. No surprise, considering all he'd done in the last 2 classes to garner attention.
Maybe that had been a mistake after all.
All right, class. I am going to sit down behind my desk in silence as you each isolate the salt and steel, and then attempt to trade the correct quality of the salt into the steel. Silence is an infuser's friend when they are trying to learn how to use new materials. Remember that. Remember also that you will all be taught the combat application of infusing. Silence is a tool, and your friend. But it is also a luxury that you will not always have access to, and one you will never have access to in the heat of battle. This is another lesson I will teach you, but it is not a lesson that I will teach you today.
The mistress sat behind her desk. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Is she having a nap? That was the last thing that Elian would have expected the woman to be doing. He had thought she would be out among them, walking past each of them, giving them tips or encouragement as they attempted the task she'd set before them. Elian, however, was glad she wouldn't be walking over to him. It meant that he could do what he needed to do in, well, silence, just as the woman had said. He blocked down everyone else in the room, kind of like he would when he was meditating. He set his worries and fears aside. He had already gone through his other options, and none of them would work for him. He might be able to get out of this class by feigning some sort of sickness, but he doubted the mistress would fall for it. Besides, the last thing he wanted to do was appear weak in front of a class full of thrice-marked, especially after the day he'd had. And then, when he finally returned to class to try this again, how would avoiding it the first time have helped him do it the second time? Unless he planned to escape the academy. He inhaled deeply, held the breath for a moment, then exhaled slowly. He repeated this a few times until he felt his body and mind calm. The salt sitting directly in front of him in that pouch felt more oppressive now that it was closer to him. Other students around the room were pouring the salt out of the pouch, creating piles on their desks beside the spearheads they had. The tang of salt was even harsher in the air, and he could feel instincts that he knew belonged to flame rise up from within him. He tamped those instincts down. What other choice did he have? Elian upended the bag of salt, pouring it onto his desk. His heart rate, which he'd managed to slow, sped back up again. He wasn't going to let it affect him, however. His gaze moved over to the other people in the room. He watched Darkus running his fingers through the pile of salt with a creased forehead. He watched Mark, the man's face serene, stuck in his focus. He watched Josie, who had her head bent down so close to the pile it almost looked like she wished to inhale the salt straight up through her nose. Elian didn't pick up the salt. Not at first, at least. First, he picked up the steel spearhead. To complete the task set before him, he would need to isolate the metal as well as the salt. He knew he was just putting off the inevitable. He should have perhaps worked on the hardest task first, but he wasn't the only one in class who seemed to have the same idea. Steel would be something he would work with a lot as an infuser, so he figured it was best to get used to it quickly. It only took him a moment to isolate the steel, to his surprise. He had thought it would be considerably more difficult than it was. It had taken him some time when he had first performed the task on the feather and the rock. Then again, that had mostly been because he didn't know what he was doing. Now that he had a better handle on that, apparently doing this was easy. Maybe that shouldn't have come as a surprise to him, considering what he had done in front of Headmistress Herrick, Master Larson, and Mistress Petra herself the night before. Well, that didn't help put this off for very long. Elian braced himself for the pain. Then he touched a finger to a granule of salt. It burned. It didn't sizzle, and of that he was glad. But he could feel the salt burning the sensitive skin at the very tip of his index finger. He didn't pull his hand back or flinch from the pain, nor did he hiss or, as far as he knew, show any sign of being in pain at all. He simply left his finger there for a long moment, trying to get used to the pain. This was yet another thing he would need to endure while he was here, like keeping his secret in the first place. And pain, though not something he ever wished to experience, was something he knew well enough how to deal with. Now that he was marked, He also had the power to heal his wounds. Elian had begun circulating essence a moment before he'd actually touched the salt. The last thing he wanted was some keen observer to figure out that he'd been burned by this stuff. He assumed that would be the fastest way for them to learn that something was different about him, and that, unlike him being a prodigy, it was something they would kill him for. It took a few moments of his finger touching the salt for Elian to regain his focus properly. It was only then that he tried to perform the task he'd been given by the instructor. I have to isolate every single granule of salt, just as Josie had said. Looking at the others, he could see that it was a painstaking process. Some of them were touching their fingers to one grain at a time, which seemed like an absolutely maddening way to do this. He hadn't come here to spend his life separating granules of salt, except, curiously, that wasn't how Mark or even Josie were going about things. The two best students in the class weren't preparing their salt one granule at a time. They had their hands submerged into the entire pile, and they'd swept up any granules that had fallen away from the main group so that everything was still touching. Mark had his eyes closed. His back was straight, and his forehead was slightly creased in concentration. Josie was the complete opposite. Her eyes were wide, staring down at the granules, and her back was still bent with her face close to the pile. Every now and then she'd blink. Her forehead was deeply lined in concentration. Elian looked down at his own pile, the pain still searing his finger. His forehead creased, perhaps as deeply as Josie's was. He pushed his hand farther down into the pile. The pain was hard for him to keep hidden, but somehow he managed it. At least, he hoped he managed it. He didn't want these people to see what he was going through. That focus he'd regained slipped away from him, but it didn't take him long to get it back. He figured what he was going through now might actually be good training for when he was out on the battlefield facing demons. If he became used to doing things while in pain or under the pressure of being discovered, then when he transitioned back into combat, he would be used to the added element. Unlike the other students, who were each working under what must be perfect conditions for them. Breathing in and out, Elian's focus became sharp. He could suddenly feel the different connections the granules of salt possessed. His eyes widened as he felt all of them. There were so many, more than he had expected. His mind expanded as he took it all in. Salt, an inanimate object, and yet it possessed so much more depth than he could have ever imagined. Salt had been a large part of his life for some time now. How could it not be, given his former occupation? But that didn't mean he'd really thought about the nature of salt for very long. Now it was all he could think of. He still didn't know why it affected demons the way that it did, only that it did. And the pain he was currently in was proof enough of that. Elian turned his head to the side, staring down at the pile, feeling all the different connections. He could sever them, one by one, like many of the other students he saw were doing, but he didn't think that would be the best approach for him. It didn't seem natural, nor did it seem efficient. The longer his hand stayed in there, the more normal the pain he was feeling became. The instincts that told him to flee from the salt were still there, but he was easily able to push them away, and slowly they started to become weaker and less urgent. Elian didn't close his eyes like Mark, nor did he bend his whole body forward like Josie. He didn't feel the need. I need to sever every single granule of salt all at once. Something in his mind clicked, and his task suddenly became a simple one. In a single thought, every single granule of salt had been isolated. All he needed to do next was make the pile feel as though it were one. Chapter 23. Elian couldn't believe how easy that had been. He sat with his hands resting in his lap, staring at the steel arrowhead sitting atop his desk. The salt steel arrowhead. He wasn't sure he'd seen anything so beautiful. He was smiling at his work. The burns on his hand had instantly healed the moment he removed it from the salt. Thanks to the essence he'd been circulating towards the area, there was no visible mark of the pain the salt had put him in. That was part of why he was smiling so much. He'd been dreading this occasion. him coming into contact with salt in front of other marked, and yet it had been fine. I'm not a demon. It hurts me, but it doesn't do to me what it does to Flame or other demons out there. It's only pain. Pain he could handle, especially if it let him do what he needed to do. He was the first in class to finish what needed to be done. The instructor, Mistress Petra, kept her eyes shut for the rest of the lesson. Elian had thought she would open them at some point, stand up, and check on everyone's progress, but that never came to pass. Only 2 other students in the class managed to complete the task by the time the lesson was over. Mistress Petra looked exceedingly impressed by what they'd done. At the start of this class, Elian had expected everyone to be able to do this. He hadn't realized that the task the woman had set them all was something so difficult that only the top 3 students were able to manage it. The other students gave him looks. Even Mark and Josie stared at him from time to time. Mistress Petra didn't remark on what he'd done, only on what Mark and Josie had done, as though his accomplishment was completely invisible. Considering what she'd said at the beginning of the class, that they should treat him like an equal, she hadn't appeared to show him the same courtesy.
For those 3 students who managed to complete this task, I will be gathering the salt you used back into their pouches, then locking them in my desk. Each lesson, I want you to take out your arrowheads and show me whether the enchantment is still on them. For the student whose enchantment lasts the longest, there will be a reward.
Mistress Petra looked over at him for the first time since the beginning of class and gave him a swift wink, as though she knew it would be him getting that reward. I don't understand this woman at all. The lesson had concluded. Elian stood up and stretched out his shoulders. One of them popped. He hadn't realized how long he'd been hunched over at the salt. His body was a little tense, something that circulating essence didn't seem to alleviate. The other students filed out of the classroom. Elian contemplated walking over to the instructor and having a word with her, but he wasn't sure what it was that he would say. Some of the students avoided looking at him completely, while others gave him pointed glares or appreciative glances. He couldn't say how each of them felt about him, whether they hated him being there or were impressed by what he was able to do. His stomach grumbled. He'd gone through 3 classes, and it was finally time for lunch. He noticed the other students were headed down to the main hall. He hurried past them on his way. He hadn't realized just how hungry he was until the prospect of food was in his immediate future. Josie hadn't been waiting for him by the door this time. Neither had any of the other students. Elian was perfectly fine with that. He was hoping to run into Balin in the main hall. When Elian stepped through the wide doors and got a look at the long tables, his gaze trailed over everyone there. Balin wasn't anywhere in sight. He frowned. He didn't know what the man would have to do in this place. He'd been sent down to the servants' quarters, but Balin was hardly a servant. To these people, he definitely is. He's markless in an academy full of marked. Markless in the peaks. Elian was wondering if he'd made the wrong decision, letting Balin come to this place. What if he'd been forced to work in the very kitchens that cooked the food Elian was about to eat? Or if he was even now being made to clean the bathrooms, scrub the hallways, or whatever else these types of people wanted servants for. He saw a lot of people from other classes glancing over at him, whispering behind their hands. Apparently word traveled fast, as they seemed to show even more interest in him today than the day before. They must know what happened in the classes I was in. That Master Aaron announced to them all I'm a prodigy. He didn't like it, but there wasn't much he could do. He clearly wasn't good at being subtle. I guess I'll just have to play to my strengths. He strode straight down the middle of the hall through the 2 main tables, keeping his head held high. There was a small part of his mind, and even his body, that rebelled at what he was doing. The way he'd grown up, walking past Marked, he'd always kept his head down. Not being noticed by Marked was a good way to be. Yet, here he was, walking past hundreds of them, holding his head high with pride. A few masters and mistresses were already eating their lunch in the main hall, though Master Larson wasn't anywhere to be seen. Elian knew that his next lesson would be with the man. It was a lesson that he was both looking forward to and dreading. After everything he'd done today, showing up with every other student with his natural prowess in using different skills, he was about to walk into a combat class when he was the least prepared and least capable student in the entire academy when it came to fighting. Something told him that the other students wouldn't take things easy on him. If he were honest, it wasn't as though he wanted them to take it easy on him. He just expected the class wouldn't be pleasant. That's assuming Master Larson makes me spar other students. Elian pushed away all of his worries and focused on what was in front of him. Food. He piled as much as he could onto his plate, then found a second plate to pile even more food onto. He wasn't exactly sure what was on offer today, but it smelled delicious. There were lots of different pastries, and he snagged as many as he could, getting a few raised eyebrows from others who weren't eating near as much as him. They probably think I'm some sort of glutton. Elian didn't really care what the other students thought. He shoveled the food into his mouth, devouring the meal as swiftly as he could, all the while glancing around the hall in hopes of seeing Balin or even Master Larson. He just wanted to see a friendly face. When both of his plates were cleared, he felt a sense of deep satisfaction. He closed his eyes and felt the energy within his heart tree, the energy that was Flame, his blood-bonded demon. It felt as though the beast had been thoroughly satiated. Elian left the hall while the majority of the other students were still eating. He had seen neither Balin nor Master Larson. At least I know where I'm likely to find one of them. Elian headed up the stairs through the academy until he came to Master Larson's office. The door was closed, but when he focused, he could hear a quiet scratching on the other side. It took him a moment to realize what the scratching actually was. A quill moving across parchment. The master must have been writing something at his desk. Elian's fist was almost on the door when he wondered if he should really be disturbing the man. He'd already spoken to the master that morning, but that was before he'd been through all the different classes. He wanted to speak to someone about all of the things he'd experienced. Well, all the things except for being burned by the salt. That was definitely not something he'd be able to talk about, especially not to one of the masters at the academy. "Enter." Elian blinked. His hand was still raised, but he hadn't actually knocked. The voice came from the other side of the door. "Master Larson." Elian let out a sigh. Well, if the man knew he was out here, there was no backing out from this now. He was committed. He opened the door and stepped into the office. Master Larson smiled over at him.
"I thought that was you lingering out there."
He motioned across from him.
"Have a seat, Elian. I'll be with you in a moment."
The master turned his head back to the parchment before him and continued writing. Elian couldn't help but notice there was a small wooden barrier erected, hiding whatever the man was writing from view.
"It's not that I think you'll read what I'm writing, Elian. It's simply a precaution many marked should make if we wish to hold on to some semblance of privacy. I have other precautions as well, enchantments that shatter an evoker's skills as one crosses the threshold."
The master finished whatever he was writing with a flourish of his quill, then popped the quill into a holder next to his inkwell. He folded the paper and put it in a drawer in his desk. Then he removed the little barrier and folded his hands on the tabletop.
"Now, what was it you wanted to speak with me about? We have a class together soon, if I'm not mistaken."
"You're not mistaken, sir." Elian looked down at the table, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, though he did latch on to the fact that the enchantments to block an invoker's skill did exist. Something to look into later. "I thought you might like to know how I did in my classes."
"Ah, yes. Do you have anything you'd wish to report? I had intended to confer with your other instructors before speaking to you, to see what their opinions on your performance might be."
"Oh, well, if you want me to leave—"
No, Elian, it's good that you're here. I want to learn all I can about prodigies. In fact,
the master pulled another sheaf of parchment out and placed it on the table, then took up his quill, dipping it in the ink. He kept his hand poised and ready. This time he didn't take out the small barrier that allowed him to obscure his writing.
Tell me about it.
And so, Elian did. He recounted what had happened in the different classes and how he'd performed. Master Larson kept his expression blank through much of it, but it was almost as though he were trying too hard. Elian was sure there was some surprise and delight twinkling in the man's eyes. He was also writing furiously as Elian spoke. When Elian was done, the man released a long sigh.
Remarkable,
Master Larson said.
Absolutely remarkable. Out of all the accounts of prodigies I've read about, it sounds like you are one of the strongest to be seen yet.
Elian blinked. Really? The master nodded.
Really? Perhaps leaving you in the group classes won't be so bad after all. Though I do wonder how the other students will react. I did notice you neglected to mention anyone else as you spoke. Not even a single name.
I didn't think that would be relevant, Elian said. It wasn't a complete lie. He just didn't know what to say about the other students.
And you're going to the caves tomorrow?
Master Larson frowned. Is that a problem?
I had been hoping to take you there myself. Alas, not all things go to plan. I wish I could come with you, but I will not be able to block an entire day for cave delving any time soon.
He gave Elian a serious look.
You be careful out there. I know you've dealt with demons before, but you shouldn't underestimate the ones you encounter in the caves. You should never underestimate any opponent you face. Complacency is a death sentence for Marked. I believe that must be what happened to the guards that were supposed to protect you and the other miners you were with on your return to the lower town.
Elian tilted his head to the side. You think they became complacent? He asked. In that moment he was glad he didn't have Alfred and Cale listening in to the conversation, as they were two of the people who'd been tasked with protecting him and the other miners.
I do,
Master Larson said.
What happened to them,
he released a sigh,
should never have happened. They may have only been once marked, but that didn't mean they weren't strong enough to take on that Hellcat.
Elian lowered his head and thought, his forehead creasing. He didn't want to speak ill of the dead. His mother had taught him such things were bad manners, but he was compelled to agree. I thought the same. His frown deepened, though I hesitate to speak poorly of them. Master Larson waved a hand.
I am not here to condemn the fallen, but it would be a poor service to them if we ignored the cause of their deaths. When a marked dies fighting a demon, it is our duty to investigate why that happened, not to simply ignore it. Don't you agree?
Elian bobbed his head in a nod. He did. I didn't see the fight. I was locked in the wagon with the other miners.
Yet you managed to kill the Hellcat when it came for you.
I wouldn't have been able to do that if the guards hadn't taken down the Hellhounds.
Still, you mustn't sell yourself short.
You really think the guards should have survived? Elian asked. Master Larson sighed.
I was not there. Perhaps I'm wrong about the situation. But 5 marked fighting together. Either we were wrong to send so few, or something went wrong in their training. Either way, it is something we must learn from. If it is the latter, then it may very well be me that is at fault, or any of the other instructors here who dealt with them. I do not want something like that happening to you.
Because I'm a prodigy, Elian said, lowering his head again. The other man frowned.
No, Elian. Yes, it is true that you being a prodigy is something that I value, and something that is important to the entire Valley of Auld. However, do not think that it is the only reason your life holds value, and do not presume it is the sole reason that I have an interest in you."
Master Larson cleared his throat.
"Now, I have a few things I must do before teaching my next lesson."
He made a waving motion toward the door.
"Best you clear out while I get these things done. You've taken up enough of my time as it is,"
he said admonishingly. Then he gave a small wink to show he wasn't truly serious. Elian stood. "Yes, sir." He turned on his heel and left the man's office. Elian walked slowly out to the training yards where his next class would be. The training yards, so far, other than his room and the main hall, was the place in the academy that felt the most familiar to him. It was also the place he knew he excelled at the least, and that was an understatement. He didn't excel at physical combat at all. As he walked through the different hallways in the large academy, glancing briefly at the decor as he passed different portals and tapestries that depicted wars with the demons that must have happened hundreds of years ago, he once again wished he felt comfortable speaking freely to his minions. Though he was glad that neither Alfred nor Cale were able to overhear his conversation with the master, he still had questions about that battle, the one that had taken their lives. Had the guards truly grown complacent, or had the Hellcat simply been too much for them? Does it matter? Either way, they died, and I lived. Maybe it was important, as Master Larson said, but he had things that were more important on his mind. Like his journey down into the caves the next day. Chapter 24. Elian was the first to arrive at the training yards. The other students eventually started trickling in after he'd been there for a little while. The first students to arrive, unsurprisingly, were Mark and Josie. Josie gave him a little wave, and Elian was surprised that Mark gave him a nod. It was a curt nod, but it felt like progress. Does it really matter if he acknowledges me? But this was one of the people he would be fighting alongside the next day. It would be better if they could at least learn to respect one another before then. Mark and Josie squared off against each other in the middle of the lesson's designated training yard. They did this without even saying a word, so it was clear this was a regular ritual between the two of them. Other students lined the border of the yard and looked on at what was about to happen, while a few others paired off. A couple of students picked up training swords and training spears and began going through the motions on their own. Elian watched the fluency they each had with a weapon with awe. It was clear that each of the academy's students had been training for years. Thrice marked. They all come from the peaks. They all come from families with strong bloodlines. He knew how much of a difference that made. It was assumed that these people would become marked, and it was assumed that they would make it to the academy. Their parents could afford to have them train much of their lives to get here, so that when they arrived, they were already master fighters. All they needed to do was master their marks, their skills. That's the only advantage I have on these people, other than being a summoner, something I can never reveal. That I'm a prodigy and they are not. Skills come easy to me, but this... He didn't know how he would ever be able to move like these people. Elian had sparred with Master Larson, and he'd always known that the man had been taking it easy on him. He just hadn't known to what degree that had been until he saw the Mark and Josie fight. Mark carried a sword and a shield, while Josie had a spear and a shield. All the weapons were training weapons made from wood with dull edges, but they wielded them with strength and finesse that made them feel just as dangerous as the real thing. Josie moved like the wind. She was lighter on her feet than Mark and significantly shorter of stature. The loss in reach she had from having shorter arms seemed more than made up for as she was wielding a longer weapon than her opponent. She moved like water across the training yard, flowing smoothly from one movement to another as though she'd been born with a spear in her hand. If Josie was water, then Mark was a rock. His defense was impeccable, and though he was significantly larger than Josie, that didn't appear to hinder his speed. Whenever her spear lashed out at him, his shield, or the side of his blade, was there to block it, or turn it away. He stood his ground, and he did it with amazing skill, barely letting his opponent shift him from his spot. Elian couldn't help but imagine the man standing in the middle of a broken gate during the time of the demon horde's first arrival, stopping the flood of beasts from overtaking the city. He wasn't sure how he felt, seeing the man in this light, being so impressed by him, especially with how he'd been treated by him. Elian found he respected Mark, or at least Mark's skill. In the few minutes that Mark and Josie sparred before Master Larson arrived, they each managed to score 3 hits on the other. It appeared as though they were evenly matched, even though their fighting styles differed significantly. Elian's gaze didn't drift away from the two of them, even though there had been other students paired off to fight in the training yard before Master Larson arrived, and still others training by themselves. The 2 students had managed to command his full focus.
"Stand at attention, class,"
Master Larson announced as he stepped into the training yard. His words had an immediate effect on all of the students. They lined up at one side of the yard, all of them holding a training weapon and shield. Elian swiftly moved to grab his own training weapon, a spear and shield, and joined them, though he was the last one to make the line, getting him a few glances from the others. Of course I'm the last one here. I didn't know what was expected of me. That fact only made him feel more out of his depth, however. Master Larson raised an eyebrow at him, but didn't comment on his slowness compared with the others. The man turned his gaze away and started pacing in front of the lined-up students, with his hands folded behind his back and a serious expression on his face.
"It has come to my attention that Mistress Racken plans to take a group of students down into the caves tomorrow. Now, it is my duty as your primary combat instructor to ensure that the 3 heading into the cave are ready for this little adventure. Mark, Josie, Elian, please stand in the center of the training yard."
Elian glanced over at the other 2. They stepped forward the second they'd been asked. Elian was only a moment behind, though he felt hesitation fluttering in his chest. He's not going to make me spar them, is he? I'm not ready for that. The 2 of them would wipe the floor with him. Even if he were able to use his skills, he wasn't sure it would do him all that much good. Maybe if I used my summoner skills and drew power from the blood-bonded demon residing in my heart tree. But he would never risk such a thing. Besides, sparring in this class, as far as he'd seen, didn't involve skills. Perhaps when all the students were more developed, that would change.
"No one can ever know if they are fully prepared to face a demon until they have already defeated one. Even then, every demon is different, and engaging with them must be done cautiously. This can never, and should never, be taken for granted. Today, the 3 of you must learn how to fight in concert. You must learn to work as one."
Master Larson called out 3 different names: Darkus, Kia, and Hearn. The 3 students stepped up. Elian swallowed. He glanced over at Master Larson. The man had trained with him twice now. Surely he knew he wasn't ready for this. It doesn't matter if I'm ready for this. It's going to happen whether I want it to or not. And if he were honest, he did want it to happen. Even if he fell on his ass a dozen times, it wouldn't matter if he learnt something. He didn't like how it would make him feel after he'd been trouncing the others with skills for the entire day, however. He didn't want them thinking less of him. He didn't want them thinking he was just some untrained idiot from the lower town. Even if that's exactly what I am. Elian stood on the left of Mark, while Josie was on the right of the man.
"You're nervous," Mark said. "You fought demons and you're nervous about a little sparring?"
The man sounded genuinely confused. "I've never done anything like this before," Elian replied.
"I suppose it isn't a skill one tends to teach minors," Mark muttered. "Just keep your guard up. I'll make sure no one knocks your teeth out."
He nudged Elian's shoulder with his own. "You'll look out for me?" Elian asked, hating how his voice sounded. The man frowned over at him.
Tomorrow we'll be fighting side by side against demons. It doesn't matter what I think of you. It's my job to protect you, like it'll be yours to protect me."
Elian blinked. That wasn't what he'd expected from the man, but he was glad it was what he'd said. Josie, on the other side of Mark, gave him a nod.
We'll look out for each other.
Mark took a step forward.
"Now just follow my lead."
Since when are you giving the orders?
Josie asked.
"Every team needs a leader. I'm the natural choice is all."
Now he's back to being a jerk again, Elian thought, though he couldn't argue with the man. After all, from all Elian had seen, he was the natural choice. Josie was strong and skilled, but Mark had beaten her in every skill Elian had seen the two of them perform, even if they had tied in points while sparring before the class.
"In 3 seconds, the fight will begin," Master Larson announced.
Darkus, Kia, and Hearn approached. Darkus carried a spear and a shield, while Kia and Hearn each carried swords and shields. Elian wondered what other types of weapons might be on offer in this place. Master Larson had tested him with warhammers and war axes, but they weren't available here. Were those things he'd ever be able to get his hands on? He could see himself becoming comfortable swinging a war axe. He certainly had plenty of experience swinging a pickaxe, even if it wasn't at an enemy. Not the best time to be thinking about such things.
"Shield up, Salt,"
Mark said, practically spitting the words.
"No need to make my job harder than it already is."
The man winked over at him. Elian couldn't decide if he was being a jerk or if this was his idea of being friendly. The 3 opponents heading their way broke off, coming after Mark, Josie, and Elian individually. Elian took a step away from the others so he could look at his opponent front on. It was Darkus. He'd seen the man in class. He seemed like an above-average student, and here on the training yard, with a practice spear in his hand, he looked far more imposing than he had back in the classes they'd shared. If only Balin or Flame were here, that would more than even the odds. Master Larson stood off to the side, arms crossed at his chest, observing the spectacle without saying a word. Elian could already hear the others clashing around him, but all he knew of the fights happening near him was the sounds of wood slapping against wood. He only had eyes for his opponent. Darkus had a grin on his face. "I'd take it easy on you, but that doesn't seem fair." There didn't seem to be any malice in the man's voice. Elian hadn't seen the man give him any dirty looks in class. If anything, he'd been ambivalent. Would I even want him to go easy on me? Elian wondered. No, I wouldn't. I want them to show me how big of a gap there is between us. Darkus stepped forward, and before Elian knew it, the man was already within range, his spear snapping out to strike Elian in the chest. Elian was only just able to dodge the strike. He took a swift step backward, one that turned into a stumble. He must look like the clumsiest Mark ever to step onto the training field. Except I know I'm not. I'm probably like most once marked are. Maybe even better than them if I'm being fair to myself. That didn't fill him with confidence. But it didn't matter. He didn't need confidence to fight. He'd found that out when he was up against demons. And Darkus was no demon. Elian snapped his own spear forward in a counterattack. The attack was easily thwarted. Darkus brushed it away as though he were waving away an annoying fly. Suddenly, a shield was slapping Elian straight in the face. Elian wasn't sure how the other man had gotten so close. He'd slapped away his strike and then was suddenly inside his guard? Dead gods, this would be a good time to pull on the strength and speed from the demon he'd assimilated. His body didn't glow when he borrowed power from Flame, nor was there any other physical tell but the power itself. It would certainly even the playing field, but it didn't seem right to pull on those powers. He knew fights outside the city or inside the caves would never be fair, but that didn't mean he wanted to cheat during his first ever sparring session. Or during any of his sparring sessions for that matter. Elian stumbled backward from the shield that had just hit him in the face. The next moment, the ground was whacking him straight in the back and the air was fleeing his lungs. He gasped in a breath. He was ready to swiftly roll to the side when he looked up to find Darkus lying on the ground, nursing a broken nose and looking up sheepishly at Mark. Then Josie was in front of him, offering him a hand. Elian sighed, taking the offered hand and standing up. Josie smiled.
Not bad for your first day on the field, especially for someone with no training.
Elian stabbed the butt of his wooden spear into the dirt and brushed himself off. Is my lack of training that obvious?
It's incredibly obvious, Mark said with a shake of his head. And I see why you were nervous. How was it you survived outside the walls again?
The man raised an eyebrow, looking over at him skeptically.
Must have something to do with how strong his skills are,
Josie said.
His skills are even stronger than yours, if you recall, Mark.
Mark grunted and turned away. Master Larson cleared his throat.
Looks like our cave delvers are the winners.
He paused for a moment, raised his chin.
We saw what they did right. Now, can anyone tell me what they did wrong?
They let someone from the lower town fight beside them, someone called out. Elian was looking at the master when they did, so he didn't see who it was. He wasn't sure if he was glad for that or not.
We didn't fight as a team,
Josie said.
Our opponents broke off to tackle us one by one, and we let them, turning it into 3 individual fights. Our numbers didn't matter until the first of those fights had concluded.
Josie is correct, Master Larson said. You each had tunnel vision, eyes only for a single opponent and not on your allies. But that is only fair, considering you've never been taught to fight as a team. That, in fact, is on me.
The instructor put a hand to his chest.
And that is why I'm going to teach you some drills. Everyone pair up, groups of 3. It's time to learn how to fight as one.
Elian had thought they were going to be sparring another 3 opponents at first, but apparently that had only been done as some sort of demonstration from the master. He was glad for that. Though he didn't want his opponents holding back, he didn't think he would learn much fighting opponents so much more skilled than him without some sort of instruction. So far, all he'd learned was that he was too slow to see the attacks coming. The question Mark posed to him entered his mind. How did I survive out there? He wondered. Balin, flame, my skills, and sheer bloody-minded force of will. Not to mention more than a little bit of luck. If he'd managed to survive out there on that and only that, he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like after a few weeks, months, or even years of training in a place like this. He'd worried about his decision to come to the academy more than once, seeing how far he had to go, how much he had to learn from these people. Now he knew he'd made the right decision. Or at least he was pretty damn sure he had, even if it meant he had to hide who he truly was to be here. Chapter 25. Though Master Larson had put each of the students into groups of 3, he didn't make the sparring matches or the drills strictly 3 against 3, and he hardly actually made them spar. Instead, he made them perform drills. He showed them how to lure an opponent toward a single one of them, imitating the nature of a demon. He had them in what he called a triangle formation. Elian was glad to find he wasn't the only one unfamiliar with this kind of fighting. Actually, he might have been more familiar with this than the others. Balin had showed him and the miners a formation or 2, and he'd also tried to show them how to form a shield wall, something that Master Larson hadn't mentioned, but that hadn't really gone all that well. The miners who hadn't broken the wall had crumbled during the attack from the demons. They simply hadn't had the training to withstand the onslaught. For these students, it was a different matter entirely. They clearly weren't used to training or fighting as part of a team, but they did have far more experience than he did with combat in general, even if they hadn't actually faced demons before. The triangle formation had put Mark on point. Master Larson had his arms crossed at his chest as he watched. He said the marked at the point of the triangle, or the tip of the spear as he liked to call it, should be the one most able to withstand an enemy's attacks. From the way Elian had seen this man fight against Josie, he was sure that Mark was the right person for the job, and that he would be able to hold his ground, though he wondered if that would have changed if they were allowed to circulate essence. Better to block or dodge attacks than be forced to heal them. The marked at the tip of the spear attracted the enemy first, while the other two in the group flanked the enemy, taking them from the sides. It was an incredibly powerful maneuver. The problem was it worked best when you were up against a single opponent. And so Master Larson took them through other drills as well. One drill had the three students fighting with their backs to each other, simulating being surrounded by enemies from all sides. Doing these drills brought back memories of fighting alongside Balin when they were still stuck outside the walls. Was that really only a couple of days ago? It feels like I've been at the academy for weeks. He supposed it only felt that way because so many new things had happened to him since he'd arrived here. When the class was due to end and the other students readied themselves to leave, Master Larson made Elian, Mark, and Josie stay behind. He had them line up in front of him. Then he stepped up to each of them and looked them up and down in turn.
In your own way, you're the top 3 students in your classes,
Master Larson said as he took a step back.
I have already said that a marked never knows if they're ready to face a demon until they do. But I know that each of you is ready.
Mark smirked at that. Master Larson raised an eyebrow at the man.
Just because I believe you're ready does not mean you should grow complacent. The 3 of you are likely to be grouped up again in the future. This is how it works for Thrice Marked. Other masters and mistresses will see that you fought together and that you're the top of your class. They'll team you up. Today, I saw you cooperate because you needed to. Tomorrow, I hope to hear that you cooperated because you wanted to.
He paused.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir!
Yes, sir!
They all said at once.
Good. Then today's lesson is over.
Master Larson nodded at them, then strode across the training yards and back to the academy. Mark let out a sigh.
I guess that means we're stuck together.
You always knew we'd be matched up,
Josie said. Mark raised an eyebrow.
With you? Of course.
He nodded his head at Elian.
With him?
He shook his head.
That's taken me by surprise.
Elian stood there, feeling awkward. This was a conversation he didn't feel like he was a part of, and he wasn't sure he wanted to be a part of it. But Master Larson had been good to him, and the words he'd said, that they should cooperate because they want to, not simply because they needed to, sounded in his mind. Believe me, I didn't see any of this coming either, Elian said. Mark and Josie turned their gazes on him as though they'd forgotten he was standing there. Mark was the first to speak again.
What happened out there anyway? Outside the wall, I mean.
Elian blinked. Do you really want to know? Mark and Josie glanced at each other, then Josie spoke.
There are a lot of rumors. If we're going to be fighting demons together tomorrow, it would be nice to know what about the rumors are true and what are not.
Mark nodded along. Then he grinned and snapped his fingers.
Well, there's an idea.
He jutted his chin toward the front of the academy.
How about we head into town? Go to a tavern.
Elian narrowed his eyes. Which tavern? He shifted from foot to foot. Did he really want to go to the tavern with Mark? His first encounter with the man had been unpleasant, to say the least. The last thing he'd expected was that this man would be the best student in the class. Or at least he had been until Elian had showed up. He still is if you count Master Larson's combat class, though Josie certainly gives him a run for his money.
Does it matter which tavern? It's not like you'll know them up here on the peaks,
Mark replied. Josie smiled.
It does sound like a good idea. My father tells me spending time with other marked you fight alongside, outside of combat, builds camaraderie. Though we shouldn't stay out too late. We have an early day tomorrow.
Elian reflexively raised a hand, but stopped himself. He'd almost been about to touch his chest where the marks were. He had applied lily root powder that morning, the powder that helped him conceal his summoner mark before his lesson with Master Larson. He'd been worried about being watched, about someone having hijacked his vision and him never knowing, so he'd done it without looking down. He knew where the mark was. He could practically feel it, but something told him that the lily root powder had already been cleaned off. He'd been so busy with his different classes he'd barely thought about what might happen if the mark became visible. Lily root powder. It just didn't seem strong enough, especially after all the physical training that he'd just been through. Maybe I need to find something else, something stronger. He went off to the tavern instead of going back to his room to apply the powder. Would there be any chance of him being caught? He shrugged away the worry. There's no way he was going to be without his shirt, so there shouldn't be reason for him to worry. A part of him wanted to get along with the other students here, and this seemed like a good opportunity. Even if he never ended up getting along with Mark, Josie had been nice enough to him. She'd even helped show him to one of his classes earlier in the day. All right, Elian said. I'll come along with you. Mark tapped his trouser pocket. Something in there clinked. Don't worry, I'll cover the drinks. The man winked at Elian. Once again, Elian couldn't tell if the man was being a jerk or if he'd been trying to make a nice gesture. A part of him wanted to protest, then he remembered the dismally small number of coins he had in his own coin purse. A purse that he didn't even have on him. It was locked in the chest back in his room. Thanks, Mark, Elian replied. Mark blinked. Welcome. He glanced at Josie, then strode through the training yards. Elian followed the two of them as they walked around the academy and left through the gates. Though he paused before the gates after they'd made it to the other side, remembering the pain he'd felt the first time he'd stepped through them. A crow perched atop the gate cawed. The headmistress is watching. Don't worry about that, Mark said, looking back at the crow. You're allowed to leave the grounds. We're not getting you into any trouble.
It's true,
Josie said.
Mark might be the type to get into trouble, but I would never dream of it.
Elian was glad they thought he was pausing for a different reason. He braced himself, then walked through the salt-enchanted gates. He hid the pain he felt as best he could, keeping his face blank. The trio walked through the pristine streets of the peaks, past the beautiful houses he'd seen when he'd walked to the academy with Isla Varen. Isla, she was so nice to me. I wonder when I'll get the chance to see her again. The woman was once marked, but also Tier 3, which basically meant he was sure he would never actually get a chance to encounter her at the academy. Especially since she wasn't even at the academy right now. She was down in the lower town, at the wall, as Anders Galkin's second. He glanced back at the gates, a part of him wishing Balin was coming with him, a part of him glad the man wasn't.
Are you really heading to the tavern with Mark?
Cale said.
The man is a clodhead.
A clodhead? Where'd you come up with that colorful insult? Alfred replied.
From hanging out with clodheads like the two of you.
Elian let out a silent sigh. The two once-marked souls residing in his heart tree had been mostly quiet today, though that had been because he'd been in classes that made it impossible for them to talk. He missed the silence in his own mind. Elian didn't say anything in reply to their question. Instead, he sped his stride, catching up to the other three. Before I tell you my story, I have a question, Elian said. Oh? Mark said. Do you want to know where babies come from? I hear education standards in the lower town are quite low, so I wouldn't be surprised if you never learned that. Josie slapped Mark on the shoulder. It felt like a familiar gesture.
Be nice, Mark. Or at least don't be mean. What question were you going to ask, Elian?
Elian bit his lip, then ran a hand through his hair. Well, you remember from the necromancy class that I have 2 minions? Of course, we remember. That was only a few hours ago. We aren't idiots, Mark said. He glanced at Josie. The woman was glaring at him. What? That wasn't mean. I was stating a fact. Elian decided to ignore his response and carry on with his question. Do you ever learn how to block out their voices?
You want to block out our voices?
Cale said.
We've been blocked out most of the day with all the classes you've been in. Honestly, it's like he isn't grateful for our presence at all.
Sorry if we've been talking too much, Elian, Alfred said. The dead infuser sounded a little sad. I'll try not to talk so much.
I can't say I'll do the same,
Cale spat back. Then he seemed to remember himself and the fact that he actually wanted something from Elian.
Though, I suppose if that's what you need.
Elian?
Josie waved a hand in front of him.
Where'd you go?
Elian shook his head and rubbed his eyes. Sorry, did you say something? They're a talkative bunch.
Do they really talk to each other?
Mark asked.
My mother said that they do, but she hasn't heard her minions' voices for 20 years, so it's hard to know if she was remembering correctly.
Oh, they definitely talk to each other, Elian said. Sometimes they even get into arguments.
It wouldn't be an argument if Alfred would just agree with me,
Cale said. I disagree, and I fear you're just making his point, Cale, Alfred replied. Oh, sorry, Elian. We talked again, didn't we? Elian rubbed his forehead. In fact, they're arguing right now about the very thing I just said.
Dead gods,
Mark exclaimed.
That does sound rather exhausting.
He paused, folding his hands behind his back as they walked.
Well, there is one way you can deal with that. You could develop stronger mental fortitude. They won't bother you unless you let them bother you.
Oh, Mark, you make it sound a lot easier than it actually is. It takes countless months, even years of practice, to be able to manage something like that. You're better off purchasing an enchantment for yourself from a high-tiered infuser. I know a good store only a block from here. They would probably be interested in new business.
A shop with enchantments? Elian asked. Once again, he thought about the small number of coins in his possession. That does sound rather interesting. Mark frowned.
You can't afford an enchantment, can you?
The man asked.
Mark?
Josie said. No, it's fine. Mark's right. I can't afford one. Mark sighed.
As I thought.
His forehead creased as though he were deep in thought. The expression looked out of place on his face. He sighed again, this time louder.
I can buy one for you.
Elian stared at Mark. What? Why would you offer me something like that? Mark raised an eyebrow at him.
You sound as though you're surprised. I can be nice, you know.
You can?
Josie asked with a smirk.
Besides, we'll be fighting by your side tomorrow. What happens if one of your minions distracts you at a critical moment? I doubt our lives will be in danger down there with Mistress Racken along with us. But Master Larson said we shouldn't be taking any chances.
Elian wanted to say, and you listened to him? But he stopped himself. If he were honest, he'd had so few encounters with Mark, he really didn't know what the man was like. It did make a little more sense to find out that he was only offering to buy him this enchantment because it would put him in less danger while they fought together. Still, accepting the man's gift seemed like Elian would be putting himself in Mark's debt. That certainly wasn't something Elian wanted to do. But having an enchantment like that, it would be a great help to him. Besides, there were a few other enchantments he was interested in that he was sure to find at a store like this. Like ones that would protect his room from being observed by an invoker's skills. He might not be able to afford them now, but at least he would have an idea of what he needed to aim for. All right, Elian said, but I'll be paying you back.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Mark strode ahead.
I'll lead the way. I know where the store is, too.
He walked ahead of them a few feet, and Josie came beside Elian as they followed.
You don't really need to pay him back. Buying something like this for him is... well, it will barely put a dent in his allowance.
His allowance? Elian asked. Josie looked at Elian.
The money his parents give him for attending the academy.
Elian stared at Mark's back. His parents were paying him to do something that he already had to do simply because he was marked? Elian knew that would be happening, but it was one thing knowing from afar, and another seeing it up close. These people really do live different lives. Chapter 26. Elian stepped into the enchanter's shop with his eyes wide. He'd never seen so many different items. He didn't even know what half of them did. There were the usual things he expected to see in the shop of an infuser. Salt steel weapons lined one wall, all in racks or presented in stands. There were even a few weapons that were behind glass. There were also suits of armor and chainmail shirts, boots, gloves, shields, all manner of equipment that Elian didn't have a name for. And then there were the ordinary-looking items: candles, cups, belts, kitchen knives. One table was even filled with rocks. He could only wonder what those might do. Some of the items looked strange, devices as foreign to him as the train that had taken him from the middle city to the peaks had been. But even though he didn't know what they were, he could appreciate the craftsmanship that had clearly gone into creating them. "This is amazing," Elian whispered as he looked around.
This is one of the best stores in the peaks for enchantments,
Josie said. Then she continued in a whisper.
Once marked are often derided by twice marked and thrice marked, but they also tend to be the best at specializing.
One of the best stores in the peaks?
A voice said from ahead of them. Elian couldn't see where it had come from until an incredibly short woman poked her head up over the shop's counter. No, she wasn't that short. She'd simply been kneeling. The woman stood up. She looked old, about as old as the headmistress at the academy, though Elian assumed this woman wasn't as old as the master necromancer. That man probably ruined Elian's scale when it came to knowing what old even meant.
My apologies, Samantha,
Josie said with a smile.
I personally consider you the best enchanter in the entire valley.
Oh, Josie,
The old woman waved a hand.
you always bring such kind words with ya.
She winked.
Flattery will get you everywhere with me.
She tilted her head to the side as she looked at Elian.
Now, who is this? A student from the academy that I don't know? That's a rare thing indeed.
The old woman frowned, deepening all of her wrinkles.
You haven't been shopping over at Agar's, have you? He makes you think his enchantments are better quality by charging more, but it's a ruse. You're better off with something more reliable.
She opened her hands.
Which is what you'll find here.
He hasn't been shopping anywhere, Mark said, then leaned in and spoke in a whisper everyone in the store could clearly hear. He's the thrice marked from the lower town.
Oh!
The woman smiled.
Elian Salt. I've heard of you.
She walked around the counter, practically beaming at Elian.
Mind if I shake your hand?
Elian stared at the woman, a little dumbstruck. He took her hand and shook it. You've heard of me?
Word spreads fast in the peaks, especially about someone as interesting as you. You know there's never been a thrice marked that's come from the lower town, don't you?
I've heard, Elian said.
Well, I think it's simply remarkable. It's about time something different happened round here. You know, I'm from the middle city myself.
She leaned in, just how Mark had a moment before, but hers was a genuine whisper.
Neither of my parents were marked, so I understand a little of what you might be going through.
She winked, then clapped her hands together.
So what did the three of you come in here for,
A silencer,
Josie said.
Elian has 2 minions. Apparently, they are quite talkative.
Sounds like they never shut up, Mark said.
Dead gods, I hate Mark.
Cale muttered.
I really don't know why you're hanging out with this guy.
Elian ignored Cale. He felt a little bad getting this enchantment, especially after how Alfred had sounded. But surely the 2 souls knew how much he might need something like this.
Ah, 2 minions. Yes, I did hear about that. You walk straight through the peaks to the academy with them in tow, and with Isle of Arran and Balin sworn by your side.
Isle of Arran?
Josie asked, sounding a little surprised.
Yes, she helped escort him to the peaks, didn't you hear?
Samantha said.
No,
Josie turned away.
I did not.
Elian frowned. It hadn't occurred to him that Mark and Josie would know who Isla was, but it should have. She was part of one of the families, after all. All other thrice-marked in his class would have known who she was. They would have all grown up together, even if she is a few years older than them.
A silencer? Well, that should be easy enough. Now, a silencer will only block a minion's voice. They'll still be able to see and hear what's happening while their voices are blocked, unlike the stronger enchantments that are used in academy classes. I've got a few different kinds of silencers, though the only real difference is in their appearance and the length of time the enchantments work. The cheapest ones only last for a few hours. You can activate them whenever you like, and they're rather affordable. But I imagine you're looking for something a little bit stronger than that, huh?
I am, yes, Elian said, still feeling awkward about the fact that Mark would be the one to buy this for him. And you can deactivate them whenever you wish?
Indeed. For instance, if you have one that lasts for a day, you could split the hours over as long a period as you wish. If you only used it for an hour each day, it would last you 24 days, almost a month.
Elian nodded. He wouldn't need to have it activated all of the time. He did like being able to speak to his minions, and it was good to know that the duration wouldn't be spent when it wasn't activated.
Get him one that lasts a year,
Mark said.
A year?
Samantha's eyes widened.
Well, something like that might be out of his,
The old woman trailed off, her gaze sliding from Mark to Elian, looking a little awkward. Mark waved a hand.
A little too rich for someone plucked from the lower town, yes. But I shall be purchasing this for him.
Oh, you will?
Samantha's smile returned.
Well, in that case.
She bustled over to an assortment of stones and carvings set up on one of the tables within the store and looked at them seriously. A hand raised over them, moving left and right as she hummed. Then she started plucking different rocks and carvings and putting them to one side.
The three of us will be heading to the caves tomorrow,
Josie said with a hint of excitement in her voice. It was perhaps the most excited he'd heard her sound, except for when she'd been answering questions in class.
with Mistress Rockin.
Mistress Rockin?
That seemed to get the woman's attention. There was a hint of curiosity and something else in her voice. Sorrow? Mistress Rockin just lost her daughter because the girl turned out to have the summoner mark. Word like that must have spread fast, too.
How is the mistress doing?
Samantha asked, a hint of caution in her voice. Though the question seemed innocent enough, Mark and Josie glanced at each other with significant looks, and Elian remembered being warned about showing sadness at the summoner's death.
She's fine,
Josie said.
Now, about those enchantments,
Mark said, swiftly changing the subject as he strode over to the table. He gestured towards the items the woman had gathered.
Are these the one-year enchantments?
Elian walked over and looked down at the items. There were 5 of them. 2 of them were, ordinary rocks one might find anywhere on the ground. They weren't large rocks. Their radius was about the same as a coin's. The 3rd item wasn't a rock at all. It looked almost exactly like a coin, except for the hole in it. The last 2, however, were intricate stone carvings, figurines. He tilted his head to the side as he examined them. One was in the shape of a cat. It had a little hole in it. He supposed one could put a chain through it and wear it around their neck. In fact, now that he looked more closely, they all had the same holes, just like the one that had looked like a coin.
We call enchantments like these charms,
Samantha said, observing Elian's expression as he looked at the different items.
They can be put on a necklace, a bracelet, even an anklet.
Why are these 2 different? Elian said, looking down at the carvings.
They make 'em look nice so they can charge more for them,
Mark said matter-of-factly. The old woman gave him the smallest of glares.
What?
Mark asked.
I said they looked nice. Besides, I'm the customer here. I should be able to say whatever I like.
Elian raised an eyebrow at that, but he didn't say a word. He didn't want the man to rescind his offer of buying one of these for him. He really can get away with saying whatever he wants.
Though men don't tend to wear anklets,
The old woman said, only the barest hint of sternness in her voice.
people pay for their craftsmanship.
She pointed at the coin-shaped enchantment.
Some like simple rocks like these, or talismans like this one.
Elian looked at the final carving. It was of a hound. He tilted his head. It reminded him of flame.
"He can have one of the stones," Mark said. "This is supposed to be a practical purchase. I'm not here to give him a gift," the man scoffed. "And I'm not paying more for something he doesn't need."
"While others want something more interesting,"
Samantha said.
"Well, in that case, I'm happy to give a discount on these carvings."
The old woman smirked.
"I'll bring the price down on the other ones so Elian may choose whichever he likes without you paying any more."
Mark rolled his eyes.
"Fine."
Elian smiled. "Thank you, Samantha. That's very kind of you."
"Kind of her?"
Mark said as he started pulling coins out of his purse.
"I'm the one buying it for you. Shouldn't you be singing my praises?"
"Yes, thank you, Mark," Elian said, and his words were sincere. He really did appreciate this.
"Don't get any of us killed tomorrow, and we'll call it even."
Mark dumped the money onto the counter.
"Come on, let's go to the tavern. I could use a drink."
"I wouldn't mind having a look around for a little while,"
Josie said. Elian wanted the same. He hadn't had a chance to look for the other enchantments he was after, but he didn't want to kick up a fuss. He also didn't want the other two to think he was trying to hide something by looking at those particular enchantments. He was sure they probably had the same things protecting their rooms, or themselves from an invoker's skills, but that didn't mean they wouldn't look at him suspiciously for wanting the same thing. "I can always come back another time."
"Well, I'm getting a drink,"
Mark said, striding out the door without another word. Josie sighed.
"All right."
She followed behind the man. Samantha shook her head at their backs, then caught him staring at her.
"That man doesn't know how to be nice without being rude at the same time."
She winked.
"Now, here you go."
She passed him a small pouch with the enchantment inside.
"I included a chain. I figured you might not have your own."
Elian nodded. "Thank you. I appreciate that."
"I hope to see you again sometime, Elian Salt."
The old woman smiled warmly. Elian couldn't help but return the smile. "I'm sure I'll be back." Elian threaded the chain through the hole designed for it in the hound figurine and followed the others, stepping out of the store and down the steps back onto the street. Then he put the stone around his neck. "How do I—" Elian trailed off.
"You just have to will it."
Josie said.
"It should be rather intuitive."
Elian frowned. He willed the enchantment to work, wondering how that would even be possible. Then he felt something shift within him. "Kale? Alfred?" Elian whispered. There was no response. All was quiet. He sighed in relief. Peace at command. That would be a nice change. Chapter 27. The tavern they ended up at was the same one he'd stopped in when he'd come through here with Isla and Balin. Isla had mentioned that it was frequented by students from the academy, so he supposed he shouldn't have been too surprised this was where they would end up. Mark was already at the bar, ordering the three of them a round of drinks. Josie found a cozy table in the corner. She sat down and peered around the place, then she leant over the table.
"This is my first time here,"
she said a little shyly. Elian raised an eyebrow. "It is? Really?" The woman nodded. A strand of hair fell down the left side of her face. She tucked it behind her ear.
"I'm always too busy training, practicing with my skills."
She trailed off for a moment.
"Honestly, I'm not sure why I came out. Going to the caves tomorrow? I should be preparing."
Josie's forehead creased in a deep frown. "I think this is exactly where you need to be," Elian said. Josie narrowed her eyes at him.
"It is? And why do you say that?"
"I've seen the way you fight, and I've seen what you can do in class with your skills. You're prepared for this. You deserve to take a break." Josie seemed to think about that for a moment. Then she nodded.
"I suppose it wouldn't be a bad thing to take a moment to rest. My father always says that rest was more important than most marked gave it credit for, especially resting the mind. It is one bit of advice I have had difficulty taking."
That was the second time she'd mentioned her father. Elian wondered if he was an important man in the Peaks. Elian glanced around. Mark was still at the bar, tapping his foot impatiently.
You know, I've actually been in here before on my way to the academy.
You've been here before me?
Josie chuckled a little.
Okay, that's a little funny, isn't it? I suppose it shows just how much I work.
Well, your hard work is clearly paid off.
The woman stared at him intently.
And yet, you are more powerful than any of us. How do you do that?
Elian looked away.
Honestly, I don't have an answer. I just do. I suppose it has something to do with me being a prodigy. Maybe Master Larson would know more, but he hasn't explained it to me. Actually, I don't think he wants to explain it. I think he's worried that if he does, it'll stop working.
Elian laughed and shook his head.
And I'm a little worried that he might be right.
Josie made a noise.
I think you do not give yourself enough credit, Elian. I am sure you have more to do with your abilities than you think.
Mark made it to the table and placed a drink in front of each of them.
All right, Salt. Tell us how in the hell you survived out there,
he said, plopping himself down in one of the seats without another word. Elian grabbed his drink and took a sip. The ale was sweet and bitter at the same time. It tasted better than what had been served over at Purgatory in the lower town where he'd last told his story to a group of marked. At least, this group was a little smaller. Elian cleared his throat and told them everything he could, without revealing anything about being a full-marked summoner with a blood-bonded hellhound, of course.
You survived all that?
Mark said when Elian got to the part where he reached the lower town gates.
You've seen what he's done in class,
Josie said.
No reason to sound so surprised.
I also saw how he fought.
Mark chuckled. He shook his head.
But I'm not surprised. Well, I am. But I'm also impressed.
He sighed, looked thoughtful. Twice in one day, Elian thought.
You know,
Mark started.
There could be a small chance that I misjudged you, Elian Salt.
Elian almost choked on the ale he was sipping on.
What was that?
The man narrowed his eyes.
I'm not about to repeat myself.
Elian shook his head.
Maybe I've misjudged you right back,
he said. Then he hesitated before saying the next words, then decided he may as well get on with it.
Then again, you did make a terrible first impression.
It was Mark's turn to almost choke on his ale, but that was because he was laughing. Another thing Elian didn't expect.
No one talks to me like that.
He let out another peal of laughter and slapped the table.
You must have brass ones. I like it.
Brass ones? Of what?
Elian asked, not understanding the expression. The man blinked, shook his head.
Never mind.
He rubbed his hands together.
So, we're delving into the caves tomorrow. What kind of demons do you think we'll encounter?
They keep that a secret,
Josie said.
There's no way for us to know.
That doesn't mean we can't guess,
Mark said. He stood. I'm getting another round. Josie looked like she wanted to protest. She'd only drunk half of her first mug of ale. The trio ended up staying in the tavern for 3 rounds. Well, Elian and Josie drank 3 rounds. Mark ended up having 5 mugs of ale. And the mugs were not small. They helped him stumble back to the academy. It was dark by the time they made it through the gates. Elian wondered why the man didn't simply circulate essence to dissipate the alcohol. It was something Elian had done the moment he began to feel a little tipsy. The last thing he needed was to compromise his mental state when he was trying to hide who he was from these people. But it seemed as though Mark liked the feeling of being drunk, which was probably why he'd had so many mugs of ale in the first place.
You do this often?
Josie said in an accusing tone as Mark tripped and fell into the grass when they were on the academy's lawn.
Trip and fall?
Mark said, standing up and brushing himself off. He scratched his head.
I'm usually more coordinated than that.
Josie put her hands on her hips.
No, I mean go to the tavern on nights when you have important things to do the next day. Honestly, it seems rather irresponsible.
You did come along with us, Elian said with a smile.
Well, my father says...
Camaraderie, yeah. But you liked hanging out instead of working, didn't you? Mark winked. Josie rolled her eyes, shook her head, then sighed.
I suppose it wasn't that bad.
She crossed her arms.
But I am going to get some sleep. It is far later than I intended.
She headed through the large double doors into the Academy's tower, leaving the two men on the lawn in front of the steps. She takes things very seriously, that one, Mark said, then hiccuped. I thought you did too, Elian replied. Looking at the man now, it was hard to imagine him as being at the top of the class. It's what's expected of me. Mark straightened. His eyes became clearer, his face less flushed. His whole demeanor shifted in an instant. I'm going to head back to my room. He nodded at Elian. See you in the morning. Elian watched the man walk off. Had he just circulated essence? And what did he mean? It was what was expected of him. Because he was from one of the families? Most of the thrice marked would be from the strongest families. Elian shrugged. It wasn't something he needed to worry about. He headed into the academy, too. Of all the things he'd imagined doing at the end of his day, having a drink with Mark and Josie hadn't even been on his list. He trudged up the steps and made it to his room, then collapsed back onto his bed. He touched a hand to the charm around his neck, the stone carving of the hound, and deactivated the enchantment. I can hear you again, Elian said, but neither Cale nor Alfred responded. They were quiet. Elian frowned, wondering if they were doing that because they'd felt ignored before. It seemed a little petty, but he supposed he understood it. He looked at the figurine of the hound and released a breath. Flame was a part of him, literally, and yet he missed seeing the blood-bonded demon. In their time surviving outside the wall, he'd grown fond of the hellhound, which was something he'd never have imagined even after he'd first bonded with it. Just like I would never have imagined becoming friends with that asshole Mark. Not that he would consider Mark and Josie friends, at least not yet. As Elian looked at the figurine, he frowned, tilted his head to the side, then stood back up from the bed and went to the chest in his room. He opened it up. Inside lay his coin purse and the necklace he'd brought. His mother's necklace, the one with the crystal. Elian took the necklace out of the chest and examined it. Marked weird charms around their neck. He wondered if that was why this was important to her, though he didn't even know if Markless could activate charms or not. I doubt this is an enchanted item. Still, he put it around his neck all the same, then held it up and closed his hand around the crystal. But if it is enchanted, maybe it's activated in the same way as the one I just got. He felt around with his mind until something pushed back, just like it did when he willed the silencer charm he'd just received. Elian didn't will this charm to activate. He still had no idea what the charm actually was. He pushed his mind back to it. His eyes were wide as he stared down at the crystal. My mother had an enchanted necklace? It made him wonder what in the world it could be. The only person he imagined could have given this to her would have been Elian's father, Derek Hollow, a man he still knew next to nothing about. A man who very well might still be alive somewhere out there. Before he used it, he wanted to discover what it actually was first. Samantha, back at the store, had been kind to him. Elian didn't have much money, but maybe the woman would be willing to examine this and discover what it was for him. Maybe I'll go tomorrow, after the day in the caves. Elian placed the crystal back in the chest and tucked himself into bed. He thought he would struggle to sleep, but the moment his head hit the pillow, he was out. Chapter 28. Elian woke early, before the dawn. He headed down to the main hall and found Mark and Josie already there with food on their plates. He hadn't even known the main hall served breakfast this early. Apparently, they would always make students food on request. That was something he'd learned the night before when he'd been at the tavern with the others.
Good morning, Elian.
Josie said with a bright smile.
Are you excited?
Elian tilted his head to one side, then the other. I'm not sure. The last time I faced demons, it wasn't exactly a pleasant experience.
Well, that's when you were with nothing but Markless,
Mark said.
It will be an entirely different experience with us around.
Elian hated to admit that the man was right. Balin had been a skilled fighter and a great help, and he was one of the reasons Elian was still alive. But he wasn't marked, and he certainly wasn't thrice marked. He walked past the three of them and got his plate of food. Eggs, freshly cooked bacon. It looked and smelled glorious. Nothing like the slop he was used to when he'd been a miner. He was still becoming accustomed to the luxuries of this place. The three ate in silence. Mark was quiet, and Josie looked excited. Elian could only think about the necklace back in the chest in his room. He was starting to wonder if he should have brought it with him. After their early breakfast, they met up with Mistress Rakan in the Academy's foyer. She took them to the armory before leading them down a series of hallways Elian hadn't been through before. And he hadn't been through them because the doors to them were locked. The woman had a ring of keys in her hand and was opening one lock after another, selecting a different key for each one. The doors were thicker than any he'd seen in the Academy, and it wasn't just doors that she took them through. It was metal gates. Salt steel metal gates. The enchantments were strong. He wondered how often they got refreshed. Elian was still surprised to find out that the caves were in the Academy itself, that there were tunnels deep in the Valley of Auld's mountain that had demons lurking within them. Growing up down in the lower town, he'd certainly never heard any stories about this. The Marked would want to keep something like this secret. If the general populace knew there were demons down here, they might think that the Marked wouldn't be able to handle them. Elian knew better than that, however. He could see that the defenses put in place by the Academy would be strong enough to hold the demons back. Every time he stepped through one of the gates, he felt tremendous pain from the salt steel. He had to stop himself from flinching or hissing. He was starting to get better and better at hiding his pain. It was just another reminder that he was different to these people, that they weren't the same, that if they knew what he truly was, they would see him dead in a heartbeat. It wasn't really something that he wanted to think about when he was about to walk into battle with them. The tunnels started to become different. They were no longer the hard stone of the Academy of Marked. They were now starting to resemble the tunnels of the salt mine he'd spent so much of his time in. But there were also signs that the tunnels had been altered. At one point they passed a door made entirely of steel. Salt steel. The door looked ancient. There were slash marks dug into it, and parts of it were blackened as though it had been burned. Though the door looked like it had been there for hundreds of years, before even the time of the Godfall, Elian knew that the salt steel enchantment on it was fresh, or, if it wasn't fresh, it hadn't lasted for a very, very long time. It was the strongest enchantment he'd ever felt, stronger even than the one on the gates to the Academy. Mistress Rakan was leading them through the tunnels, a lit lantern in her hand, though it wasn't only her lantern that illuminated the space. There was a green glowing moss that clung to the walls. It provided just enough glow to light the tunnels, and he imagined their vision would quickly adjust without the lantern. The deeper into the tunnels they went, the more of the moss they came upon. Mark was just behind her, and Josie behind him. They had visited the armory on their way to the tunnels, and Elian had a spear and shield in his hands. Not practice ones this time. The weight of them felt good. He paused at the enchanted salt steel door as the others went on. He stepped closer to it, even though the salt steel hurt to be this close to. It was as though he could sense something from behind it. Then he heard something. At least, he thought he heard something. It was so faint. Was that the wind howling on the other side of that door? But how could there be wind so deep in the tunnels? He took another step, almost as though he were going to press his ear to the door, when someone called out,
Marked Elian, do not touch that door,
Mistress Rakan commanded.
And do not fall behind.
Mistress Rakan, as well as Mark and Josie, were standing well ahead of him down the tunnel. Elian pulled back from the door, which strangely he noticed didn't even have a lock. What's behind that door? He asked.
Now isn't the time for questions. I trusted that you were ready to come down into the tunnels. If I have to send you back, I have to send all of you back.
Come on, Elian, Mark said, glaring hard at him. Keep up. Elian nodded. He hurried along and caught up with the others. He tried not to look back at the door, but he couldn't help throwing a glance at it over his shoulder. He had a very strange feeling about that door. Whatever might be on the other side of it. That howling definitely couldn't have been the wind. And what had caused those scratches? And they were more than scratches. They were gouges. Elian tried to put the door out of his mind as he followed the others through the cave. He kept having to scratch his neck. It wasn't just the spear and shield that he had with him. He was also wearing a shirt of chainmail, something he hadn't even done when he'd been fighting outside the wall. He felt strange wearing it. It kept chafing at him, and it was far heavier than what he was used to wearing. It was also the same type of armor that the guards protecting his miner's wagon had worn, and it wasn't as though it had done them much good.
How much longer is it, Mistress Racken?
Mark asked. His voice sounded soft, as though the question were an innocent one.
Patience is a good trait in Marked. I'll trust you to remember that.
Mistress Racken snapped back. Mark blinked, glanced back at Josie, then shook his head. Elian thought the response was a little bit harsh, too, but maybe he'd done something to aggravate the woman when he'd stopped by that door. Or maybe she's just mourning the loss of her daughter, but isn't allowed to let that show and it's getting to her. Either way, Elian decided to be extra careful around the woman. The last thing he needed was one of the instructors angry with him. They passed through 2 more salt steel gates and no more of those mysterious lockless doors, before Mistress Racken paused at a threshold that wasn't covered by anything more than a simple line of salt.
This is where we leave the safety of the city behind,
Mistress Racken said. She turned back to face them, but he noticed she never turned her back on the threshold with the salt line. Elian glanced through the entryway. There was a vast, cavernous space just behind the line of the salt.
Once we have stepped across that line, we enter the domain of the demons. I may have brought you down here to train, but this will be nothing like any training environment you have ever experienced.
Mistress Rakan turned her gaze toward the cavern.
The 3 of you should be strong and experienced enough to deal with anything you encounter on the other side of this door. I will be there to back you up should you need it, but there is nothing I can do to completely ensure your safety.
Her gaze swept back to the 3 of them. She looked at each of them intently.
Students have died in these caves. It is rare, and it isn't something that has happened for many years, but it does happen. I knew a girl who stepped across that threshold for the first time back when I was a student, and never returned. If you believe that you are not ready to make this step, please say so. There will come a time this year when you will have to take it if you wish to progress in the academy, but today is not that day.
Elian glanced at Mark. The man had the same blankly serious look that he'd been wearing all morning. He looked at Josie. The woman still looked excited. The mistress's warning hadn't done anything to put her off either. Elian found that after the warning he was more eager than ever to do this.
Good,
Mistress Racken said.
In all my years, I've never had a student turn back. I'm glad that will not have changed. Now, follow my lead.
Aren't you going to tell us what we're going to find in there?
Mark asked. He cleared his throat, then added in a more deferential tone,
Mistress Racken.
The mistress paused a step before the threshold.
That is something you're going to have to find out for yourself.
Elian suppressed a sigh. He'd been hoping for more information about the enemy demons that they were going to have to fight down here before having to actually fight them. Apparently, that wasn't going to happen. Mistress Racken stepped over the threshold into the cave. Mark, as usual, was the first to follow. Then Josie. Elian didn't know if they'd decided beforehand that he should be at the back or if the order had simply happened naturally. As no one was looking his way, Elian let himself flinch as he passed over the salt. He suppressed a sigh and took a step away from the threshold, catching up with the others. He felt an instant shift being out here, a sense of imminent danger that he hadn't felt earlier in the tunnels. He wasn't sure if it was something he was imagining, because he consciously knew the area was dangerous, or if some part of him, perhaps that part of him that was flame, knew there were demons here. The others were quiet, and so he remained quiet along with them. He felt strange, worrying about demons while being in caves and tunnels. He had spent much of his life in a salt mine where it was impossible for a demon to attack because of all the salt. But here things were different. Elian felt a little claustrophobic. They were in a larger space than they had been before crossing the threshold, yet it was as though the walls were closing in on him. At least we can see what's coming, he thought. Out in the open, outside the walls, the demons could have come from any direction. He sniffed. Something smelled odd, and something in Elian's instincts responded to it. Flame's instincts. It was coming from behind them, only he didn't think that should be possible. Something's coming, Elian said. He turned, looking behind them, sniffing the air again. He could still smell it, sense it, but all he saw were rocks, an empty cavern, and the entryway with the line of salt they'd just passed.
I don't hear anything,
Mark whispered.
Trust your instincts, marked Elian. What are you feeling?
Mistress Rakan said. Elian shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's not in front of us. He heard the others turn around.
There's nothing there,
Mark started, just as the ground began to rumble. It happened fast. The ground only rumbled for a second before something shot out through the dirt. It was huge, the biggest demon that Elian had ever seen, and it was nothing like Elian had ever seen. Chapter 29. Elian stared at the demon that had just burst through the dirt of the tunnels beneath the Academy of Marked. The demon looked like some kind of worm or snake, except 100 times larger than any snake he'd ever seen, and its mouth opened wide, revealing circular rows of teeth. Its giant maw must have been at least a dozen rows of teeth deep. Elian took a step back. What the hell is that thing? He was about to use his sight skill on the beast, only, as far as he could tell, the thing didn't have eyes. Of course it doesn't have eyes. It clearly lives underground. Why would it need eyes if it can't see? Elian felt supremely useless in that moment. His two minions, who had also gained equipment at the armory, would be useless against this thing too. Mark ran swiftly past him.
Look alive, Elian,
the man said as he leapt high into the air. Elian didn't know a human could even leap that high. Elian gritted his teeth. Some prodigy he was. He'd just frozen at the sight of the massive demon. He didn't remember ever freezing before. Before he'd even had any marks, he'd gone running toward a demon to help Kale. Now he just stood there? Josie rushed past him. Mistress Rakan didn't have any weapons in her hand, though she did have a slender sword at her hip. One of her hands was wrapped around its hilt.
Enter the fight, Elian,
the mistress insisted. Elian stopped hesitating. He might not have a skill that would work on this thing, but that didn't mean he was just going to stand there and let it hurt the others. The demon was flailing around. Something about its mouth was glowing. It was an odd brown glow, one he wasn't sure he'd seen before. A large rock shot up from the ground as though it had a mind of its own. It slammed straight into Mark's side. The man slammed into a cave wall. Blood poured from a wound on his head. It can command stone? Elian had seen demons with fire affinities. Flame had a fire affinity, hence the name Elian had come up with for him. Wind affinities, and even something called a gravity affinity, but an earth affinity was new to him. No wonder it can move through the earth so fast and silent. Elian sped forward and helped Mark up off the ground. He heard Josie shout, saw her fly through the air. The wound in Mark's head was already healing. It didn't look near as bad as Elian had thought it was. Thank heavens for essence circulation. There was a loud thud, Josie slamming into a wall. There wasn't time for Elian to look back at her.
Come on, Mark said. Let's kill this thing. Triangle formation,
Mark yelled. He took a few steps back from the demon, which was still flailing. The ground rumbled and shook beneath their feet. A rock fell from the top of the cavern. That damn demon is going to bring this place down! Elian stood to Mark's right, just as he had during their training sessions yesterday. Josie, looking battered but not beaten, came to stand on Mark's left. Elian was glad to see she was all right. The sound of that thud, he'd been sure she would have some broken bones. And maybe he was right. She was favoring her left leg. He felt more confident standing in formation with his fellow Marked. This was what they should have done at the beginning, but Mark had run off and leapt straight at the thing without so much as a plan. And to Elian had just stood there. Elian gritted his teeth and gripped his spear tight. Then, remembering Master Larsen's instruction, he loosened his grip. This is nothing like the demons I faced in the forest. Mark thrust his sword into the air and moved forward with the others at his side, but something told Elian the formation they'd learned the day before wasn't going to cut it against this thing, no matter how much more confident being in it made him feel. He was proven right a moment later when the earth opened up beneath Mark and swallowed one of his legs. The man sunk beneath the ground with a shout. The earth clamped around his thigh, and his other leg was bent weirdly. Mark tried to pull his leg free, but he wasn't having any luck. The same thing happened to Josie. Elian heard her scream as the ground latched onto her. This isn't working. None of the skills they had access to were doing anything to this demon. That's when he saw one of the other's minions run forward. Elian controlled his two minions, sending them in to do the same thing. He still believed in his initial assessment, and he didn't think they'd be able to do any good against this demon. But maybe they would at least be a distraction. I should have unlocked more nodes before coming down here. I don't know how the mistress thought we were ready for this. He glanced behind him at the woman. The woman's eyes were wide. The sword at her hip had come out a few inches. Her gaze kept shifting between the students and the demon they were facing, and her face was pale. Something's wrong here. Elian wondered when the woman was going to interfere, whether she would be forced to. But so far, she just stood there. Did she still think they could defeat this thing? Elian heard a loud crunching and the unmistakable sound of bones cracking. He whirled, turning his gaze back onto the monster only to find one of the minions sent to face it was being devoured by the demon. Dead gods! It wasn't either of his minions. That sent a shudder of relief through him, if only briefly. Elian sprinted forward past his two fellow students. They were still stuck fast, but he had no idea how he was going to help them. He needed to attack the demon. He needed to kill it. Elian had been expecting to face more hellhounds, or maybe even some imps, something he was at least familiar with. Or if he faced a new demon, he figured it would be roughly as strong as the ones he'd faced in the past. This worm snake demon was on a whole other level. There was another brown glow as Elian ran forward, another rumbling, the ground shaking beneath him. He leapt upward just in time to avoid the earth opening up and swallowing one of his legs like it had done to the others. He thrust his spear forward straight into the side of the demon's flesh. It flailed wildly and released a deafening shriek. There was a sizzling sound as his spear sunk into the demon's scaly flesh. Elian tried to yank his spear back out of the demon's flesh before he fell back down to the ground from his leap, but he wasn't able to. The damn thing was stuck. It appeared to be causing the worm snake tremendous pain, so at least that was something. Elian fell to the ground. He didn't land well. Master Larsen had been trying to teach him how to fall, but apparently those lessons hadn't had time to sink in. He felt something in his back give and crack. He circulated essence straight to the area in hopes of healing the wound, but he couldn't wait for it to get better before standing. He had to get up. Now! He forced himself to his feet, only to find that Mark and Josie were still stuck in the same place that they were before, and the minion that had been devoured by the demon was lying on the ground. In 2 pieces. The demon had ripped the corpse minion apart. Elian's skin crawled as he saw the minion was still trying to move, its limbs reaching out, trying to find purchase and unable to now that it had been split in 2. "Mistress Rakan!" Elian shouted. "What do we do?" The last thing he wanted was for the woman to have to step in and save them. He should have been able to handle this. Mark and Josie should have been able to as well. Why else would she have taken them down here otherwise? Maybe if I were able to access my summoner powers, I'd be able to defeat this thing. But using his powers to defeat the demon would only mean his execution later. Whatever this demon was, they weren't ready for it, and that was something they would have to accept if they wanted to get out of these caves alive. The mistress, still looking pale, strode forward. She drew her sword from her sheath in one fluid, silent motion.
I'll deal with this demon,
the woman said. Elian's heart was pounding. He had to help. He wasn't alone. None of them were. This would be nothing like it had been when he'd been stuck outside the walls. The woman didn't sprint toward the enemy. She simply walked. Her eyes were no longer wide. Her face was no longer pale. There was a confidence in her stride that Elian had never seen in anyone's before. It screamed power to him, and he knew that this woman was far stronger than she looked. And there was something in her eyes, too. When she'd been standing there, pale, gripping her sword's hilt but not drawing it, it had seemed as though she was trying to decide something. Now, she'd made whatever decision that was. Something glowed about the demon, and it screeched. The glow came from the two holes either side of its head. Those must be its ears. She's taking his hearing with an invoker spell. It seemed like that wasn't the only thing that the woman was taking from the beast. Another white glow came from its chest. Elian didn't know what that was. When the woman finally did run forward, she seemed to have more strength in her legs than Elian thought possible as she launched forward with tremendous speed. Elian wasn't exactly sure what she'd taken from the snakeworm demon, but something told him it was its strength. It looked weakened, as though it could barely hold itself up under the weight of its own body. He'd heard of invokers having the power to take another's strength, but he'd never seen it in action before. That's terrifying. Elian wanted nothing more than to stand there and watch this fight go down, but he had to save his friends. My friends? He thought. Is that what these people are to me now? Josie was the closest to him. He went straight to her. The woman's eyes were open in fear. It's okay, Josie. Mistress Rakan will protect us, Elian said. He jabbed his spear into the ground, trying to dig her out. Right then, he wished that he had a pickaxe instead of a spear. He'd be able to do a much better job at this if he did. I never thought I'd be wishing for one of those again. The woman shook her head frantically. Her leg was bleeding where she'd tried to pull herself out.
Why did you ask her for help? We're going to fail this test.
Elian blinked. Is that really what you're thinking about right now? Failing a test? If we'd been strong enough to face that thing, she wouldn't have intervened. Elian waved his hand at the massive, powerful demon. It's too strong for us. Elian slammed his spear into the ground for the fourth time. The dirt was finally separating. Josie could move her leg again. Though there was blood, whatever wound had caused the blood seemed to be already healed. Elian threw his shield to the ground and offered her his hand. She sighed. Almost looked like she would be too prideful to take it. Not what he would have expected from Josie, though he supposed he really didn't know her at all. Then she drew her own shield down. He helped her out of the hole, then went over to help Mark. Maybe he could have tried harder. Maybe he shouldn't have called for help from Mistress Rakan, but that demon, he knew it had been too strong. Something in him could sense its power. It was way beyond 3 first-year academy students, that was for sure, especially when one of them wasn't able to utilize all of his skills. He wouldn't have had time to free Josie if he'd been fighting that thing at the same time, especially since all of the minions that they'd thrown at it had been barely a distraction, with one of them getting torn clean in half.
It killed my minion, Mark said. Stupid bastard demon killed my minion.
The man had genuine anger burning in his eyes. It was faster getting him out with Josie's help. The 3 of them stood together in a rough triangle formation, their weapons and shields in hand, and observed as Mistress Rakan fought the demon. Josie seemed to shrink when she saw what was happening.
I thought she would have killed it by now.
Mistress Rakan was moving almost faster than Elian could track, avoiding the worm-snake demon's attack with martial grace he found himself surprised to see from the woman. Though he didn't know why he was surprised. She wouldn't have become a mistress at the Academy of Marked without being skilled. The demon didn't seem to know where she was. Holes were appearing in the ground left and right, and boulders were being flung all over the place. Without its hearing, it was fighting, well, blind, for lack of a better word. Every few moments, Mistress Rakan would slip in and leave a wound on the demon, slicing it with her long, thin sword and leaving deep gouges in its scaly flesh.
"Of course she hasn't killed it yet," Mark said. "That thing's tier 4 or 5 at least."
"Tier 5? Elian shook his head. "And we're still alive?"
"I've heard of demons like these. Worms, they're called."
Mark bit his lip. Elian had never seen the man look nervous before.
"They like to... Well, have you ever seen a cat catch a mouse?"
Elian scrunched up his face. "They like to play with their food?" Mark grunted a nod.
"That they do. We're lucky she was with us. You were smart to ask for help, Elian. I'm only surprised she didn't step in earlier."
He frowned.
"She would have seen that we were out of our depth. She should have stepped in. When she didn't, I thought this must be a weaker worm, maybe tier 2, but clearly I was wrong."
Elian wondered about that. He'd seen the fear on the woman's face, seen her go pale, seen her indecision. She'd definitely known the threat, yet she hadn't intervened until he'd asked her to. Is something going on here? It was almost as though she'd wanted something bad to happen. But she can't have known that a demon like this would have attacked them. Could she? "I'm just being paranoid. I suppose it comes with the territory, hiding who I am." Despite the demon's tear, the woman didn't appear to be having any trouble. She hadn't been struck once. In fact, if anything, it looked more like she was the one toying with the beast. He supposed it wouldn't surprise him if she was. Suddenly, the mistress leapt into the air, kicked off the side of the cavern, then slashed at the beast's neck in a wide, powerful arc. Her slender sword cut straight through the worm's neck. The demon didn't squeal. It was too dead to make a sound. The head fell one way, the body the other. Then Mistress Rakan landed between them. Her landing wasn't as smooth as her jump had been. When the beast had died, she'd lost access to the strength she'd taken from it. Her legs crumbled when they hit the ground, and she fell in an awkward roll that looked rather painful. The strength let her jump higher than she was normally able to land safely from. Elian wondered how that sword would have even been sharp enough or strong enough to cut through the worm. Then he remembered the woman didn't only have access to her invoker mark, but other marks as well. She probably used an infuser skill, made the blade heavier and tougher as she slashed. Elian couldn't wait until he learned something like that. He definitely didn't feel as though he were ready to be down here after watching this fight. Mistress Rakan was making her way back to her feet when Elian sensed something. It was the same thing he'd sensed when they'd first been walking through this cavern. Though he didn't understand how that could be possible, the worm demon was already dead. "There's more." "Mistress Rakan, watch out!" Elian's shout was too late. Chapter 30. The earth rumbled at the same instant as a worm burst through the ground and slammed into Mistress Rakan. She'd only just been gaining her feet. She hadn't had time to move, and Elian's warning had come too late. She went flying and slammed straight into the cavern wall. Unlike when the others had hit the wall after being flung by the first worm demon, Mistress Rakan's head was the thing that cracked against it, and cracked against a hard section of rock, not dirt. Oh no! Elian couldn't tell if the woman was alive. How was this possible? How could one of the instructors get beaten by a demon down here? This is where they take students to train. These demons were far too strong for the students to be fighting. Something is wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. This was exactly like what had happened with the wagon. Usually the only thing to attack the wagons as the miners were taking it to and from the salt mines were hellhounds. They'd never been attacked by something as strong as a hellcat. Until that day. And Elian thought he might know why. He thought he might know what the two attacks had in common. Me. The demons, could they have been attracted by my presence? Whether it was because he was full-marked, a summoner, or a prodigy, there was a chance this was all his fault. Except I've come and gone from the mines many dozens of times. Why would it have taken so long? Elian banished the thoughts. They were the last thing he needed to be thinking about in the middle of a fight.
"We need to get back to the Academy's tunnels,"
Mark yelled.
"Send your minions at it."
There were only 3 minions left, and Elian didn't think that would do any good. They needed a bigger distraction. The worm was between them and the exit. Mark started running first. He was always the first one to move. Josie hesitated. She glanced over at Mistress Rakan, then up at the worm that had just burst through the ground. She was taking steps backward, not running forward. Elian hadn't moved at all. He felt frozen, just like when the first worm had burst through the ground. Frozen in the reality that this all might somehow be his fault. That the demons might be after him.
What about Rakan? We need to save her!
Josie shouted.
"Don't be a fool! She might already be dead!"
Mark shouted back over his shoulder.
"Come on, Josie! Elian, run!"
Just then a boulder slammed into Mark's side and took him down. He hit the ground hard, then the ground swallowed his arm. The man yelled, swore. His sword had gotten swallowed along with his arm. He raised his shield as the worm came down at him. Elian sprang into action, Josie running at his side. He didn't know if there would be enough time to reach him. Life or death, I have to do something. I can't keep holding back. He didn't know if the mistress was dead, but the last thing he wanted to do was let Mark or Josie die just because he wanted to save himself, especially if, like he thought, the demons really were after him. And that meant he couldn't hide his powers any longer. He had to use them if he was going to be able to fight this thing. As he ran, he flipped his spear around and jabbed it in his own ankle. Not hard, just enough to draw blood. Blood for his blood bond skill. He'd unlocked 3 tiers of his summoner mark. He should be strong enough to hold on to 2 bonds now. Assuming my will is as strong as this thing and I can bond it at all. Josie had sped off ahead of him, and she was faster and hadn't seen what he'd done. Elian pulled on the strength inside of his heart tree, on the energy that was flame. He knew what kind of risk he was taking, but right now he wasn't thinking about the costs. He was just thinking about saving those around him, though he feared they were only in danger because of what he was. His legs felt twice as strong as they had before he borrowed Flame's strength. He sped past Josie, leapt into the air. Even moving as fast as he was still too late to stop the worm from slamming straight into Mark's shield. The man yelled. Elian could have sworn he heard something snap. Yelling is good. Yelling means he's alive. Elian shouted a battle cry. He'd leapt higher into the air than he ever had. As high as Mistress Rakan had been able to when she'd used an invoker skill to steal the last demon's strength. He slammed his spear straight into the worm. Instantly, he activated his blood bond skill. At the same time, he stopped pulling strength from Flame's energy within his heart tree. If he pulled on too much, the demon would be forced out of him. He might not be thinking straight, but even in the state he was in, he knew that would be horrible. Elian kicked back off the worm. It wasn't graceful, and it wasn't strong. He didn't flip backward and land on his feet. He fell and slammed into the hard ground. The wind shoved out of him, and he was gasping for breath. Elian felt energy rouse up and shift within him, the blood bond skill activating. Red energy flowed between himself and the worm, just as it had when he'd first used this skill on Flame. He didn't know if the others could see it, didn't know if they were facing this way. He hoped they wouldn't see it. It doesn't matter. I have to do this. Time slowed to a crawl as it had before. The first time. But like the first time, it did not dull Elian's mind or awareness. A pressure filled his mind. Then a notification appeared. Do you wish to create a blood bond with this demon? A blood bond requires a challenge of will and will only work if your will is stronger than the creature you wish to forcefully bond, or if both the summoner and the creature are willing. Yes, Elian thought in response. He felt the worm's will, and he shuddered. The strength of it was immense, and he was reminded of the danger he was in by activating this skill. If his will wasn't strong enough, There was a chance the worm could take over him. It wasn't in the text that displayed, but it was something he knew intuitively. I'm not going to let that happen. Besides, it wasn't just Elian's will he was working with, it was Flame's. Right now, the two of them were one. He felt a little more of Flame's energy dissipate, felt it flow into his mind and solidify his will. He'd never done that before, but somehow he'd known that he could. A part of his mind snagged on something. This demon wasn't classified as a lesser demon like Flame had been, or even a minor demon. It just said, demon. How strong is this thing? Elian pushed, felt his will being crushed, felt himself become small. The walls were closing in on him and his world shrunk. No, the whole universe shrunk. It was only him, Flame, and the worm. Elian's mind screamed. He was struck with more pain than he'd ever felt before. It threatened to take everything from him. It was coaxing him to give in, to give up. And a part of him wanted that. A part of him wanted to stop fighting. He'd been through enough already, hadn't he? Why did he want to fight? Become strong just so he could protect people who would kill him if they knew what he was? No, he had to keep fighting. He didn't have a choice. Choice was taken from you the moment you were born. He'd never been able to just stand by the sidelines and watch other people suffer. He had to fight. He had to help. He didn't know why, but it was who he was. Elian pushed back against the worm's will with everything he had, with Flame's will helping along with him. He pushed until he felt a strength within him, a hidden power blossom. Something in the worm broke. His mind was no longer at its mercy. The pressure from it was gone. Elian wasn't in control yet. The bond had not solidified. He just needed to keep pushing, just a little more. Except the world seemed to be fading. At first, it was just around the edges. Then his vision became blurry. No, I have to fight it. I have to stay awake. Elian pushed against it as hard as he could. Then everything stopped, and time began to move again. Chapter 31. The bond was tenuous, nowhere near as strong as the one he had with Flame, but Elian could feel it all the same. He had done it. Elian also felt weak, weaker than he ever had. He was lying on the ground in tremendous pain. The pain wasn't just in his body either, it was in his mind. I have to keep fighting. He felt his consciousness slipping away. He couldn't afford that. He still needed to command the worm to stop. Through the bond, he told it to leave, to burrow back into the ground and flee. The world went black before he knew whether he'd managed it or not. Elian? The word was faint, like it was coming from far, far away. Elian, are you okay? You're injured. You need to circulate essence. Damn it, Elian! After the words, the first thing Elian became conscious of was pain. Then he felt the energy within his heart tree, Flame's energy. There was only a tiny drop of it left. He'd almost pulled from it, as weak as he was feeling. Food. He needed food. He did as the voice told him to. He circulated essence through his body. It was more difficult to do than he'd expected. It took all of his energy to get the process started, almost as though he'd never done it before. When he finally did get it going, his wounds did not heal quickly. Something big was wrong in his back. Something was broken from when he'd fallen to the ground. Something else was wrong with his head, too, though it didn't feel like a physical wound, even if the pain it caused would beg to differ. Slowly, Elian opened his eyes. The world was blurry, bright. It took a moment for it to come into focus, and it took another moment for him to even remember where he was. Josie was kneeling by him on one side, and on the other was Mark. Both thrice-marked students looked down at him with worry. What? Elian shook his head, trying to clear it, and regretted the movement instantly as he felt a stab of pain. What's going on? Then his memories rushed back to him. He'd fallen unconscious. His eyes widened fully. Flame, the energy within him. It was still there, barely, but he knew it might disappear soon if he wasn't careful. And that wasn't all that had changed. There was a new bond, a new connection. He had successfully blood-bonded the worm demon, commanded it to flee, and that was the only reason any of them were alive. He tried to sit up and got more pain in return. His back. He lay back down.
Easy now,
Josie said. It wasn't her voice that he'd heard rousing him a moment ago. It had been Mark's. They both looked so different, kneeling over him. They looked younger, less confident, afraid. Mistress Racken? Elian asked.
Dead,
Josie said. Elian blinked. Dead? But... His voice trailed off. The woman had been alive only moments ago. She had been flung into the wall, but she should have been able to heal from that. Unless it killed her on impact, then how could she heal? Marked were strong, tough, but they weren't invincible, and she'd been taken by surprise. Still, it was hard to imagine that the woman was dead. That can't be right. Elian hissed in pain as something cracked in his back, his bones fusing themselves back together with the aid of his essence. Dead gods, it hurt.
It's true,
Josie said.
She has no pulse, no breath. I tried to give her essence from an essence stone and...
The woman shook her head.
It didn't work.
I still don't understand,
Mark said. He was staring off at something. That's when Elian realized they must have carried him past the threshold where the salt had been.
Why did the worm flee after you attacked it? It was hurt from your spear, but it just left.
He shook his head.
It doesn't make any sense.
We'd all be dead if it hadn't,
Josie said.
What does it matter why?
Her words didn't sound all that convincing. It was clear she was wondering what had happened, too. Mark's gaze turned on Elian.
How did you do that?
Elian blinked.
Do what? How did you move that fast? Jump that high? You're weak.
He shut his eyes.
I saw you sparring. You aren't that strong.
I don't know. I just did it, Elian said. Even to him, the words sounded weak, but what else was he going to say? He couldn't very well tell him the truth. They might find out if I don't get something to eat. His back spasmed. He hissed through the pain again. It felt oddly hot, but also more functional and stronger than it had been a moment before. He once again tried to sit up. It hurt, but not as much, and he was able to manage it. Elian blinked and looked around. Wait. He looked at the threshold. Something was different about it. This isn't where we were before. Mark glanced over at Josie. Josie bit her lip, nodded. Mark looked at Elian. There was another one. Elian sat up even more, ignoring the spasm in his back. Another worm?
When the worm that killed...
Josie looked away, swallowed, swiped a tear off her cheek, then kept talking.
When the worm that killed Mistress Racken fled, we saw you on the ground. We went back for you and her.
I threw you over my shoulder, Mark said. We ran for the exit, but another worm appeared directly in front of it.
So, Elian looked at the entry to the little cavern they were in. There was a salt line there, but how in the world was that going to help if the worm could burrow underground? They could have appeared anywhere in the tunnels earlier on, couldn't they? He cleared his throat and asked the others that question. Josie shook her head.
The tunnel's defenses aren't just the gates. They're rooted deep in the ground. The Marked who made them dug deep. They prepared for this.
Mark nodded.
Otherwise, worms would be able to burrow straight into the peaks.
Elian shuddered. He hadn't even thought that far. He looked away from the threshold with the salt, around the cavern they were hiding in. His eyes widened. This is a dead end. Mark dipped his head in a nod.
It was the only place we could run. We've thrown salt all over the ground in sections, but...
He held up a pouch.
I've run out.
Elian nodded. He'd felt the irritation, the slight burn from the salt being nearby. He hoped it would be enough to deter the third worm, but it didn't cover the entire area.
We need to make a run for it,
Mark said, eyes on the doorway.
Can you move?
Elian nodded.
Better by the minute.
It can sense us,
Josie said.
I've read about these things too. Worms can feel vibrations on the surface of the ground. It will know the moment we start running. It's probably biding its time out there, waiting beneath the surface.
We could use the minions,
Mark said. Elian closed his eyes, felt his connection to the minions. He hadn't even thought of them since he'd woken. He deactivated the charm that was around his neck, felt the lines that connected him to them. 2 lines.
They haven't been destroyed. Good.
He should have known that simply from seeing their souls in his heart tree. Their bodies could still be damaged. At some point, he would be able to unlock a skill that would help him regenerate them, but he hadn't got that far.
The worm can smell that they aren't alive,
Josie said.
That's why they only attack the minions when they get in the way. They don't want to feast on the dead.
Well, do you have a better idea, Josie, or are you just going to shoot down mine?
I just want to get us out of here alive, not run straight into danger and get us all killed.
Josie spat back in a harsh whisper. Elian hadn't seen the woman angry before. Elian cut in before Mark could reply.
The last thing we need is to turn on each other. We've got the demons for that.
Mark turned on him.
Why do you sound so calm? Don't you realize what kind of position we're in?
Elian gave the man a weak smile.
I happen to be growing familiar with getting into situations like this.
This is different. These aren't hellhounds. They're worms. No way to bumble your way out of this,
Mark said, his voice rising. Elian decided it was best to ignore the comment. The ground rumbled.
Mark,
Josie said in a sharp whisper.
Keep your voice down. The last thing we want to do is attract more of those things.
Elian swallowed. This was his fault, the demons. They were coming after him. He was almost sure of it now. That hellcat that had attacked the wagon, it had gone straight through it, even though the wagon had been protected by salt. It hadn't cared about the pain. It had broken right through. That isn't normal. How could it be? Elian looked at the line of salt and the salt scattered around the ground. There was no way it was going to be enough.
If this is my fault, if they are after me, then Mistress Rakan's death is on me too.
Mother and daughter, dying within 3 days of each other. Elian closed his eyes and felt his connection to the worm he'd bonded. It was still tenuous, even more so than it had been when it had first been made. He needed to make it stronger, needed to solidify it. Controlling that worm, getting it to protect them, might be their only hope. Elian opened his eyes and stood. He looked around and found his spear and shield lying on the ground. Josie must have carried them here for him while Mark had been carrying him. He picked them up.
We need to make it back to the academy,
Elian said.
We need to make it back to safety. The longer we stay out here, the more danger we're in.
So,
Mark said, whispering this time.
We're going to use my plan then?
Josie rolled her eyes and looked away.
Wouldn't call it much of a plan.
Elian tapped into the bond he'd created between himself and the worm. It felt faint, far away. He'd told the demon to flee, and it had done just that. Now he needed to call the demon back. He pushed his will down the line of the bond. He hadn't done something like this since he'd done it with flame, but that had only been a few days ago, and this was second nature to him now. It made him wonder if he would be able to use the second skill down his summoner mark, the borrow trait skill. It wasn't something he'd used before. He could already use traits from flame as the beast was assimilated to him. Elian hadn't thought ahead from their current situation. He didn't know what he would do, having the worm bonded to him while it was still down here in the caverns. He was afraid. There was something twisting in his gut. This was nothing like it had been when he'd been outside the wall. He hated to say it, but Mark was right. This wasn't just hellhounds or even hellcats. These worms were fierce, far stronger than anything else he'd encountered so far.
What happens the next time I'm taken down to these caves?
Though, after all that had happened, it made him wonder if there even would be a next time, assuming the three of them got out of here alive in the first place. Elian shook the thought away. He couldn't think about that. Whatever was happening to him, demons being attracted toward him, if that was the case, whatever effect he had on them was clearly getting stronger. And it wasn't something he had control over. We just need to get out of here alive. Elian felt the worm's emotions as it received the order. Protect us, Elian willed again down the bond. There was some hesitation in the worm, but it didn't seem to want to fight against the bond. He felt it turn around, burrowing through the earth. The faint line that connected them grew a little stronger the closer it came to returning. The ground rumbled again. Dirt shifted only a few feet from where Elian was standing. He leapt back, ready for another worm to break through the ground, but it didn't come.
It's getting closer,
Josie said.
like it wants to break through. Shouldn't the salt keep it away?
Salt isn't always strong enough. Sometimes if a demon wants something enough, it'll break through. Elian walked over to the threshold. Josie and Mark glanced at each other.
We have to move now, Mark said. There's no telling how much time we will have until that thing bursts through.
What happens if one of us gets caught by it? What happens if one of us is trapped?
Josie asked. Mark looked over at her. His face was pale. Elian wondered if he meant to leave them behind. We're not going to let that happen, he said. It was a cop-out, but Elian didn't fight the man on it. Mark had saved his life when he'd taken him here. They both had. Maybe the man was more honorable than he'd thought. Elian's worm was getting closer and closer. We move soon, Elian said, swallowing. His mouth was dry, his gut still twisting. On my count. The others didn't argue, which he was glad for. They came to stand on either side of him. This time he was at the top of the triangle, the tip of the spear. It hadn't been intentional. It had just happened. 5? Elian's blood-bonded worm demon got closer. 4? Mark gripped his sword so tight the hilt creaked. 3? Josie's breathing was heavy. Elian could hear her trying to control it. The ground rumbled again. Elian sensed the worm. He didn't even make it down to 1. Run! He shouted, bursting forward. The salt burned him as he went over it. He was too focused on their goal. He hadn't even expected it, so focused that he couldn't stop himself from hissing at the pain of the salt. He ran as fast as he could. His body instinctively wanted to pull on the power within him, but he couldn't let it. If he took even the tiniest fraction, flame would be ejected from his heart tree. Elian couldn't let that happen. The enemy worm demon shot out of the ground 2 feet ahead of him. Elian turned, tried to dodge it. The ground opened up beneath him. He'd been expecting something like that to happen and managed to hop over the hole. Then a dirt wall jutted upward a step later and tripped him. Elian fell face down in the dirt. He held fast to his spear and shield so it wouldn't slip away from him, but that meant he had to brace his fall. So much for learning how to fall.
Elian!
He felt a strong arm pull him up by the shoulder, then another on the other side. Josie and Mark were grabbing him, getting him to his feet. He winced. His back wasn't fully healed, then ran when he got back up. The worm shrieked and snapped for him like a snake. The 3 students scattered, trying to get out of its way. Elian raised his shield. It slammed straight into it, knocking him backward. We're not going to make it out of here. Go! Elian yelled. He was on his back, crawling away from the beast, pushing away with his legs. Leave me and get out of here! He saw Mark and Josie glance at each other, saw the indecision in their eyes. They turned away from him and ran, straight for the worm. They were attacking it. He'd thought for sure they would leave him behind. He wanted them to get out of here alive, but they were trying to save him. Elian made it back to his feet and tried to run to join them. Josie stabbed the worm in its side with her spear. Mark leapt up and jabbed it with his sword. The worm flailed left and right, slamming both of them to the ground hard. Wind left their lungs and blood spurted out of their mouths at the force of the impact. Then Elian's blood-bonded worm finally joined the fray. It burst up out of the ground. Elian saw Josie's eyes, the fear in them, the confusion as the blood-bonded worm didn't go after them, but instead went after its kin. "Come on!" Elian yelled. He reached Josie first and dragged her to her feet. By the time he did, Mark was upright again. The three of them ran toward the exit. Elian could see the line of salt and the hole in the ground nearby where the worm must have burst free the first time Mark and Josie had tried to escape, carrying his unconscious body out of there. "What the hell is going on?" Mark yelled, throwing a wide-eyed glance over his shoulder as he ran for the door. There wasn't enough time to talk, and Elian wasn't about to explain what was going on anyway. Two loud shrieks sounded from behind them, the worm demons clashing. Between the shrieks, Elian heard dull thuds, the ripping of flesh. He hissed in pain as something ripped into his stomach. No, it wasn't ripping into his stomach. It was ripping into his blood-bonded worm. The pain came so suddenly and as such a shock that Elian almost fell to the ground. His steps faltered, but he managed to get a hold of himself and keep running. Dead gods, how was the exit so far away? He'd almost forgotten he could feel the damage his blood-bonded demons felt. He'd gotten used to the sensation when he'd been fighting with Flame at his side. In fact, he wasn't sure if the pain had ever been quite this intense. Is the pain more severe because of the bond being thinner? Or is it because I'm bonded to a more powerful demon? Another stab of pain hit him. This time, it felt like it was closer to his neck. It made him cry out in pain, but his steps did not falter this time. There was a rumble ahead of them, near the exit. Dirt fell from the ceiling, then pebbles, then great chunks of rock were falling to the ground in front of the salt line, in front of the exit. The enemy worm demon was causing a cave-in, blocking their way free and out of the caves. Chapter 32. The exit was completely blocked, covered in rubble. If they had time, Elian was sure they would be able to dig themselves out. They were strong enough, and though swords, spears, and shields weren't the right tools, they would do in a pinch. A shield would make for a decent shovel. But of course, there wasn't time.
What? What do we do?
Josie shouted. She was trying to shift a rock from being in the way. Mark was up close, digging in the dirt with his fingers. Elian was just standing there. He knew there wouldn't be enough time. If they turned and fought, backed up his blood-bonded worm, they should be able to take down the enemy worm. Hell, the enemy worm might be dead in a moment anyway. Elian's worm had the upper hand with its surprise attack. But that wasn't the main issue. Elian's senses were heightened by his connection with Flame, by the hellhound being assimilated to him. It wasn't something that cost him any energy, unlike when he borrowed the beast's strength or ability to breathe fire, so he was able to use it at all times. And he could hear something down the tunnel ahead of the two worms fighting, a chittering sound that was growing louder and louder. More demons were coming their way. "There are more demons coming," Elian said. "There isn't time." Mark stared at him, dumbstruck. What do you mean there isn't time? We can't stay here. If Mistress Rakan couldn't survive here, how do you expect us to?" "Because we don't have a choice," Elian said. Josie was still trying to dig through. She had her spear gripped in both hands and was trying to shift a large boulder with it. She was having some luck, but not enough. "This might be our only chance to escape," Mark said. "We can't abandon this position." Elian stepped up to the man, only a few inches away from his face. "We don't have a choice." "How do you know? How do you always know when they're coming?" Mark shook his head, growled a sigh. "You haven't been wrong yet." He sheathed his sword, then grabbed the back of Josie's chainmail and pulled her toward him like she barely weighed anything. "Elian's right. We have to run. We'll never dig out of here in time." Josie whirled, dislodging his grip. She looked frantic, like she was about to fight the two of them. She was still breathing heavily, but she didn't fight them. Instead, she straightened. Her eyes focused.
"Where do we go?"
"Follow me," Elian said. But he had no idea where to go either, and no idea how they were going to survive this. All he could do was take things one step at a time. The headless corpse of the first worm was still lying on the ground. The beast was massive and difficult to avoid, but there was a narrow gap they could run through. Elian headed that way. The other two worms were still clashing, biting, and thrashing at one another. The earth rumbled around the two beasts, but it was almost as though their affinity for earth was canceling the other ones out. That's how we'll get out of here, Elian thought, with help from my worm. But he didn't want to engage in the fight. He didn't want to slow them down. He had to trust that his newly blood-bonded worm would be up to the task of defeating the enemy. As Elian ran past the dead worm that had been sliced in two by Mistress Rakan's slender blade, he touched a hand to the body of the demon, felt the essence within it. In that brief contact, he managed to pull all of the essence straight into his heart tree. Elian had learned how to pull essence from demons swiftly when he'd been fighting them outside the walls. If he were honest, he'd simply tried this on instinct. He hadn't actually expected there to be any essence left within the worm. He'd thought for sure that one of the others would have taken it by now. You have gained 15 units of demon essence. Elian blinked, almost fell over as he was running. He felt like he'd consumed a lot of essence, but he hadn't realized he'd consumed 15 units. When he had been fighting the demons outside the wall, hellhounds had only provided him with a single unit of essence, while hellcats had given him 5 units. This worm beast had given him 15? It really showed how much stronger these demons were than the ones he'd faced in the past. I can use this. If I get a chance, I can use it to unlock another node. But he didn't know how they were going to manage that when they were still under attack. They made it out of the main cavern, the one where the worms had been fighting, and sprinted down a tunnel. He could hear the others close behind him, and the clash of the two worms farther behind. Pain stabbed into him every time the two demons clashed. Elian let the pain be visible on his face. It could be his back hurting for all the other two would know. He couldn't afford the energy to contain it.
Where do we go?
Mark shouted. They came to a fork in the tunnel. It branched off in 2 different directions. Elian slid to a halt, his boots cutting through the dirt floor, aware of the fact that this was where he'd heard the chittering of the demons coming from. He tilted his head to the side and listened. They were coming from the left. Elian ran to the right. This way! I'm just leading us further into the tunnels, farther into the domain of the demons. Elian was going to get them all killed, just like he'd gotten Mistress Rakan killed. If he hadn't been here, none of this would be happening right now. But he didn't know what else to do. Josie caught up to him, ran beside him in the tunnel.
Have you got a plan?
The woman still seemed to be breathing heavily. It wasn't from exhaustion, it was from stress. Josie and Mark were both incredibly well trained. They would have enough stamina to keep up a run like this for a while. Elian, on the other hand, had never been much of a runner. His stamina lay in swinging a pickaxe. He could already feel a burn in his legs, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He kept circulating essence through his body. It was keeping him going. Hell, it might even make his muscles adapt. Maybe he'd get out of the caves faster than when he'd come in. If I get out of them. Once again, he banished that thought, only this time he didn't just banish it. He fought it. I am getting out of here alive. He needed to be confident, needed to be sure of himself. There might be only one way we get out of here. I need to use my summoner skills, really use them like I did with the worm. He felt the tiny amount of energy he still had within his heart tree that was keeping flame inside of him. All he needed to do was use it, and the hellhound would be by his side again. The demon had helped save his life before. His minions were far behind in the cavern with the worms. He hadn't had the focus to keep them with him. The same was true for the others. Once things had been getting chaotic again, he'd activated the charm around his neck once more. He didn't want to hear what Cale and Alfred had to say about this situation. They wouldn't be able to help him. Not right now. As Elian ran, he pushed out his heightened senses. As far as he could tell, there were no demons where he was running. There was something else that he could sense, something he'd been able to sense ever since he had assimilated with flame. Salt. There was salt somewhere down in these caves. His instincts, the ones melded with flame, told him he should avoid the salt, run a different way. Salt was bad. Salt hurt him. He fought those instincts and kept running for it. It felt like a lot of salt. Maybe it was another exit? though he had no idea if there would be two. As he pushed out his senses, Elian could hear the chittering again. The demons were in the same tunnel now. They were behind them, and the sound was getting louder. They can run faster than we can. A massive shriek sounded from all the way back in the first cavern. The two worms. It sounded like a death knell. Then the shriek was cut off. Elian still felt the connection with his blood-bonded worm, so he knew that it wasn't his new demon that had been killed. It was the other one. He could also feel that the demon was critically injured. Flame had always been a fast healer, but Flame had never taken as much damage as this worm had. It would need time to heal. The blood-bonded worm burrowed back into the ground. It wasn't going to be any help to them until it had gotten some of its health back, and Elian had no idea how long that would take, considering it felt as though it was close to death. None of the other demons will attack it, Elian thought. It'll be safe underground. For some reason, that felt like a strong relief, as though he truly cared for the welfare of the worm demon, just as he truly cared for the welfare of Flame. In that moment, the bond between them thickened. The worm had saved his life twice. First, when it was initially bonded and fled at his command, then again when it came back to defend him and the others. Thank you, worm. Elian wondered if the demon, and him for that matter, would live long enough that he would end up naming the worm, just as he had named Flame.
I can hear them!
Josie shouted.
Chitter demons! They're coming!
Chitter demons. He had never heard of them before. Elian hadn't seen the things yet, but he had to say the name felt appropriate. Keep running, Elian shouted.
We can take them,
Mark shouted.
They're weaker than the worm.
Elian ignored the man. They weren't ready for a fight. He had no idea how many of these demons would be coming their way. If the salt that he could sense would mean they were heading somewhere safe, he wasn't going to stop until they got there. Look, up ahead, Elian shouted. He spotted something, a door, a metal one. That was where he'd been sensing the salt from. The salt steel enchantment on it was obvious if you knew what to look for. Elian threw a glance over his shoulder to see how close behind him the others were. That was when he saw the chitters behind him. The only thing illuminating the tunnel was the glowing moss on the ceiling. Elian was eternally glad for that moss, otherwise these caves would be just as dark as the salt mines had been, and he knew how hard those were to navigate without any light. The chitter demons were perhaps the most terrifying sight Elian had ever seen. They tapped into something deep and primal within him. He felt his heart pound so hard in his chest it was like it wanted to get out. The chitters were giant, pitch-black spiders that looked to be made from hard stone. They had dozens of eyes that glowed an ominous green, and their fangs dripped something green, too. Venom. Elian gulped. He turned his gaze forward, saw the door. It was open. Part of him had expected it to be closed, locked, like the door he'd seen with the scratches, even if that door had had no lock or handle that he'd been able to see. But this door stood ajar, as though it was inviting him in. Elian couldn't hear anything beyond it, nothing to tell him he shouldn't go through it. All he could sense was the salt. It was overwhelming. His body wanted to keep him fleeing down the tunnel, to turn and fight the chitters. Anything but to head through that door. Elian fought those instincts and made straight for it. Though the door was standing open, it hadn't been wide enough for him to make it through. He slapped it the rest of the way open with his spear. The door creaked on old, unoiled hinges. The sound reminded him of the shrieking of the worms. He slipped through the salt steel door and instantly felt searing pain like he had never experienced. Elian cried out. Chapter 33. Elian's skin was on fire. The room that they had slipped into as they'd been fleeing from the chitter demons didn't just have a salt steel door. It had salt steel everywhere. Salt steel lined the floors, the walls, the ceiling. Being in this room was supposed to bring him safety, but it was absolutely unbearable. Someone was shouting. There was a loud creak and bang, the door being shut. Something scratched against it on the other side. The chitter demons. They were attacking the door, even though it was enchanted with salt?
Elian! Elian! What's wrong?
Josie was kneeling in front of him, holding his shoulders. He couldn't even remember when she'd come so close.
Your skin. It's hot to the touch.
What the hell is wrong with him? Mark said. We're safe in here.
I don't know.
Josie shook her head. Elian breathed deeply. His mind was on fire as much as his body was. He wanted to get out of here, open the door, run through it. The scratching on the other side stopped.
All right. They're going away, Mark said. I can hear them leaving.
Good.
Josie sighed.
Good.
That green glow from their eyes. Did they hit Elian with their venom affinity?
Mark asked. Bootsteps sounded behind Elian. The man walked up behind him.
No? I don't think so. I've never seen a venom affinity in action, but I didn't think it worked like this. In all of the accounts I read.
Elian breathed. The room around him was starting to become clear, less of a blur. He'd stopped screaming, but he was still shaking. The pain hadn't gone. It wasn't suddenly more bearable. He was simply learning how to fight it. "Don't worry about me," Elian said between breaths.
You screamed in pain and you're shaking like you're naked in a snowstorm. Your skin is red, hot, like you've got some sort of fever.
Josie placed the back of her hand on his forehead.
Have you been feeling ill?
Ill? He's marked. Marked don't get ill,
Mark said, though he sounded a little unsure of himself.
Can't he just circulate essence?
Elian was circulating essence. His instincts had kicked in the moment he'd run across that threshold. If he weren't doing that, his skin would likely be hissing instead of just burning up. He was only using the smallest trickle of essence that he could manage. The last thing he wanted to do was burn through his supply, especially when he'd just gotten 15 units from the worm. "I need that to unlock another node." Elian moved away from Josie's hand. "I'm fine." He forced himself to stand. When had he even gone to the ground? And looked around the room. What is this place? The room, other than being covered with salt steel from floor to ceiling, had racks of weapons and barrels filled with, if his senses were correct, salt. There were also a few chests along one wall, with padlocks on them.
A depot,
Mark said, striding toward one of the weapons racks.
I'm surprised they've kept the enchantments on this place intact. I didn't know they were still used.
A depot? Elian asked. What's that? Mark scoffed.
You really don't know?
The pain made things hazy and made it difficult for him to control his emotions, as he was so busy controlling the pain he was feeling. No, Mark, I really don't. You know I didn't grow up in the peaks.
It's an emergency depot. They were used during the war, when the demon hordes first came to Alaria,
Josie said.
They can be found all over the place, or so the legend goes. I didn't realize they had them down in the caves, though I suppose it only makes sense.
Is that what we passed earlier? Elian asked. That door with no lock?
I don't know,
Mark said.
This door has a lock.
He rapped the butt of his spear against the salt steel. The sound jolted Elian's head.
Are you sure you're okay?
Josie asked.
Screaming like that. It's not exactly normal.
Elian swallowed. I'm fine. This seemed like a safe enough space for him to work on unlocking his next node. Only he couldn't unlock a node. Not right now. Flame would be ejected from his heart tree if he did. He only had the smallest drop of energy left within his heart tree, keeping the blood-bonded demon assimilated to him. The last time he'd unlocked a node while Flame was assimilated with him, it had burned through the energy so fast he'd risked loosing the demon in his room. Elian swore under his breath.
What is it?
Josie asked. Elian shook his head. Mistress Racken is dead. The way back to the academy is blocked. There are worms and chitter demons after us, and we're stuck in this room. I think that's reason enough to swear.
They'll send someone to look for us,
Josie said.
Once we don't return.
She looked over at Mark.
Won't they?
Mark shrugged.
I guess they will. But we're supposed to be down here all day. It might take a while.
Elian felt foolish. He hadn't packed any food or water for their time down in the caves. His stomach rumbled. Shame we're not stuck in the main hall. Mark swore. My pack! It's back in the first cavern. I took it off before the fight. It's got all the food and the water. Mistress Racken told me to pack it.
We can survive without for a little while. Essence will sustain us,
Josie said. Essence won't sustain everything. The others were relaxing the longer they were in this room. Elian, on the other hand, didn't know how to relax. He was burning through his units of essence far too quickly. He'd had about 5 units of essence in his heart tree before taking the essence from that first worm. He'd had to use 2 full units of essence to heal his back, which, fortunately, wasn't hurting him anymore. He hadn't even noticed it had fully healed with all the pain he was currently feeling. And he'd almost used half another unit of essence since they'd gotten in here. He adjusted his circulation of essence, trying to use even less than he already was. It wasn't easy. It wouldn't last.
I still can't believe Mistress Racken is dead,
Josie said.
It's so unreal. Those worms? They can't be what she intended for us to face.
They're not, Mark said. Josie turned her gaze on Mark.
How do you know? We aren't supposed to know what demons are here.
Mark looked away. Was that shame on his face? My father told me. Josie took a step toward him. She looked angry.
Your father told you? That's against the rules.
My father doesn't always play by the rules, Mark muttered. We were supposed to face the chitters. He looked at the door. Though he said they hunt in 3s, there were at least 9 out there.
It's strange,
Josie said.
Like something is attracting them.
We're attracting them, Mark said with a scoff. You must know that, Josie. It's not like you grew up in the lower town.
I do know that, Mark,
Josie said. We're attracting them? Elian said in a small voice. He'd been worried it was him this whole time.
The demons can sense our essence,
Josie said.
But this isn't how it works. They don't come running like this. Not when there are only a few marked in one place. If we came down here with 10 marked, 20...
Elian frowned. You mean the more marked in one place, the more demons are attracted? You really didn't know that? Mark didn't sound condescending, just curious. I thought that would be common knowledge. It's the reason why the demon hordes coming to Ilaria was so devastating in the first place. They can sense us.
Sending an army out to face them only attracted more of them,
Josie said.
That's why we fight demons in smaller groups, parties, so we don't attract too many at once.
Elian looked away. He swallowed. Everything still hurt. His head was beginning to throb too, just behind his eyes. He didn't want to circulate essence to be rid of the headache. He couldn't afford to. He almost told them what he thought, that it was him attracting the demons so much. He was the only variable that was different after all. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. They would blame him for all of this, wouldn't they? We're safe in here for now, Elian thought. We just need to hold out long enough for others to come find us. And Elian would have to be in pain the entire time. What if they don't send people down to find us? Mark asked. Josie frowned.
Why wouldn't they? Your father would probably come down himself.
Mark nodded. Yeah, you're right. That man wouldn't let anything happen to his legacy. Elian blinked, wondering just what kind of father Mark had. He touched a finger to his charm and deactivated the enchantment on it. I can hear you, Cale. Alfred, he whispered. He wasn't exactly sure why he wanted to hear them, but, well, a part of him was starting to miss their voices in his mind, which, honestly, wasn't anything he would have ever expected. Doesn't look like ignoring us has really helped you, Cale said. Why didn't anyone ever tell me Mark attracted demons? Elian asked aloud. He wasn't asking Josie and Mark, he was asking the 2 souls that resided in his heart tree. Mark and Josie glanced at each other. You really want us to answer that? Mark asked. I never thought it was relevant, Alfred said. Neither did I, Cale said, until what happened with the worms. You're attracting them, aren't you? Because you're full marked? Or a prodigy? Because you're different? Elian bit his lip. He couldn't respond, but he dipped his head in a nod.
So it's your fault then, Kale said. You had essence flowing through you. The essence you stole from me. That's the reason the Hellcat came. That's the reason we got killed.
Kale, Alfred said, though his tone wasn't admonishing. We don't know that for sure.
I think we do, Kale said. You better not die down here, Elian. You still have to resurrect us, remember? And it turns out you owe it to us.
Resurrect? That was why Kale and Alfred had helped him in the first place, because they were hoping to one day be fully resurrected by Elian. It wasn't something only full-marked were purported to be able to do when certain conditions were met. Mistress Rakan, what if I could bring her back? Except he would have to use his animate minion skill on her, and he didn't exactly have her permission. Even if he was in a position to make her into a minion, which he wasn't, he didn't think doing so would fly at the academy. Elian paced around the cave, trying not to focus on the pain. Trying every second. He kept glancing at the salt steel walls, at the bags of salt. He didn't feel safe here. He couldn't sense any demons close by. But he thought that might have more to do with the pain he was in. Either that or the salt was blocking them from being attracted to him. Does the salt stop demons from sensing us? Elian asked. Josie tilted her head from one side to the other.
To a degree, though not fully. That's one reason we have so many barriers and protections for the peaks. Multiple salt enchantments to stop the demons from sensing where the majority of the marked reside.
Elian nodded. He supposed that made sense. He winced, felt the skin inside his boots searing. His feet were taking the brunt of the pain right now, to the point where he was beginning to worry his soles might melt. Elian's stomach rumbled, and he felt something, a twinge in his heart tree. Flame. The energy there, it was almost depleted, and it just dissipated slightly. He'd lost the tiniest fraction of it, but he'd still lost it. Elian had thought as long as he didn't borrow from the energy to strengthen himself or breathe fire that it wouldn't ever deplete. That had been his experience, but it seemed as though that wasn't the case. No, I'm sure that it was. I made sure of this already. He bit his lip, then realized what must be happening. The salt all around him, it wasn't just hurting him. It was hurting Flame, depleting Flame's energy in his heart tree. Staying in here wasn't just expending his essence reserves. If he stayed in here any longer, Flame would be ejected from my heart tree. Chapter 34. We have to get out of here, Elian said. Mark and Josie stared at him. Josie's eyes were wide. Mark's brow was furrowed. They looked at each other, then back at him.
Are you insane? Mark asked. We're safe in here.
Are you still hurting, Elian?
Josie took a step toward him.
You look feverish. I don't think you're thinking straight. Haven't you been circulating essence?
Elian shut his eyes. How could he explain to them what he needed without telling them why? Maybe I need to go out there alone. If Flame was ejected from his heart tree in here, Elian wasn't sure the Hellhound would be able to survive being surrounded by so much salt steel. But then again, Elian wasn't sure he would be able to survive out there. He felt the bond with his worm. It was fainter with the salt steel blocking it, but he was still able to access it. The worm was still healing. It was asleep or unconscious in some sort of hibernation until it healed. Elian got the feeling that it would be in this state for a while, at least a few hours. It won't be able to protect me, not until it heals, not until it wakes up. Elian paced some more. He let out a low hiss, looked at the door, took a step toward it. Mark stepped in front of him.
Don't even think about opening that door.
His sword was in his hand, and he held it before him. Elian had seen the man fight. He knew the man could take Elian out in an instant unless Elian used all his skills. Even then, he wasn't sure about his chances. I don't want to fight you, Mark, Elian said.
Then stay inside,
Mark snapped. Then he sighed.
You've got a good head on your shoulders, Elian. I've seen you in a fight.
I know you're from the lower town, but you're clearly not stupid.
Thanks,
Elian said sarcastically. Mark waved his response away. So, do you have a death wish or something? Why are you trying to throw your life away?
I'm not trying to throw my life away. I'm trying to save it, Elian thought, but didn't say. He ran a hand through his hair, though really he wanted to tear it out. The energy in his heart tree wasn't going to last much longer. He couldn't keep standing here. He couldn't remain within the salt steel room. If flame is ejected here, will the hellhound even be able to survive, stuck in this salt trap? Even if the demon survived, the others would kill it. It was a demon, after all. Then they'll kill me, or take me back to the academy to be killed. Elian didn't see that he had a choice. His options here were flee, fight, or talk. He didn't know how to flee without fighting, and he was pretty sure talking would lead to fighting too. But what other choice did he have? Choice was taken from you the moment you were born. Why did his mother's words always ring so true? Elian clenched his fist. He glanced back at where his spear and shield were lying on the ground. In the corner of his eye, he saw the glance that went between Josie and Mark, saw both of them shift their postures.
Elian, it's the fever. Whatever is happening to you, it's affecting your mind.
Josie said. Her voice was calm. It sounded exactly like someone trying to soothe a crazy person. Talk or fight? Those were what his options boiled down to. If he picked up his spear before he started talking, something told him he would look like a threat. I am a threat. I'm full marked, and there's a demon inside me. How are they going to look at that any different? Elian bit his lip. He walked away from the door, away from the other two. He wasn't stepping over to his spear and shield. He was just getting to the opposite side of the salt steel room. Being close to a wall burned him even more. He felt it in his skin, the heat, the pain. His back was to the others. Part of him wanted to stay that way, to just wait and see what happened. But he'd never been one to stand idly by. Elian turned to Mark and Josie, privileged, thrice marked, who'd grown up in rich families in the Peaks. They already disliked him because of where he was from. There's something I have to tell the two of you, Elian started, and you're not going to like it. Mark and Josie exchanged another glance. Well, Mark said, that doesn't sound good.
What is it, Elian?
Josie asked. Elian ran a hand through his hair again and somehow managed to stop himself from pulling it out. He opened his mouth. No words came. He shut it again, shook his head. Any time now, Mark raised an eyebrow. Elian tapped the bond with the worm again. Still sleeping. It wouldn't be able to come back to his aid in this salt steel room anyway. Even if it wanted to, there was no way it could break through. Idly, he wondered why a disused place like this was enchanted with salt steel walls while the wagons that transported miners, human lives, had never been near as well protected, only being lined with salt between the wood panels rather than reinforced with salt steel like this place. Because the lives of markless miners aren't as valuable as these weapons. He shook the thought away. He knew what his mind was trying to do. It was trying to distract him from what needed to be done, trying to procrastinate, saying the words that he was trying to force out of his mouth. There's a reason I survived outside the wall, Elian said. Yeah, dumb luck, Mark replied, and maybe a little bit of grit. Elian narrowed his eyes. That almost sounded like a compliment. Mark shrugged. Don't get used to it.
You told us what happened out there,
Josie said.
What reason are you talking about?
Elian paced on the other side of the room, but what he was really doing was getting close to one of the weapons racks, something he was trying not to make look too obvious. When he reached it, he stopped and turned to face Mark and Josie. If I tell them, there's no going back. Elian shut his eyes, opened them again. I didn't hide. I kept moving, kept fighting. It forced me to learn, forced me to become stronger. I think it can do the same for the two of you. It wasn't totally a lie, but it certainly wasn't what he'd originally been about to say. I'm full marked. I bear the summoner mark, and there's a demon inside of me, but don't worry, I'm good, not evil. Yeah, that probably wouldn't have worked. Mark blinked.
That's it? That's what you wanted to tell us? You're trying to argue for us leaving the room? The room where we're safe?
Josie looked over at the salt steel door.
Elian's right.
Elian's right?
Mark said. The man looked at Josie, absolutely incredulous.
Are you suffering from the same fever, Josie? Do you hear yourself right now?
Josie shook her head.
I don't mean to say he's completely right.
She walked over to the salt steel door and touched a hand to it.
It's a risk. We have an opportunity here. The demons outside of this door, their essence, it's up for grabs. All we need to do is take it.
Mark's brow furrowed. He looked deep in thought. He also looked angry.
Mistress Rackham died out there. She died protecting us. That woman was a tier 6, one of the highest tiered instructors in the entire academy. And the two of you think you can survive out there? Those worms are too strong. There's too many of them. It's like they're in frenzy. You're insane for even considering this.
Elian turned away. This arguing wasn't helping anything. If he were going to get out of here, he would need to do it soon, or else it would be too late. I need to get my hands on that food, to convert the energy for flame, or to just get out of here. Dead gods, he'd thought coming to the academy had been the right decision. He'd thought he'd managed to make himself safe there, at least safe enough. Josie still had her hand on the door.
We don't have to head far out of this room to fight them. We could attract the chitters to us, fight them outside the door, with an easy retreat available. It could work. Otherwise, we're just sitting in here wasting time while we wait for someone to rescue us.
We're not getting past those worms, Mark said.
I'm not talking about the worms. If they come, we'll retreat back into the room. They won't be able to get through,
Josie replied.
We'll be back where we started, but we wouldn't have lost anything either.
Mistress Rackham didn't see that last worm coming. There was no retreating from that.
It was too late. Elian felt the burning on his skin, felt the last drop of energy fleeing from his heart tree. Flame was about to be released, and Elian was surely going to die if it happened here. Chapter 35. Elian ran for the door. He wasn't pulling on Flame's energy to make him run faster. He couldn't. There wasn't enough left. He could feel the demon being ejected from his core. He was holding it back for now, but he didn't think he would be able to hold it back for long. In seconds, the demon would be ejected from him, and there wasn't anything he could do to change that.
What the hell are you doing?
Mark said as Elian reached the door. The man tried to step in front of him.
No, Mark,
Josie said.
Let him open the door. Let's try this.
Elian froze. He didn't have time to freeze, but he did it anyway. There was something shifting in Mark's eyes. He'd been afraid, worried, but now there was ambition glinting in them, or something like it. Mark had become the top of his class for a reason. His drive, wherever it came from, was showing now. He might not like the idea of fighting when they didn't have backup from one of the instructors, especially after one had just died, but he could see that they might have something to gain from it. Josie had surprised Elian by being the first one ready and eager to try. He'd thought she'd be more of a rule follower, with how much of a dedicated student she was, but clearly Elian had read that wrong.
Sometimes you have to break the rules,
Mark muttered, and it reminded Elian of what he'd said earlier, after he'd told them that they should have been here to face the chitters and not worms. His father was the type of person to break rules. Are we going to do this? Elian said through gritted teeth. His eyes were on the salt steel door's handle. His heart thudded in his chest. His skin was red-hot, clammy. The last thing he wanted to do was touch that salt steel handle, to feel the pain. The others would hear the hiss. Mark turned to the door.
Triangle formation, just like we trained. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right.
There was a deadbolt on the door. He slid it open, then pulled the door free. The old hinges creaked so loudly if there were demons on the other side of the tunnel, they'd be able to hear it. Elian burst straight through the door the moment it opened wide enough. He couldn't hold on to Flame any longer. Hell, he'd held on to the beast longer than he'd expected to be able to as it was.
Elian!
Mark shouted as he stormed through. The second Elian made it 2 steps out of the door, Flame, his blood-bonded hellhound, burst straight out of his chest. The salt steel room. It had been eating through Flame's energy, but it had also been keeping the demon from bursting free quite as fast. The moment he left, his ability to hold on to the demon disappeared. Elian heard a gasp from behind him. He'd fallen to his knees. Flame was across from him. The demon had landed on the ground on his side. Elian whipped his head around and looked back at Mark and Josie. Josie's eyes were wide and as round as her shield. She took a stumbling step backward. Mark looked just as shocked, but he was only standing there, staring. His face was pale, all the blood having drained from it.
Summoner!
Josie screamed, and he could hear the fear in it. Elian thought he was about to be attacked. He scrambled back to his feet at the same time Flame did. The demon, sensing his distress, came to stand in front of him protectively. The beast was huge, taller than him now. Its hackles raised and a growl filled its throat. Elian didn't know if that was the right thing to do. He didn't want them thinking he was a threat, but it was too late for that. Everything had changed in an instant, and there was no going back now. My life at the academy. I just got started. Josie pushed Mark away from the doorway and slammed the salt steel door closed. Elian heard the bolt slide into place on the other side. They'd seen what he was, and they'd trapped him outside the room. Elian, still breathing hard, his heart still pounding, felt his skin finally fully heal. It was no longer blistering red. He looked over at Flame. He could tell the demon understood exactly what had happened. It stepped forward and nuzzled into his chest. He felt a single thought drift down the bond from the demon's mind to his own. I'm sorry. Elian dropped his weapons. They clattered to the ground. As the massive demon nuzzled into him, Elian wrapped his arms around the demon. Tears came unbidden in that moment. The tension in his body released, and he went slack, letting the demon take his weight. Elian wasn't usually a crier, but right now the tears seemed deserved. He was trapped in the middle of a cavern with powerful demons that were attracted to him, locked out of the only safe room he knew of, and the 2 people he'd been getting even slightly close to out of the entire academy had just found out what he was. I'm going to have to run, Elian thought. He couldn't go back to the academy, the very place he'd fought to get to when he was trapped outside the walls. He couldn't go back. The others, Josie, Mark, they would tell the instructors who he was, what he was, and they would kill him on sight. He had to run, and he didn't even know if there was a way through these tunnels that led out of the city. The demons have to come from somewhere, don't they? Holding on to Flame made him feel like he wasn't alone, like it wasn't just him against the world. Once more, he let the souls residing in his heart tree talk. Gale, Alfred, I'm sorry, he whispered, knowing they'd be able to hear him. Being in that room, I couldn't hold on to Flame anymore. His energy was draining. The 2 souls within his heart tree were silent, until finally one of them spoke. You have to kill them, Cale said. Elian wiped a tear from his cheek. He stepped away from Flame, looked around. The tunnel was quiet, but he knew it wouldn't be like that for long. Whatever it was about him that attracted demons would make sure of that. What? Elian blurted in response. The demons?
Mark and Josie, Cale said. They've seen what you are, but no one else has to know if they don't get out of these tunnels alive.
Elian blinked. He saw it clear in his mind, the solution to his problem. He wouldn't even have to be the one to do it. He could get one of his blood-bonded demons to do it. He could make the worm kill them when it came out of its hibernation healing state. Then I'd be able to return to the academy. No one would believe I could be responsible for their deaths, especially after Mistress Rakan's death at the hands of the worm. It wouldn't be the first time Elian had survived something he hadn't meant to. He came to his senses and shook his head. "No," Elian said. "It's not who I am. I'm not a murderer."
"Then you'll die down here,"
Cale said. Alfred was quiet. "Alfred, what do you have to say?" "I don't know what you should do," Alfred said, his voice sad, weak. "You should have left that demon behind when you made it back to the wall." Well, that wasn't helpful. He'd been turning to the two souls for guidance. Perhaps he should have known better. Cale had always had a darker side to him. He told him to leave behind the miners. Elian had thought that had been because they were markless, but apparently he would even tell Elian to harm Marked if it somehow benefited him. "I'm not a murderer." But he didn't like how he had considered it, even for a split second, even only in his own imagination. It was the perfect solution to his problem, except for two people's lives, of course. There has to be another way. Maybe Cale was right. Maybe refusing to kill them would mean he was trapped down here. Maybe he would never return to the academy, never see Balin again, or Isla, the first Marked who'd truly been nice to him. He wouldn't be able to return to his room, the one he'd had for only a few days. And he wouldn't be able to retrieve the crystal necklace he'd left in the chest at the end of his bed, the one he'd just discovered that had an enchantment of some kind on it. Why hadn't I taken that with me? There was so many things he'd wanted to do. He'd seen his future stretch out before him, going to classes, moving through the tiers, fighting demons alongside other Marked, and now it was just gone? Unless he was somehow able to convince the two thrice-marked students in that salt-steel room that he wasn't a summoner, that what they'd seen didn't mean he was. But he had no idea how he would be able to manage pulling off something like that. It would be impossible. The demon was already out of the bag. There was no way for him to hide his secret from them now. "And I have to gain their trust." Elian chuckled darkly. Gain their trust. That seemed just as impossible as convincing them he wasn't a summoner. As it was, he wouldn't have much time to contemplate what he needed to do, not when he could hear sounds coming from down the tunnel, though the first thing he realized was just how faint those sounds were, but not because they were far away. His senses had been dulled considerably since Flame had been ejected from his heart tree. "I'm not assimilated to him anymore. I don't have heightened senses." Flame was growling low in his throat, his ears perked. He'd already been aware of the demons coming. His back arched and his eyes glowed red. He was more than ready for this fight. As bad as everything was right now, there was one good thing about this situation. He was finally able to see Flame again. Though the demon had been a part of him, it was different than seeing the hellhound in the flesh. They may have shared a body, instincts, and even, in a way, one mind, but it didn't feel as pure as seeing the demon before him. And that wasn't all. As harrowing as his experience outside the walls had been, there was a part of him that missed fighting demons, missed the purity of a life-or-death situation where everything was simple. It wasn't about secrets and lies and whether someone discovered what he was. It was about who was stronger, who could fight harder or smarter. It was about who won. The chittering sound got louder and louder. To Elian's relief, it was not joined by a rumbling of the ground. The dirt on the ceiling and the floor of the tunnel did not shift. As far as he could tell, the only worm left in the area was his worm, which was resting underground in the earlier cavern, where Mistress Rakan's body still lay and the minions they'd each left behind were. It didn't take Elian long to see the chitters. The sight of them shot a shiver of fear through him, but there was something pure about that fear, something familiar. He'd felt this before, outside the wall, when he'd watched the hellhounds rushing toward the salt line, when he'd fought them alongside Balin and Flame. This time, Balin wasn't here, but hopefully that wouldn't matter. Chapter 36. Elian started to count the chitter demons. The first time the demons had come after them, when he'd run down this tunnel with Mark and Josie, they'd counted at least 9 of the spider demons. Elian could only see 5, though he hesitated to use the word only. He'd never faced these demons before. Elian took a deep breath and tapped into the bond with the worm. It was slightly more healed than it had been before, but it wouldn't heal in time. Elian and Flame would be in this fight alone. But Elian had access to something he'd never had before. He could use his borrow trait skill now. Both of his demons were not currently assimilated to him, which made the skill available for his use. He had never used it before, didn't exactly know what it did, but he supposed he was about to find out. He didn't know if borrowing a trait from one of his demons would mean that demon no longer had the trait, or if the trait would somehow be doubled, so he focused on the worm demon when he activated the skill. He knew exactly what trait he wanted to borrow, the demon's earth affinity. Elian had breathed fire before, but he'd never moved earth, never had control over the very stones beneath and above him. He hoped the power was instinctual, else he was about to make a terrible mistake. Elian felt the trait enter him, felt a reserve of power bloom in his heart tree. It was similar to when he assimilated with Flame, except this energy was a singular energy. Only one thing could be drawn from it. The chitter demons thundered down the tunnel, their stone legs slapping the ground, making an awful clicking sound that Elian knew would appear in his nightmares if he managed to somehow survive all this. Elian called on the trait he'd borrowed from the worm. "I'll show you why why summoners are so feared," Elian whispered on the spider demon's approach. He raised a large chunk of earth straight up from the ground. He was trying to create a wall, trying to force a choke point. There was a part of him that instead wanted to collapse the ceiling, but he worried he would cause a cave-in that he couldn't dig himself out of. The demons were coming from the direction of the academy. He wasn't ready to cut himself off from it yet, and he certainly didn't trust his control of the borrowed earth affinity. The wall rose from the ground just as he'd hoped. 2 chitter demons slammed straight into it and made a weird screeching sound. Elian didn't know if it was anger or pain, but he prayed it was the latter. The 3 other chitter demons made their way around the makeshift wall. Elian gripped his spear and held up his shield. He braced himself. Beside him, Flame growled. The hellhound's eyes glowed red, and that same red glow appeared at the demon's throat. Elian wondered if the chitter demons had ever experienced a fire affinity before. "They're about to." Flame snarled, then leapt forward. The large hellhound opened his mouth, and a stream of flame shot forth, straight into one of the chitter demons. Another screech sounded, then Flame fell onto one of the chitter demons. Elian felt the pain instantly, but he also saw the enemy taking damage along with Flame. There was a sharp crack as one of the enemy demon's legs snapped between Flame's jaws. Elian's eyes widened. He hadn't known the beast was capable of such a thing. There was another vicious snapping sound as Flame broke another leg off the chitter demon. Then Elian began to feel the hellhound's pain. It was being attacked by 2 chitter demons at once. Their stone legs were sharp at the ends like knives, and they stabbed and sliced at the hellhound with horrifying glee. The pain, however, was bearable. Elian could feel that, and instinctively he knew the hellhound was stronger than the other demons. Elian stared down at the 3rd chitter demon that had come around his makeshift wall. He knew it wouldn't be long before the other 2 made it through the choke point he'd created with the earth affinity borrowed from his worm. Right now, they were blocked by their kin, but if these things could climb the walls... The chitter demon's eyes began to glow as it got close, and Elian was sure it was going to use its venom affinity, the one that the others had mentioned these demons possessed, on him. Elian activated sight. Unlike the worms, these things actually had eyes. The chitter demon became disoriented. The demon had dozens of eyes in its head, and they all glowed white as its vision was taken. It freaked out, screeching and flailing every which way. The tips of its knife-sharp legs had green venom dripping from them. Elian didn't want to find out what would happen if he got hit by them. While the beast was freaking out, Elian's vision expanded, more than it ever had. He could suddenly see to his left and right to a degree that simply hadn't been possible a moment before. Elian hadn't just stolen the chitter's vision. Somehow he'd stolen its peripheral vision, too. The sensation was momentarily disorienting for him, but he didn't let it distract him. He'd expected his vision to change when he'd activated the spell, even if not in this way, so he focused on his next move. Elian stabbed his spear straight for the chitter demon's head, where all those green glowing eyes were. The spear hit true. Elian had half expected it to glance off the stone demon, but it didn't. It shattered the chitter's head, cracking it where it hit. The salt steel blade seared through the enemy's head and into whatever passed for its brain. The chitter demon slumped to the ground, every one of its limbs gone slack. Elian was breathing hard. Had he really taken it down in a single strike? He must have, as his vision dimmed and shrank the instant his attack had hit. Elian was about to touch a hand to the demon and take its essence when a chitter climbed over the dead one, and he spotted another up high on the ceiling. I guess these bastards can climb the walls. Elian felt fear, but not as much as he had before. He could defeat these beasts. He could take them on. And he was going to do just that. No wonder the Academy takes students down here. Elian felt one of the other chitter demons die. Well, he felt the emotion at Flame having just killed one. Except, even though Flame was stronger than him, he was in pain. A lot of pain, and there was a feeling of weakness coming off of him. All the wounds he'd taken, they'd been hitting him with venom. Elian shouted a battle cry. He stole the sight of the next closest chitter demon, then leapt out of the way as the one from the ceiling fell down at him. He called on his borrowed trait, the Earth Affinity, and made a boulder shoot straight up from the ground. He'd done this instinctively somehow, without even thinking. The boulder shot the spider demon straight into the ceiling and crushed it. That had used up the last of his borrowed trait's energy. Elian wouldn't be able to use the Earth Affinity again during this fight, but that didn't matter. 3 out of 5 of the chitter demons were dead. Flame was taking on one, and Elian had stolen the sight of the other. It was stumbling around like a chicken with its head cut off. Its legs swayed this way and that, and Elian realized that more than any other demon he'd encountered, the chitters relied most heavily on their vision. He went in for the kill. The chitter demon died. Then he went over to help Flame. In mere moments that had felt like hours, the 5 chitter demons lay dead around the summoner and the hellhound. Elian was breathing hard. He was also grinning. He may be in a terrible position right now, what with his true identity being discovered and the prospect of returning to the Academy seeming like it was something impossible, but he'd just taken down 5 demons. He touched a hand to each of the chitter corpses. His eyes widened as he discovered how much essence they gave him. 2 units each. He'd just gained 10 more units of essence. Flame, however, wasn't in the best shape. Elian's smile disappeared as he rushed over to the demon. Through their shared bond, he could feel how weak he was. Elian had been lucky. If he'd been hit by the venom, he might have been just as weak. Something told him it would take some time to circulate enough essence for him to heal from the venom. Elian ran a hand through Flame's fur. The demon was healing, just slower than usual. Elian wondered if there was anything he could do for the beast, anything to speed up its healing. Flame's ears pricked. Elian shut his eyes for a second and let out a sigh. He couldn't hear them yet, but he knew more demons were on their way. He had enough essence to push forward through several different nodes, but he didn't have the time nor opportunity to do anything about it. Elian opened his eyes and looked through the tunnel. He could hear the chitter demons now. He wasn't sure how many there were. He was hoping it was only 4, the last few that hadn't made it here. But something told him there would be far more than that. He needed to be prepared. Elian quickly looked at his status. Human, marks, 4. Tier, Invoker 1. Infuser 1. Necromancer 1. Summoner 1. Skills, Tier 1, Blood Bond, Borrow Trait, Assimilation, Animate Minion, Sight, Trade Quality. Essences, Demon, 23.6. Elian blinked. He wasn't exactly sure how much essence he'd eaten up when he'd been healing himself back in that salt steel room. Maybe 3 units when all had been said and done. He'd burned through his essence far faster than he'd wished, which meant he'd had roughly 17 units of essence when he'd stepped out here. He'd gained 10, and what remained let him know roughly how much he'd used during the fight. Using his sight skill cost 0.2 units of essence each time, and as he had 23.6 units of essence left, that must mean it had taken 3 units of essence to use his borrowed trait skill. That's quite a lot, he thought, at least compared to most of the other skills he possessed. But it wasn't enough to deter him. Using that skill had slowed down the enemy and gotten him a kill, so it had been more than worth it. Fortunately, Elian still had more essence left than he had at the beginning of the fight. A lot more, actually. He tried to count the chitter demons heading his way by the noises he heard. He blinked. There were more of them than last time. He wasn't sure how many, but that was definitely more. Elian looked down through the tunnel the other way and wondered if he would be able to outrun them. He'd won the first fight, but now Flame was injured. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to win a second one. One way to find out. He might just have to do things a little differently. And if he could use essence to heal himself, then maybe... Elian had an idea. Chapter 37. Elian wanted to make this next fight go as smoothly as he could. He didn't know how many demons he would have to face down here, and until he got an opportunity to rest somewhere safe, he wouldn't be able to unlock any more nodes, which meant he didn't need to be too precious about the essence he gained from these fights, as long as he made sure he gained more from each fight than he lost. Elian focused. There was only a few more seconds until the chitter demons reached him. I need to hold out until my worm has recovered its health. Maybe then it and Flame will be enough to protect me. He wished he'd taken some salt from the salt steel room, but there was still that room the others had put a salt line down in. I have to make it there. With Flame injured, Elian had a plan. He loved fighting with the demon by his side, but right now he needed to tap into the demon's powers. Elian cast Assimilate. He used 5 units of essence for the skill. The spell let him choose how much essence he used. He remembered the first time he'd activated it, and it had exhausted all of the essence he had. He wasn't going to let something like that happen again. But he'd also quickly learned that the more essence one used for this spell, the more energy it brought to his heart tree, which would help make the assimilation last longer. That was something he very much needed right now. Elian was already circulating essence through his body when he assimilated the demon back into his heart tree. He was hoping that while the demon was safe within him, having access to his essence would help make it heal faster, maybe even get rid of the venom affinity it had been hit with entirely. He wished this wasn't all experimental, wished he'd learnt more about these skills at the academy. Not that they would ever teach him how to be a summoner there, or let him access old books about it. He shrugged off those thoughts and turned to face the oncoming enemies. There were more chitter demons than last time. 2 more, he counted. 7 demons were coming this way. A part of him wondered if he should activate Borrow Trait, but as he'd just borrowed a trait from the worm, he could sense that he wouldn't be able to do that again for a little while, even if he wasn't sure why that was the case. Besides, he now had access to a more diverse pool of power that he could pull from. Elian didn't hold back. He stepped over to one side of the stone barrier he'd made. It might not be the most effective choke point, as the chitter demons could climb the walls, but it was better than nothing. He was glad to see that even though he didn't have access to the worm's earth affinity anymore, the wall he'd created in the tunnel had remained. Maybe that's how these tunnels were created in the first place, by summoners with an earth affinity. It would certainly be a lot faster than digging. Elian activated sight on the closest of the chitter demons. He didn't hesitate. The moment it was disoriented, he moved in. As he took a step forward, he pulled on the energy within his heart tree, turning it into strength and speed. The spear strike hit true. The demon went down. Elian activated sight again as swiftly as he could, but he was quickly getting surrounded. He opened his mouth and breathed fire. He turned around in a circle, the stream of fire looping around with him. The chitter demons squealed in pain and backed away. He heard a sharp crack as the stones in them broke. Some of the spider demons had trouble moving around after that. With one stream of fire, he'd injured at least 3 of them. That was when one fell down from the ceiling. Elian threw his head back, eyes widening as he saw the nightmare demon falling down on him. Fear seized his chest, but there was no time for that. He needed to act. He swept his spear up to strike the demon, but he swept it up a moment too late. The demon's legs knocked his spear straight out of his grip, and all he was left with was his round shield. One shield wasn't enough to block attacks from 8 different legs. Elian worried that maybe he'd gotten in a little over his head, but it wasn't as though he'd chosen to be in this situation. He pulled on Flame's energy. A stream of fire shot straight from his mouth and hit the chitter demon square in the abdomen. The demon squealed. Its stone skin cracked and melted. The sound it made showed the terrible pain that it must have been in. But while the flames had clearly injured it, they hadn't been enough to stop its attack. It didn't have anywhere else to go but down. Its legs cut into Elian. One went right through his shoulder, pinning him to the ground beneath. Another went through his right ankle, and a third went through his upper thigh. Each of the bladed legs were covered in venom from the demon's venom affinity. Elian screamed out in tremendous pain. He slammed his shield against the demon. With the strength he borrowed from Flame, he was able to knock the demon straight off him, pulling all 3 legs out of him, though the force wasn't enough to make it shoot into a wall. The other demons, injured by his initial stream of flame, were still hurt, but that wasn't stopping them from surrounding him. Elian made his way to his feet. He was circulating more essence around his body than he ever had. His shoulder, his ankle, his leg. He could barely bloody stand through the pain. But he had to. He had to fight, and he was running out of cards to play. It wasn't just his injuries that were slowing him down. The venom had entered his bloodstream from multiple insertion points and was doing its damage. Elian's body felt weak. That first fight, it had gone so well. Why couldn't this second fight have been the same? He gritted his teeth and hissed through the pain. There was help behind him. The 2 thrice-marked students inside the salt steel room, but he knew that help wouldn't come. They'd thrown him out here to die. Do they truly fear summoners so much? Elian stumbled over to where his spear had clattered onto the ground, but one of the demons made it there first, blocking his way. There were still 6 live ones. He'd only killed one of them in that initial strike. 6 demons surrounding him, and he was unarmed. Elian pushed more and more essence through his body, trying to heal his wounds as swiftly as he could. I am a full-marked. I am a summoner. I am a prodigy. He gripped the handle of his shield tight. He'd used up Flame's energy rather quickly with all the strength he'd been pulling from it, and all the fire affinity too. Even so, he still had roughly 2/3 of the reserve remaining. I can do this. The wound in his ankle healed just enough to give him solid footing, even if doing so hurt like hell. His injured shoulder was on the right, not the left, and it was his left hand that was holding his shield. He smashed his shield into the chitter demon's head. Crack! The chitter demon died. Its head caved in. Elian snagged the spear from the ground and twirled it around himself, pushing the injured demons away. He activated sight on the nearest of them, giving him better peripheral vision. He could almost see 360 degrees around himself. His other leg became a little bit stronger, and he was able to hold a solid stance through the pain. Flame's strength offset the venom's weakness. Elian struck out at the demon he'd taken the sight from. One hit, and it died. He swiftly stepped away from a strike he saw coming a split second before the chitter in front of him died. He wouldn't have been able to see it without the peripheral vision. The vision which was gone now, meaning he missed another attack coming for him, one that cut down his right arm. God damn it! At least he had his spear back in his hands. 3 dead. Elian couldn't handle the demons crowding in around him. Another slashed into him. He felt the venom take a stronger hold of him. One of his legs threatened to buckle. He screamed. With that scream, a stream of fire shot forth and washed over the chitter demons in front of him. He moved his head left to right, covering all of them. The demons had been injured by his flames already. One more of them died. 4 down, only 3 left. Except Elian was getting weaker and weaker. The skills he had at his disposal, along with circulating his essence, it simply wasn't enough. He activated sight and stole the vision from another of these bastard spider demons. With the peripheral vision, he was able to see an opening. He ran for it, creating a bit of distance between him and the injured enemies. The 2 demons remaining that still had sight came for him. Even injured, they were able to run faster on 8 legs than he managed on 2. He only had to turn his head slightly to see them running after him. The 3rd chitter demon that still lived hadn't gone after him. It was stumbling around, blind, and knocked straight into a wall. I can do this, Elian thought. I have to. But he was burning through Flame's energy just to keep standing, and running was eating through it even more. He might have enough for one more stream of fire. Then, when it was gone, his body would grow weak because of the venom. And what if more chitter demons came? He made it back to the salt steel door and slammed his shield against it. Mark! Josie! Open the door! Being this close to it, he could feel it burning his skin once more. Elian didn't want to ask them for help. He didn't want to need it. They'd thrown him out here to fend for himself like he was nothing, but he didn't know what other choice he had. The 2 chitters made it to him. He whirled around, slammed his spear into one of them. It died. 2 left. But he'd opened himself up with that attack. It had been a frantic lunge. It had lacked technique. He hadn't been training long enough to perform a good spear lunge yet. If only I had more time on the training yards, more time with Master Larson, more time sparring. Maybe then he'd be strong enough. The chitter demon hit him straight in the stomach. Every single one of its many dozens of eyes glowed a fierce green. It hissed and shrieked as it moved closer, its fangs right in his face. Elian felt a surge of weakness as even more venom entered him. He couldn't stand. He couldn't do a damn thing. But there was still some energy from Flame left. He opened his mouth and shot out another stream of fire. It exhausted the rest of the energy, but it killed the demon. Flame was ejected from Elian's heart tree once more, and without him, Elian's body weakened further. With 1 chitter demon remaining alive, and who knew how many more probably on their way, Elian lost consciousness. Chapter 38. Elian heard a growling noise and the creak of a door opening on ancient rusted hinges. The growling, he knew, was coming from Flame. He could feel the warmth of the demon standing by him, but he couldn't get close enough to him. Something was stopping it. The salt steel door. When Elian had fallen unconscious, he'd been slouched back on the metal. Flame couldn't come close enough to help him.
Is he dead?
It was a woman's voice, one he knew, though in the haze of venom attacking his body and mind, his thoughts moved sluggishly. It took him too long to realize who it must be. Then it clicked. Josie, the woman who'd locked him out here. He's still breathing, Mark said. His voice was devoid of emotion. At least it was until he spoke next. Dead gods, how many are there?
12,
Josie said after a moment of silence.
He killed 12 chitter demons by himself.
No, Mark said. Not by himself. Flame snarled at the 2 of them, but the hellhound didn't move any closer. He couldn't. Elian didn't know whether to urge the demon forward or tell it to calm down. What felt like a minute ago, these people had been his friends. Now they were his enemy. But he couldn't survive out here without them, not in his current condition. Not if the demons kept on coming. Not with his worm out of commission. There was a chittering sound coming from down the tunnel. More demons were on their way. Elian had already fought so many of them. He was weak, far too weak to take on more demons. Flame, on the other hand, seemed stronger than he'd been when he'd entered Elian's heart tree. It looked as though the assimilation skill had done exactly what he'd hoped it would. It had healed the demon of its wounds. That's good to know. Shame I won't be able to use it again. He didn't want to admit defeat, didn't want to die. But his life was squarely in the hands of two people who now hated him because of what he was, and one of them had already despised him because of where he was from.
More are coming,
Mark said.
We should leave him out here. He can't survive another attack.
Josie's voice was flat, her words cut into him. Elian tried to move, but all he managed was a weak groan. His essence was still circulating through his body. He could feel it fighting the venom. It had abandoned his wounds for now, meaning they weren't yet fully healed. He had a feeling he'd be able to heal the venom in his body given time. But time was something he didn't possess.
No,
Mark said.
We bring him in.
What?
Josie snapped.
He's a summoner.
Mark ignored her. Elian felt a strong hand grab his shoulder, felt himself being dragged through the door. The salt steel didn't hurt him this time. Flame was no longer assimilated with him. The demon would be safe outside the salt steel door. He wouldn't be attacked by other demons unless he attacked them first. Stay, Elian willed, as Flame snarled and growled even louder, hackles raised, looking as though he was going to storm straight into a room that would kill him. Don't come after me. The demon listened, but it did not quieten. Mark let go of Elian once he'd pulled him across the threshold. The salt steel door slammed behind him. A howl sounded, echoing through the tunnels.
Why did you do that?
Josie asked.
Why did you save him? He's a summoner.
Mark slid the deadlock shut on the salt steel door. He didn't say a word.
Mark, are you listening to me? Do you intend to take him back to the academy with us? Because he'll just be executed.
Elian felt his body slowly healing. He couldn't sit up yet, however. He wouldn't be able to fight these two.
We couldn't just let him die out there,
Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper.
It wouldn't have been right.
Josie looked dumbfounded, confused.
You saw what he did. He summoned a demon right from his body. It shot out of his chest.
Her eyes were wide, filled with fear.
Dead gods, he must be full marked. That's how he survived outside the walls. Hell, he probably summoned the demons that attacked the wagon himself.
Elian coughed. Talking was hard, too hard. Blood poured from his lips as it felt like he was coughing out his lungs. Didn't, he coughed again, do that. Josie turned on him, the fear in her eyes transformed into anger.
You're a summoner. Why should we believe a word you've said?
Elian stared up at Josie, blinking. This woman had been nothing but kind to him, while most of the other students had treated him like crap or some sort of oddity. And now, Mark rounded on Josie.
If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten out of there alive.
Josie scoffed, crossed her arms at her chest, and turned around.
You're defending a summoner?
Mark took a deep breath. He was shaking with rage. Why was the man so angry? Elian couldn't understand.
Did you not see what happened back there? The worm that would have killed us yet miraculously fled, then it came back and attacked its kin? Do you think that happened by accident?
You knew? Elian said. Saying the words was a struggle, but he managed to get them out. Mark glanced at him.
I didn't know, but I knew something strange was going on. You surviving out there?
He shook his head.
It had to be more than dumb luck. And when I saw you fight, I knew it wasn't that.
Does it matter?
Josie asked.
Whether he saved us or not, he's a summoner. Summoners aren't allowed to live. It's the law. You saw that for yourself 2 days ago when Rena died.
Don't you speak her name.
Mark shut his eyes, shook his head.
She didn't deserve to die.
Josie looked taken aback, more shocked than she had been when a demon had burst from Elian's chest.
What the hell are you saying?
She was my cousin, Josie. You know that. That girl was the sweetest, kindest, most innocent person you'll ever meet. And she died because, why? Some full-marked from the past made a mistake?
His cousin? I thought she was Hyland's cousin. Is he related to Hyland, too?
I can't believe you're saying this. Has he cast some enchantment on you? Did you get struck on the head in the last fight and forget to heal the damage to your brain? They didn't just make a mistake. They brought the demon hordes to this world.
And you would blame everyone for the same act? Even people who are not yet born? You would do this and you would call it fair?
A sympathizer. You, Mark of all people, can't tell me you're a dirty sympathizer.
His powers can be used for the Valley of Auld, Josie. Think of all we could accomplish if we had a full Mark fighting for us.
Mark pointed at the door, jabbed his index finger at it.
You saw what happened out there.
Elian slowly felt his strength returning to him. He didn't know what to do, didn't know what to say. He couldn't believe his eyes, or, well, his ears. Mark, who had treated him like trash when they'd first met, was defending him. If anything, Elian would have thought of the two it would have been Josie who would have done that, not that he had expected either of them to.
You know there are people in the families who are advocating for a stop to the executions,
Mark said. Josie shook her head.
That's a rumor.
It's not.
Mark took a step toward her. With how angry he looked, how red his face was, it looked like a threatening move. Elian wasn't sure if the man intended for that or not.
It's not a rumor. My father sits on the High Council. He tells me these things, hears all the whispers.
Mark tilted his head to the side.
He does some of the whispering himself.
The gods are dead for a reason, Mark. They had their turn ruling things and they ruined the world.
Elian felt as though he'd be able to sit up now. He didn't. He stayed down. The last thing he wanted was for them to see him as a threat. No matter what Mark was saying, Josie clearly still wanted him dead, though she wasn't doing anything to make that happen. At least, not yet.
You saw what he did. You saw all the dead demons out there. He's got barely any training, and he managed to take out 12 chitter demons. He took control of a worm. Maybe if we had him, we could turn back the tide. We could actually make a difference instead of just hiding behind these walls.
You sound like your father,
Josie said.
These walls are what has been keeping our people safe for hundreds of years. Pushing back the horde is impossible.
And you sound like a coward. We've been saying it's impossible for hundreds of years, but when have we truly tried?
Mark spat back. He turned. His eyes watered. A tear fled down his cheek.
Rena didn't deserve to die. She didn't know what she was. She didn't choose it.
Mark faced Elian.
Why do you think I was so angry with you that day? When I saw you sitting there after my cousin died, we all thought she would be thrice marked. She was of the House Rakan. She deserved her place at the academy. Then she died, and you turned up, some nobody from the lower town. You felt like you were taking her spot.
He shook his head, clamped his eyes shut as though he were trying to stop the tears from coming.
I should have done something to save her. I just stood there. I did nothing.
Mark knelt down close to Elian.
I don't know if you deserve to be at the academy, Elian, but I do know you don't deserve to die for something you didn't choose.
Chapter 39. The salt steel room was filled with a heavy silence. Josie stood to one side, leaning against a wall, her arms crossed at her chest. Mark stood at the other by the door, as though he were guarding it. There was still venom from the chitter demons in Elian's veins, but it wasn't near as much as it had been before, and his wounds had mostly healed. He could sit up, even stand, maybe fight if he had to. All he did, however, was sit up. No one had spoken for at least the last 10 minutes. Elian was aware his position was precarious. Mark had advocated for him. Josie had not. They were still hours away from someone realizing they were trapped down here, from someone realizing Mistress Rakan and her 3 top first-year students hadn't returned from their journey into the caves. But when they did notice, and they came to rescue them, Josie would talk. She would tell them what Elian was, and, just as she'd said, he would be executed at the academy. It would be him hanging from that rope. It didn't matter if Mark wanted him to live. He wouldn't be able to stop it. So Elian forced himself to stand through the pain he felt. Mark looked at him but didn't say anything. He'd been quiet since his outburst. Perhaps the man didn't know what to say. Elian wasn't really sure what to say either. He walked, a little unsteadily because of the venom still in his system, over to Josie. The woman glared daggers into him, but she did not pick up her spear. That was a good sign, he hoped. "Why do you hate me?" Elian asked.
You're a summoner. You came to the academy and you lied about who you were.
Elian nodded slowly. He was trying to put himself in her shoes. It was a difficult thing for him to do. Instead, he put himself in the shoes of his former self, the one who hadn't known he was marked, let alone full marked. Would he have hated a summoner if he ever came across one? "I would have been afraid. I don't want to hurt you," Elian said. "I'm not a threat to you." Josie scoffed.
Why should I believe a word you say when you've been hiding what you are? Pretending to be one of us. I don't know how the headmistress didn't see through you, but everyone will know soon.
Elian tilted his head to the side. "I should have been honest about what I was? Where would that have gotten me?"
You should have stayed outside the walls with the demons. That's where you belong. You're practically one of them.
Elian shut his eyes. This wasn't working. Though she hadn't attacked him, at least with nothing but words. He opened his eyes again and stared at her. "If you tell them what I am, they'll kill me."
Good,
Josie said.
as they should.
The venom in her words hurt him almost as much as the chitter demon's venom did.
I was nice to you. I wasted my time being nice to a filthy summoner.
Elian sighed. He turned around, walked back to the other side of the room where Mark was. When he'd told the miners what he was, things had turned out differently. He supposed he'd gotten lucky then. He hadn't expected Mark to be on his side, to have defended him. But now that he had, he saw the future he wanted at the academy back within his grasp.
You won't convince her, Mark said. We've been taught to hate summoners our entire lives.
"Then why don't you hate me?" Elian asked. Mark looked at him.
There really are people out there who think the executions are a mistake. My father...
He glanced over at Josie, then whispered,
My father is one of them. He's never been one for the rules.
Elian looked over at Josie. "They'll kill me when they find out what I am."
I know,
Mark said.
just like they killed my cousin.
Elian swallowed. "I don't know that I can survive out there. The demons, I think they're attracted to me." Mark's brow furrowed in thought.
I was wondering why they were so aggressive.
"It's my fault we're in this mess. My fault the demons killed Mistress Rakan." Mark stared at him.
Did you summon them to you?
Elian shook his head. "No."
Then I don't see how it can be your fault. Demons have always been attracted to Marked. It's just the way of the world. You're
stronger. It seemed to pain him to say that.
Maybe that's why, but you can't blame yourself for her death. Did you even know it would happen? That the demons were attracted to you?
Elian shook his head again. He was struggling to believe his ears. Mark hadn't just defended him, now he was telling him it wasn't his fault. "I'm sorry about your cousin," Elian said.
Thank you.
Mark swallowed.
You're the first person to say that to me.
Elian looked at the door. He took a step toward it. Mark frowned.
What are you doing?
"Leaving," Elian said. "If I can't change her mind, why should I stay?" Though the bond lines that connected him to Flame and the Worm were fainter inside the salt steel room, he could still feel them out there. Flame was by the door on the other side, just far enough away that he wouldn't be wounded by the salt. The Worm was further away, still underground, but Elian could sense that it was fully healed now. It felt like it had taken hours for that worm to heal, but really, it hadn't been all that long. An hour, maybe. Not much more than that.
You'll die if you go out there,
Mark said. "I'll die if I stay in here," was all Elian could think to say in response.
Josie.
Mark kicked off the wall he'd been leaning against and strode across the room. Josie grabbed her spear and shield. She didn't point her spear at Mark, but she held it up in front of her defensively, and she definitely looked ready to fight. Mark raised his hands.
What, now you think I'm a threat? We've known each other all our lives. Do you really think I would hurt you? Do you think that little of me?
Josie lowered her spear slightly. Her shield arm swayed down to her side.
I don't know what to think.
Josie, You know me.
I thought I did.
The woman jutted her chin over at Elian, without her gaze falling on him.
Then I find you're a sympathizer. I don't have to tell the headmistress about this. If you change your mind,
Josie said.
I won't tell her you tried to defend him. I know you must be hurt over losing Rena.
Mark scowled.
Aren't you? She was your friend.
Josie looked away. The fear, the anger, it was still in her eyes, but there was something else there too. Hurt, maybe? Or sadness?
She was a summoner. There's nothing we could have done.
That's a load of crap,
Mark said.
Something could have been done. It has been this way for hundreds of years because no one has fought it.
And do you really think it should be fought?
Elian stood on the sidelines, on the other side of the salt steel room. Once more, they were speaking about him as though he wasn't even there. He wasn't sure how to feel about that, really, but these two had clearly known each other all their lives. It didn't feel like a conversation he should be a part of, even though it was his life that was hanging in the balance. Mark said she wouldn't change her mind, yet here he is trying to do just that.
I'm not the only one with secrets,
Mark said. Josie blinked.
What are you talking about?
I know about your mother.
Josie took a step back.
My mother?
Her voice sounded different, drained of emotion, or perhaps just weaker.
What do you know of my mother?
My father said he was surprised when your father married a Markless, even if she did have a strong bloodline.
Elian blinked, looking between the two. He didn't know anything about Josie's mother. She was markless? Was that the secret? He'd have thought both of Josie's parents would have had marks, considering she was thrice marked and from one of the strongest families in the Peaks.
My father married for love. There are plenty of Markless in the Peaks. Not everyone is as blessed as we are.
Your mother isn't Markless, Josie,
Mark said. Where there had been venom in Josie's voice before, there was now venom in his. Whatever was going on, he was mad about it.
I know she's marked. My father found out her little secret, that she hid what she was because she was afraid, because she didn't want to fight.
Mark took a step forward, his anger flaring once more.
Because she was a coward. How do you think the High Council, the Crown, would react if they discovered that little secret of hers, To think someone would hide being marked, all because they didn't want to fight for the Valley, all because they didn't want to do their duty. I could see someone from the lower town doing such a thing, but someone from the Peaks? Your entire family would be disgraced, and you know it isn't only summoners who get executed around here. It's treason to refuse the call.
Elian was dumbstruck. Josie's mother was hiding what she was, that she was marked. It felt so baffling to him that that was even something someone would do, when all his life, all he ever wanted was to be marked. He hadn't bargained on being full marked. Be careful what you wish for. Josie looked pale.
You wouldn't dare.
There was a glint in Mark's eye.
So it's true. My father only ever suspected.
You were bluffing? You didn't know for sure?
No, I didn't, but now I do.
Mark stood at his full height, looking down his nose at her.
I don't want to do this to you, Josie. I don't even want to do this to your mother, even if she is a coward. Even if she, unlike my cousin, deserves it. But if you tell them what he is, I'll tell them what she is.
You really are your father's son, aren't you?
Josie said. That seemed to hit Mark like a physical blow.
I am what I have to be. The world isn't going to change on its own.
Mark crossed his arms. There was a hint of a smile on the side of his lips, as though he knew he had won this. Elian's heart raced. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mark was blackmailing Josie into helping him keep his secret. There was a chance here, a chance for him to return to the academy after he'd thought all was lost. It would be more dangerous than before, with 2 people, 3, including Balin, aware of what he was. But if Mark and Josie kept his secret, even if the latter only did it to keep her mother alive, maybe this could work. Maybe he could return.
So tell me, Josie, do you value your mother's life enough to let Elian keep his?
Mark asked. Josie gripped her spear so tightly it looked like she was ready to stab him with it.
You can't tell a secret if you're dead, Mark.
Mark raised an eyebrow.
Would you really kill me? Do you even think you can?
We've always been evenly matched.
The wooden shaft of her spear creaked under her grip.
I think I have a good chance.
We've never fought with our marked skills before.
Mark stepped aside, nodded over at Elian.
And last time I checked, it's 2 against 1.
Elian didn't want to fight, didn't want to hurt Josie. But if she attacked them, if he didn't have a choice was taken from you the moment you were born. Dead God, sometimes he hated those words. This was what Cale had told him to do. To kill to keep his secret. Not just to keep my secret, but to survive. No one has to die, Elian said, speaking up for the first time since Mark had stepped over to Josie. You don't have to fight. You don't have to do anything. Just don't talk. Please, don't tell anyone what I am. I'm not what you think I am, Josie. I'm not a threat. I'm certainly not evil. I want to fight for the valley, for the crown. I want to use my powers for good. Josie's hand shook. Her gaze darted between the two of them, uncertainty bleeding into it. Does she really want me dead so much that she'll risk her own life? Elian didn't pick up his weapon. He didn't threaten her. Mark had done enough of that for the both of them. He didn't want this to be purely a decision of survival for her, just as he didn't want his will to survive to drive him to kill someone who was just trying to do what she believed was right. Even if that belief would have me executed. Okay, so he was a little shaky on how he really felt about that, but he did know he didn't want this woman to die. He thought that in time he could change her mind. And, if what Mark had said was right, there were those in the families that wished the executions of summoners to end. Then maybe there was a chance for him to be himself in the valley, even if it came years from now after he'd proven himself. It was a lofty goal, wanting to push back the demons, wanting to save the valley from its isolation, wanting to reclaim the world for humanity. But it was a good goal, a righteous one, and it was one he wished to pursue. Josie shouted. It was more of a grunt, really, of wild frustration. She raised her spear, her shield. Elian saw Mark brace himself. Elian was a split second away from stealing the woman's sight and using borrow trait to pull power from one of his blood-bonded demons. But Josie didn't attack. Instead, she threw down her spear and shield. They both clattered on the salt steel floor. The fear in her eyes was gone. It was clear she didn't think they would kill her where she stood, which was good because it was the last thing he would ever want to do. Mark remained standing there for an extra beat. It almost looked like he would attack. But he didn't either. He lowered his sword, though he didn't sheath it yet. "Thank you," Elian said. "You won't regret this." Josie glared daggers at him.
I'm not so sure that's true.
You made the right choice, Josie, Mark said. You know it's better to have me and my family on your side rather than against you. If you keep his secret, I promise we'll keep yours.
Mark stepped away from the woman, turned his back on her. His face was hard, like it was carved from marble. A muscle in his cheek twitched. Elian wondered if the man would have gone through with it, if he would have really killed her over this. He also wondered how the man felt. Mark and Josie had known each other since they were children, and here he was standing before her, threatening not only her mother's life, but her own life, too. Looking at Josie, at Mark, he realized he really knew nothing of these people, and he knew nothing of the Peaks, of the High Council, the families, any of it. Maybe Mark could help guide him. "Thank you, Mark," Elian said. "You didn't have to do that for me. I thought I was dead out there." Mark stepped up to him and stood close, lowering his head.
Things are going to change for you, Elian. I believe once we return to the academy that my father will wish to sponsor your training. He might even wish to mentor you himself outside of school hours, as he does for me.
Something flashed in Mark's eyes. Elian couldn't tell what it was, but it sure looked like pain.
I'm doing you a favor here by keeping your secret, by encouraging Josie to do the same. I'm also taking a risk Just remember that my father's sponsorship, his mentorship, and us keeping your secret, it won't come for free. Once my father knows what you are, and I believe the only way that either of us can keep this a secret is by telling him, he'll want to use you for his own ends. I hope that I've made the right decision here, because if not, we both might live only long enough to regret it.
Elian didn't know what to say. He was returning to the academy he'd barely gotten a chance to experience, but knew he wished to remain at. After he thought all was lost, after he thought the future he had in his mind had been snatched from him, it was all coming back. But it was coming with a cost, one he could admit he didn't fully understand. One of the most powerful marked in the Valley of Auld, someone on the very high council itself, might very well become his mentor and sponsor his training. And Elian wasn't even sure what that would entail. He will want to use you for his own ends. But he knew he was about to find out.
Please enjoy a sample of the Royal Guard publishing title, Isekai Magus, a LitRPG progression saga, written by Han Yang and performed by Landon Reed and Aaron Bateman today.
Chapter 1. Los Angeles. Outside a Starbucks. 17th of June, 2031.
Now that I find interesting.
Caitlin said in a sultry tone.
Please tell me more.
I smiled, eyeing the brunette. My pause resulted in her tapping the table impatiently. We sat outside the coffee shop, people watching. The busy crowd outside the railed fence drifted by while she focused solely on me. Basking in the early afternoon's rays, I took the opportunity to reflect. I started working at the library as a janitor, honest to God's truth, I said, and she winced. If I had to guess, the combination of me admitting that I was a janitor probably hit her as hard as mentioning God in California. A drone delivered our drinks, and I popped the top off mine, letting the rising steam waft a lovely scent of white chocolate my way. Call me old-fashioned, but when a lovely lady showed interest in me or picked up on the fact that I was interested in her, I asked them out on an actual date. I promised to get to the point you're so eager to hear. The library became my bastion, my refuge. I graduated high school, never quitting my part-time work. 2 years later, I finished my degree in computer systems and web design, I said with a distant stare, trying to remember the time fondly. A honking horn from the street resulted in a homeless man getting into a shouting match with the driver. The brief distraction allowed me to continue a moment later. So I found myself with a choice. Take a gig at a small malpractice corporate office or continue being a librarian's assistant. One earned a lot and the other pittance, and meant I'd have to get a master's degree in library science to lose the assistant title, I said with a sigh.
Yes, all great.
Caitlin said, edging herself over the table to lean closer to me.
What about your ex-girlfriends and current lovers? That was where you set the hook. Now reel me in.
The woman's seductive appearance held my attention. A diving neckline exposed ample soft flesh, and she caught me staring. She batted her eyelashes as if she were some innocent girl. She pulled her hair back in a neat ponytail that she swirled and twirled around her fingers out of habit. Her hazel eyes sparkled mischievously, and I fidgeted under her intense gaze. The woman oozed sex appeal, and I felt outclassed. I've never had a girlfriend. 25 years old, and not once have I had a relationship long enough to call someone that. I had this talk with my parents before they passed, I said, about to launch into my routine for justifying no-strings sex. She interjected, laying a delicate hand on top of my forearm.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sure they wish they were here to see the man you've grown into.
Life's fickle, and though I do miss them. My point is that relationships lead to disappointment when long-term fun leads to long-term problems. To me, it's like taking that job with the malpractice office. I'd be happy with the money, but I wouldn't want a career there. I could date a girl, but I don't want to get married, I admitted.
But you like the soft touch of a woman,
she asked bluntly. It was 2031, and ladies were more assertive and confident than ever. I had been asked for coffee or for my phone number by many beautiful women while at work. Being a handsome librarian's assistant certainly had its perks. In this case, Caitlin told me she was from Vegas. She was visiting a friend who'd mentioned that my looks and carefree fun attitude would make for a good catch during her trip to town. I caught on to the situation quickly and accepted the invitation, and now we were talking about sex. Yeah, I'm a young man who loves a fun tryst. Just not ready to settle down. That seems to be the kicker for a lot of my dates. I don't want you bringing a toothbrush over or asking why I didn't set my status to in a relationship, I said honestly with a half-hearted shrug. I always tried to make my intentions clear. I'd found that honesty was usually my most successful strategy.
Bree said you're not a player, but I can see how it comes off that way. Well, Damien, I'm a bit of an oddball myself. I'm a believer in Wicca,
Caitlin said.
Being a Wiccan tends to drive men off, sends them running for the hills.
Probably was best that I hadn't said God accepted my parents into heaven either. I didn't like to be preachy, but I didn't judge either. Okay, I said. As long as you don't try to convert me, I try to be understanding.
Oof, sheesh. This will sound bad, and I promise no converting or brainwashing, but I need a man for a ritual. To take some oaths over a decagon door,
Caitlin said with a cringe. Her sorrowful eyes relaxed from their squint and switched to a happy gaze with a big smile.
And then we can grab a drink at my hotel room. Yes, a drink. Sounds lovely.
She winked.
And by a drink, I mean we strip naked and do the kind of things to each other that require a shower. During or after.
She smirked. I frowned, eyeing the lovely woman in a whole new darkness. I popped my coffee's lid on and sipped the delightful drink. White chocolate and coffee. Divine. Sheet wrestling after a ritual with a Wiccan. Unique, and yet just another day in California. She bit her bottom lip, her bedroom eyes locking to mine as if willing me to capitulate. I struggled, fighting a sudden urge to agree, and I didn't know why. This ritual, I assume you believe it to be real? I asked, leaning back to watch her reaction. Caitlin adjusted her ponytail, showcasing her assets. The woman sure did know how to tease a man. Without missing a beat, she said,
I do. If successful, my ritual will send you to a new realm. Not sure what you'll arrive as, but to return, you'll need to achieve a whole lot of power. Power that also accrues to me if you succeed.
I snickered, trying not to laugh, lest I offend. Where's this ritual? How long is it? And what if it fails? I asked. Halloween, dark closets, scary movies, and rustling under the bed didn't spook me. Clowns, though. Those assholes were terrifying. But the supernatural always failed to feel real to me.
Look, I think you're cute and nice.
She fidgeted.
I feel awkward even asking. I'm staying at a Motel 6 that's only 20 minutes away. 10 minutes for the ritual, give or take. And if my Wiccan ritual fails, I'll reward you.
She admitted.
Honestly, I want to reward you anyway, but I do need the help first.
I eyed her speculatively. It was my day off, and honestly, this wasn't the oddest thing a woman had ever asked me to do. I shuddered, thinking of Tiffany and her toe fetish with baby dolls. Quick ritual and then that drink? I offered.
Perfect,
she said, scooting her seat back. A Tesla auto taxi picked us up from the curb a few minutes later. Like a pent-up lioness, she leaped on my lap as soon as the door closed. The robotic voice told Caitlin to stop kissing my neck in the back seat, spoiling the fun.
Ugh, I don't want to walk. I guess this is a good time to tell you about Norden,
Caitlin said, adjusting to sit beside me. The who the what now? I asked playfully.
An old tale. Do you like stories?
She asked. I slung an arm around her, nodding.
Norden was an expansive realm that became so boring. Humans were not much different than they were here during the Middle Ages. They lived, farmed, dug, fished, and toiled to put food on the table. All this was done with animals, grit, and determination.
Not an Earth story? I asked. She shook her head.
Hell's below, not in the slightest. This planet is in our universe and linked to Earth. Same orbit, same seasons. Different continents, different reasons. Norden was transformed by a horrific magic that coated the land in a deep mist. Following me so far?
I stared out at the traffic, seeing a driverless solar panel vehicle swerve to avoid a pothole. The city had never recovered after 3 years of quarantine. Everywhere my eyes shifted, they revealed depressing scenes of what had once been a great state. I gazed down at the shorter woman, noticing how little she cared about the poor at the side of the road, huddled in tents. Norden, not Earth, no electricity, bad magic, has humans, I summarized. Caitlin continued.
The mist soaked the land and consumed everything trapped in its grasp. Humans at higher elevations watched as their brethren vanished. The expected cries for help from those lost never reached the ears of those eager to lend aid. The great kings sent valiant knights into the magic to assess the situation, but to the last, they never returned. Even their horses disappeared into the magic.
So, the higher elevation kingdoms got a pass? I asked with a scoff. Caitlin smiled and said,
They did, and they did not. The spell was not that black and white, and for a full year, both worlds that were linked together suffered. And then, like that,
she snapped her fingers.
The magic vanished on the first anniversary.
My gaze returned out the window, the despair of Los Angeles sticking a stake in my heart. I used to love this town as a kid. These days I dreamed of fanciful lands or read books to escape reality. Let me guess. Those caught in the mist became zombies? I queried, having seen a movie like this recently.
Better and worse than that, depending on whom you ask. Those caught by the spell ceased to exist on Norden. Their homes, tilled fields, and hard-won civilization all vanished with them. Some theorize that the monsters who now roam those territories are actually humans, but they're not. The Blighted are creatures swapped from an overfilled world to Norden.
Caitlin said. I grunted, growing tired of seeing the traffic. I focused on Caitlin and her Norden story. You've lost me. Some weird magic wiped out several human civilizations and replaced them with mythical creatures referred to as the Blighted?
Good. You're getting the picture in here,
Caitlin said, tapping my forehead.
Sometimes pretending is more important than seeing.
Yes, I do love a good book, even more than a good movie, I agreed.
Norden is special, and I hope you sense that from my tale. There are a few worlds where magicians can bind, alter, affect, and warp reality. Well, realities, really. In this case, a sorceress of untold power cast a spell across 2 worlds. She sent the humans on Norden to Ostrava, while Ostrava's mythical residents were sent to Norden, with a few alterations.
Caitlin said, the last bit sounding a bit ominous. Alterations? I asked.
A simple way to track the achievers from the useless. The competition rewards greatness. At its most basic, 2 sides compete for boons by killing each other. Simple, really, and built that way on purpose for all to understand.
Caitlin replied, her condescending tone making me feel like I was a 5th grader. Why? I asked. All good stories need a reason. We arrived outside a rather typical, vagrant-infested but cheap California motel. I suddenly was having second thoughts about helping Caitlin, but somehow found the courage to exit the vehicle. She was on vacation, and there were 1,000 cameras here. Hell, even the taxi had been recording us. Maybe this was the only hotel room she could afford. Yeah, that had to be it. Caitlin waggled a key with one hand, dragging me forward with the other.
The why is simple. The planets became stale and boring. Believe it or not, even as a Wiccan who believes in the goddess and the horned god, I know there are many gods. We each have our deities to serve.
She said this in a way that made it seem like it was common knowledge. The crunch of grit under my shoes changed to a squish. I refused to look down to see what I'd stepped in. The seedy motel disturbed me for a number of reasons. I may not be rich, but I liked to think I had standards. Caitlin led us under a 2nd-floor walkway, comparing the scribble on her key to each door's numbers.
Basically, both worlds became embroiled in a war that pitted one against the other in a competition for dominance. Ostrava had hundreds of mighty species, while humanity had its strength in governments, swords, cavalry, and arrows. To increase the chaotic nature of the competition, the gods added magic to the mix.
Caitlin said. But why do you call it a competition? I asked. She gave me a teasing frown for my impatient interruption.
Both sides gather something called Zorda. By gather, I mean they cultivate it from those they kill. If you're an Ostravan Minotaur, for example, and you kill a human, you gain their Zorda. Zorda is what gives the gods their power. The problem is, they cannot collect it themselves, and it must be given freely. If this Minotaur is a champion of, say, Torbairn the Fearless, and he achieves 10,000 Zorda, Torbairn can trade the champion a wish for his Zorda.
Caitlin said, tossing her hand from side to side.
Within reason.
Can't Torbairn just wish for Zorda? Solving the whole need for all this bloodletting? I asked.
Not how stories, gods, or real life work. Nothing in this universe is free. Even death has a cost. And trust me, we Wiccans know.
Caitlin said, and I paused as she unlocked the motel room door.
Yeah, that came out wrong.
She frowned.
I'm a 100-pound girl with fake tits. You're 6'3" and fit. I'm the one who should be worried about going into the roach-infested motel.
So, your story. This is what you believe you're doing this ritual for? I asked, curiously.
The skinny of it, yes,
she said, bouncing her eyebrows at me. She entered the room and I hesitated. You know, I don't believe in the supernatural, I said, staying outside the door.
I need to get down to my underwear, if that helps you find your recalcitrant courage,
she said with a snort. I gulped and stormed the breach like a hero. The second I entered the room, 2 things hit me hard. First off, Caitlin was clad only in a tiny thong, with a lacy bra that enhanced rather than covered a body so flawless I gawked. The next was that the bedsheets, mattress, and even box springs had been set against the wall. In the very center of the room was a 10-sided shape outlined with crow feathers. The decagon you mentioned. Interesting, I muttered, a bit in disbelief.
Close the door, please. I wasn't kidding.
She waved a keycard for a Hilton room.
If the ritual doesn't work, which it probably won't since you don't believe in the supernatural, then we can leave the roaches behind, go to my room, and get busy. We can pop vacation champagne along with our drink. It was a very long journey to get here.
I glanced down at my phone. It was only 2 p.m, and I had no texts. I sent a random "I love you" to my mom's old cell number. The one she'd had before she died. Like always, no one replied. But it always made me feel better.
All right,
the gorgeous Wiccan instructed.
Strip down to your undies, and then sit cross-legged in the center of the decagon. Careful you don't shift any of the feathers. After that, I'm going to poke my finger until it wells a drop of blood. The blood goes on your lips, or in your mouth, you pick,
she said. Just a drop? I asked.
Just the tip.
She teased and rolled her eyes.
Yes, a simple drop.
Lips are fine, I guess. I shrugged, stripping my clothes off and sitting carefully in the middle of the circle. Caitlin stuck a finger into her mouth and nicked it on a sharp tooth. When the blood touched my lips, I winced a bit. Can't say I was a huge fan of the iron taste.
Actually, finger in, sorry,
she said, sliding her finger into my mouth. I wanted to protest, but she started to chant.
The Zorda is power, and power is life. The Zorda is power, and power is life. I bring a willing champion to gather me Zorda. Cultivate for me 10,000 Zorda, and I'll return your parents to the living. If you die, you fail. Don't you want to see your parents again?
Caitlin asked. I scoffed, about to get upset.
I mean no ill will. Just, if you could see your parents again, would you want to?
She asked, sweetly. I nodded a bit, placated by her amazing figure.
Great. Keep my finger in your mouth and repeat after me. Use your own name, though. I, Caitlin the Temptress.
She paused. I chuckled at her fake goddess name. I, Damien Wilheimer, I said. She continued.
Enter into a contract for Zorda. The champion will visit Norden and reap 10,000 Zorda in exchange for restoration of his parents from death. So I swear to the great creator.
I repeated the words after her, not certain if the great creator she was referring was God. I may have been distracted during this bit. My eyes had focused on her thigh gap, ensuring she didn't have a weapon hidden there, beyond her weaponized looks, which were deadly enough. Occasionally, my gaze raked up her lean abs to those supple breasts. When I forced my eyes higher, I noticed no malice in her gaze or in her motions. She didn't make any sudden movements or reach behind her where she might have stashed a weapon. My hands were free for me to defend myself the entire time. I wasn't scared of this woman. Did I find her ritual silly? Absolutely. But it was 2031 in California, and a beautiful half-naked woman was telling me some fantastic story, thinking she would gain god powers from some hokey ritual. Wasn't the craziest thing I'd heard this week. We're done? I asked. She nodded sadly.
Maybe you weren't the right man to be my champion. Sorry I offered to save your parents.
I don't think they would mind. Like I said, I'm not big into superstitions. I snorted. I almost wish your ritual would have worked. Nordan sounds like fun. I lied.
You don't mean that, but I understand. I'll honor my word as a temptress. We'll share a drink and some hot tub fun with you in my penthouse.
I nodded eagerly.
A final question. If I could really bring your parents back, would you take my offer? I mean, really consider the offer,
she said, stressing the offer. I frowned, mulling over the proposal. How would that even work? I asked. Would they be younger than they should be, with missing memories? Or would I be in a different reality? Because everyone else would know they were dead, or this reality would be gone and I'd be me in a new body.
Nope, no,
she said, wagging a finger with one hand, her other hand on her hip. I became transfixed by her large jiggling breast that moved naturally. I shook my head, trying to focus. Even if she was quite the temptress.
I would set them up on an island resort, with a lot of cash and fake identities. When they adjust, I'd tell them the truth. Stay dead, or live as Mr. and Mrs. Smith,
Caitlin said. While I like this what-if game, I'm in a ritual involving crow feathers in my underwear, and I feel a goddess could just change our reality, I said.
Nope. Bringing them back would be a huge burden, and barely worth me earning 10,000 Zorda. But a goddess takes what she can get,
Caitlin said, firmly believing her words. I did like the temptress touch. Your boobs seem real, too, I said with a winning smile. She rolled her eyes.
They are. And yeah, I was Caitlin the Deviant in my earlier years. I prefer to keep things simple now. So how about it? If your parents had ample money and new identities in a small island resort community, would you be interested?
This was kind of fun, and I think I liked Caitlin for her zaniness. Her tempting body certainly helped win me over. I stood and said, Yeah, I would honor the ritual. I don't see how it would be possible, but... An aura flickered around her form, and the decagon below my feet flared orange. I furrowed my brows in confusion. What's going on? I asked.
Finally! That did the trick! Sit, hurry, or...
I spun, trying to flee. The hell with sitting. The decagon opened up in a swirling vortex, sucking my feet into the floor of the motel room. Inch by inch, the ritual ate my body. My grunting efforts to pull myself out achieved nothing. Caitlin stared down at me as her ritual circle brightened. The orange glow revealed the temptress's black wings and spiked tail. I screamed in rage, desperate to be free of the pull, not understanding what was happening. My hips sunk below the floor and the magic howled until it deafened me. I saw her lips move slowly.
Good luck.
With a massive tug, the ritual completed and I was yanked from the motel room into a void of darkness. My final, fleeting thought before the darkness swallowed me was that I no longer liked Caitlin the Temptress or her Wiccan ways. Chapter 2. Mother of mercy, I groaned, feeling miserable. My mind reeled in confusion. Why had my body been sent through a washing machine of pain and agony? I smacked my lips and shuddered when a fly flew out of my mouth. My feeble arm tried to swat the insect away. Fluttering my eyes open, I saw a thatched roof above me. Huh? A hammock restricted my vision, and I was determined to see more. With a groan, my efforts to raise myself from a contraption failed me. Why am I in a hammock? The motel bed? The Wiccan! My mind raced to catch up, desperate to sort the calamity that befell me earlier. A gorgeous woman, teasing of sex, and then a ritual where I sunk into a black void.
That bitch,
I managed to say through parched and cracked lips. I shivered and my breath frosted from a large exhale. That's odd. My next breath out seemed normal.
I'm so damn cold. But the air is warm,
I said with confusion. Using my arms to simply sit upright felt like a mountainous achievement. I struggled to balance myself as the hammock swayed.
What's wrong with me?
I grumbled, letting my legs dangle to rest against a gritty floor. I glanced around, seeing a single end table with a photo of a woman propped up. The image was hand-drawn, the edges cracked and partially ruined by age. The table the frame rested on appeared hand-carved. Images of crappily drawn horses etched into the surface puzzled me. A single door restrained sunlight from entering, and the room lacked a window. I removed the blanket covering my body and about had a heart attack. Shriveled skin adorned my bony frame. Long nails curved off my fingers and toes. I grabbed a chunk of my thigh and lifted the loose flesh like a rubber band. My eyes widened in horror at my new reality. Of course, I checked my mighty hammer of awesomeness and found the poor guy turtled up. So much for arriving on Norden with a sexy frame, chiseled abs, and the skills of a ninja.
Oh, man. This is some bullshit,
I said with a hoarse voice. I entered a coughing fit common with age.
How the hell am I supposed to be a champion as a grandpa?
My belly button ached, sending a signal. I tried to gather the strength to stand, and my body protested. Without anything else to do, I inspected the painful area. Where my belly button should be, a clear orb protruded.
Should probably see it.
I started to say, and a new coughing fit took over. Curiosity killed the cat, and I was probably about to die anyway, so I touched the orb. An interface appeared 2 feet in front of me. The clear magic let my hand pass through it without changing the image. I saw a message awaiting me and went to tap the button that said accept. My finger went through the display again. And I thought, accept. A green ping informed me that mental triggers worked.
Greetings, Damien, my chosen one. I've struggled to find a single man on Earth who fit my criteria of actually believing another realm existed. Well, I found a few. None as gullible as you are. Honestly, you should get a girlfriend. Would probably save you the heartache when a temptress ruins your life. Oh, I crack myself up. Our deal remains. Cultivate 10,000 Zorda, and you get to retire as Damien Smith on an island with your parents. That's the good news. Your way home is clear, your goal is defined, and trust me, I want you to win. The bad news, when a goddess tells you to sit in her spell, you damn well sit. In this case, your isekai trip had a hiccup. Nothing too awful, but an immediate challenge nonetheless. Instead of arriving as a young and dapper you were sent into the body of an old dead man. Yeah, died like an hour ago. Even gives me the shivers, and I bet you're cold. Look, here's the deal. You need Zorda to reverse the aging and become young again. If you hurry, you can gain some Zorda and prevent dying. Kill something, then suck the dead power into your belly button. Odd, but it works. There's some stats and abilities tied to your competition orb in your Norden assessment tracker. I mention this because you'll see an aging timer. A lot of that data is super self-explanatory. Do more and more information will appear.
all of that is irrelevant, because right now, you need to consume Zorda to avoid dying. Oh, and consuming Zorda does not count to my needs. Be careful. This competition has no respawns, restarts, or do-overs. What it does have is once-a-day resurrections for healing mages. Hooray, you're a healer! Boo, you can't resurrect yourself, and healers generally suck in combat. Final thing, champ, go get 'em. That too, but you have an unknown second magical ability. I'm sure you'll learn everything as you stumble, trip, fall, and get back up on Norden. You're my champion. No one ever gets two magic types. No one except champions, and they're worth a whole lot of Zorda to kill. Like, worth stabbing in the back. I hope you catch my meaning. If you make return to me the conquering hero with my Zorda, I promise your parents will be brought back to life, and we'll have a great time. Your temptress, Caitlin Moonguard.
Her message faded, wholly inadequate to explain what the hell was going on. I noticed a walking stick on the ground and felt spry enough to snatch it. That exertion left me winded, and I used the breathing time to touch my belly button. Name: Damien Moonguard. I moaned in displeasure. Damien Wilheimer was my name, not Damien Moonguard. Whatever. Best to figure out what's what. Not like I can fly home. Before I touched my orb again, I had to wonder. Was I not freaking out because of the goddess's ritual? Or was I just this naturally accepting of my life becoming batshit crazy? Name: Damien Moonguard. Race: human. Affiliation: Norden. Zorta: 0. Norden score: 0. Ostriva score: 0. Location: U Wood. Magic type: healer. Healer level: 1. Magic type 2 unknown. Unknown score unknown. Fighting level: pathetic. Mana: 20. Mana recharge: 1. Strength: 1. Stamina: 1. Dexterity: 1. Constitution: 1. Willpower: 1. Cultivation: 1. Intelligence: 25. Wisdom: 25. Charisma: 1. Endurance: 1. Perception: 5. Burst: 1. Reflex: 1. Healing: 1. Melee combat: 1. Aim: 1. Hunger: 10. Thirst: 10. Aging: 33 minutes, 12 seconds until death. 33 minutes! I shot off my feet too quickly and crashed into the door. Stupid hammocks were not for the elderly. On 3 hooks rested 3 items. A dagger belt I equipped, a purse I hung around my neck, and a plain dirty gray robe that I covered my nude, wrinkly form with. After a brief struggle to open the damn thing, I freed myself of the simple and plain hut. The exterior revealed a breathtaking view that I ignored. Great! The old dead man lived on a marvelous hill with a big white oak that held a tree swing. I would join his soul if I didn't get some damn Zorda. I grumbled my way to a worn trail leading down a gently sloping hill. Wild grass with thick bushes and weeds dominated the terrain beside the brown path. A clear sky revealed scattered clouds and a bright day. My eyes avoided lingering and instead darted for Zorda until I realized a few things. If Zorda would have saved this man, why did he die? Where did one get Zorda aside from the mythical creatures from... Shit, I'm the worst with names.
This is the end of Rise of the Last Summoner, Book 2, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we'd love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Rise of the Last Summoner, Book 2, written by Todd Herzman. Read for you by Aaron Bateman and Matt Hicks. Text copyright 2024 Todd Herzman. Production copyright 2024 Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.